And we reviewed the proposals and interviewed the companies and met a couple of times, and we're ready to make a recommendation that the proposal be awarded to KRT Appraisal from Massachusetts. The bids were very close. In terms of cost, KRT is slightly lower. But what ultimately drove our decision was we felt that we were going to get the highest quality product from KRT. The three principals of the company are all certified Maine assessors, which I think helps when dealing with Maine taxpayers. The competitive bid, they have one certified assessor high up in the staff, but those people aren't typically going to be here working this job. Kevin here, who I'll introduce in a moment, was actually the principal appraiser on our last revaluation. He
what was that, Vision?
With Vision,
Yeah.
now works for KRT.
Okay.
So he has a high familiarity still with the town. He has data, I think, still from his last project. So that was a plus. Already has some familiarity. KRT also demonstrated much more stability on the data collection side. They have employees that are longer term. Sometimes that portion of the reevaluation project, especially in a tight labor market, you can have high rates of turnover. And that was a selling point for us too, because that's really the primary interface that the resident has with the company until the values come out, is the person who's there measuring the home. So they have a, it's helpful if they're professional and have been doing the work for a long time. So that's our recommendation, that we award the bid to KRT and move on to contracting. I'll just introduce Kevin, and if you want to say a few words.
You want to say a few words?
And then between the two of us, we'll answer any questions, hopefully, that the board has.
You see how exciting things are in town of Raymond? Yeah.
Everybody's laughing.
Yeah. Taste of things to come.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah, we'd enjoy taking on the project once again. It was a very interesting community last time we did the revaluation, and look forward to doing it again with you folks.
A little bigger town now. A lot more houses.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
I guess the only question I have is in regards to when on the challenges, or whatever you want to call it, you've got 5 days in there that you've got factored. When we did this the last time, about how many days did get used up there? Is it, because 5 days, when you look at the number of properties and whatnot, and if you've got people going, if you're scheduling those meetings, 5 days is not that much time.
Oh, I see what you mean. You mean the
appeals.
Hearings. And we spoke to Rob Tozier and Ken Rogers about that, and essentially the hearings will go on as long as necessary. So we were pretty clear that was our expectation. So if it takes 2, 3, or 4 weeks of hearings, we'll allot enough time for all those hearings to take place until we start to see a substantial drop off in appointments. So the proposal built in 5, but KRT's under the understanding that it will be longer than 5.
You may want to get that in writing.
Yeah, we will when it comes time for the contract. It'll be at the hearings will end at the discretion of the town.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, the people whose rates go down aren't going to complain too much, but that's not where you're going to have the time.
No, and in the last couple of revaluations that I did, it was 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Of pretty steady hearings, and
Right.
I think that's the You've had some recent appraisals here. So.
We just completed Oxford and Winslow. So in Winslow, they haven't done a revaluation in a long time. It's been same in Oxford is like 13 years. So
Well, I think it's 8.
just over
Yeah.
right. So over time,
Yeah.
a town for instance, in Oxford, it was, went up 119% in value just because of time.
Right.
But what people don't understand is, they see the value and they say, my value is from how can it go up on, 80% in 1 year? But it's not. It was from, that value was established 13 years ago, in 2010, which was the case in Oxford. So, and Winslow, same thing. That was 2008. So, over time things change.
Right.
So,
right. So can we get that in writing that you'll leave a month for hearings?
Yeah, I mean, we'll never turn in. Well, all we do is we simply just add on more schedules into the same time frame, and then right now we're in Cape Elizabeth, and we thought we'd do a week of hearings. I'm already booked into next week, so yeah, it's not a problem.
All right.
Yeah, we have the staff for that.
Okay. I mean, I would much.
It says 5 days, but
Yeah, I would much prefer to have the hearings and get the things done there than having to do abatements later on.
Definitely, and we'll have those as well.
yeah.
I had spoken to, when I spoke to Ken and Rob about that, I had told them that given that we're typically a September town, if we have preliminary values ready to go out in June or July, there's going to be plenty of time for us to get through informal hearings, so that any resident who wants to be heard, they'll either be heard by KRT, they'll be heard by me, or they'll get it in a chance with the select board. So yeah, that's number one priority there. We will do that.
Okay. All right.
So you're looking for
A motion to
move to
award the contract.
Move to award the contract to KRT.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Kurt.
Yeah.
Our favorite part, setting the mill rate.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Okay, tax rate. So probably no big surprise. I think we're right in the ballpark from the projections that we had at budget time.
Yep.
Minimum tax rate this year is coming in at $15.80. Yields a $40,000 overlay, and that uses the full $200,000 of fund balance that's been approved by the town meeting for the select board to use.
Do we have, Sharice, are you there?
I'm here.
Do we have that 200,000 available?
I have estimated, because we have that undesignated fund balance policy where we are striving to maintain a 15% of
Right.
prior year tax commitment in the undesignated fund balance. And preliminary projections for FY23 gives us about 12.5%. So any use of, if we use 100,000, you're going to be closer to, maybe 12%. And I don't profess to be an auditor, so these are my numbers, and they're very rough. But that's kind of where I'm at. If you decide to use the full 200,000, you're going to be closer probably to 11%. We did last year bring in more revenues than budgeted by about 460,000, so that was good. But on the other hand, we expended 114,000 over budget. So I really can't predict what FY24 is going to bring at this point. So it's a little early on, but permits and codes have been really, really busy, I must say, the first couple months of the fiscal year. But that's kind of where we're at right now. I know, not to get on to another segment of the meeting, but you're going to be hopefully adopting a post-issuance bond compliance policy. And part of that is going before a rating agency, probably S&P, and I'm presently at the conference for New England government finance officers in Rockport. And they had a segment, actually Zach Brandwine, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he was one of the presenters. and had a piece of the conference, as well as a representative from S&P. And they're part of the rating process. It does look at liquidity and policies that we have in place and undesignated fund balance and that sort of thing. So the better we are in shape, perhaps that might impact our rating. We were a AAA bond rating in 2013. There's no indication that it's going to be lower than that, but I'm not the rating agency, so but it's been very informative for me to be down here. But that's kind of where we're at right now.
What were the over expenditures on? Mostly attorney's fees?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other expenditures next year.
And well, because we had insurances were quite high. We ended up paying additional premium in workers' comp. So that was over budget by $34,000. Solid waste was over budget by $29,000. The provider agencies, because we gave that additional $25,000 to the Historical Society. So that was over, $23,000 there, because we only budgeted $2 as a whole. And administration was over budget by $230,000, primarily because of legal.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're going to have to limit the use of fund balance.
I agree.
So I would say we're probably looking at the middle one.
1590.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Okay. You want to make a motion?
Move to set the mill rate at 1590.
I have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. 1590.
All right. So tomorrow I will complete the process in the budgetary system, the tax systems, get the warrants. I'll send an email out when everything is ready. The figures are the final figures, the tax figures will look a little bit different than what I have on this sheet because I haven't calculated in the senior tax freeze.
So that happens for 1 year?
It's going to be a one year deal. What's going to happen is the individual taxpayers are going to, it's going to populate with their frozen tax, and it's going to calculate the grand total, and it's going to move it into a receivable count in lump sum that we'll seek reimbursement on. So I don't know what that amount is yet because the system's going to do it, but I'm going to guess it's going to be $70,000 or $80,000. So the tax commitment to the collector will be $80,000 light, but we'll have that receivable sitting there, which
From the state.
we'll put in from the state, and then we'll do some outreach in the fall to the people that were in the program, let them know what the
state screwed you over?
Well,
Yeah.
and what the fresh alternatives are,
Yeah.
the new stuff. Probably not going to be too popular. The deferral's not going to be something too many people are going to go for, especially in a town like this. I don't. But they did beef up the income tax credit, so I suppose if some of the people that qualify for that may see some more.
It's great when you have $1 billion surplus and you wipe out a very popular program. Thank you very much.
And I guess the only other thing on the reval, just so I have my ducks in a row, my thought was we'll nail down the contract framework with KRT and have it reviewed by town legal.
Yeah.
And then you folks want to review it prior to authorizing an execution. Do you want to review the contract to make sure it's suitable?
If the town attorney's happy from what we've seen there, we're set.
You're good.
Okay, very good. Sounds great. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Kurt. All right, Charisse, tell us about this policy. Is it a new policy? Is it?
No, it's not. It's an updated policy from, I believe, we had one when we issued the bond securities back for the other two. So 2012, 13, we had to have a policy at that point in time. So this was a proposed update to the policy that Bernstein Shore had presented back in 2021, but it never came forward to you folks.
So this has been reviewed by an attorney?
Yes, this is Bernstein Shores
Okay.
language. I don't know, I believe Sue provided you with a red lined copy as
Yes.
well as
Or a blue
clean
lined copy, as the
Yeah.
case may be.
And I'd like to see what the changes are, because
What page is that?
the copy that I have has.
Or
no-
did I not give you the lined copy?
No, there was no line
I
out.
apologize, I meant to put that in there. That's,
Can you explain the changes to us?
it's extensive.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
In that
they went,
case-
they
in
went
that-
through and reworded basically
Okay.
the entire
In
thing.
that case, I'm going to move to table
Yeah.
until we get that, so we can see what the changes are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Second.
I have a second on table.
I grabbed the wrong document.
All those in favor of tabling? All right. Sorry, Sharice.
yeah, I mean, I could review what those changes are, but I get it. You wouldn't want to, move forward
Yeah,
with
just
a
send us
policy
a
that has
copy with
Yeah.
the changes.
You
That'll be good.
Yeah.
page and a half of changes.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then we can just move it to the next meeting.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have fun at your conference.
Thank you.
All right, consideration of annual update. This is just the new state policies.
It is. It's
I have a
the annual.
motion.
Yeah, move the updates to the general assistance ordinance.
I have a second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. All right, public comment.
We've already had that.
We had some.
We've run out of public.
Anybody on Zoom or anything?
No, just Sharice.
All right, selectmen comment. Any selectmen comment? Well, that was an exciting meeting tonight. All right, interim town manager report.
We have a new librarian. He couldn't be here tonight, but he will come to the October meeting. His
Good.
name is Richard Dowe, D-O-W-E. I hadn't seen that pronunciation of that. He is incredibly enthusiastic. He came over today and went to the library with me so that we could meet the staff and you could see the library and kind of do a icebreaker-ish kind of thing. And I think he's going to be fantastic.
Good.
And it was unanimous on the committee. Ralph was part of that as,
Yeah, I think he definitely has the enthusiasm there, and I think
Yeah.
it's really going to play well with it's going to play well both with the younger people as well as the seniors, because
Good.
he's got the ability to work at it. He knows how to work with tough people because he worked in the prison for a while. So
Just because you're in prison doesn't mean you're tough.
he's excited.
He's out of prison for the
and he
first
was also in New York City for 3
he was
years.
at New York
Wow.
City Library.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he has quite a wide variety of experience.
Good,
So
Looking
and he-
forward to meeting him.
And he starts on the 22nd.
good.
And the other piece is we began our planning today for a picnic, a town staff picnic that we'll be doing
What
on the
date is that?
28th.
The 28th.
We'll be closing the office at noon,
September?
September. And if it rains, we'll have it at
It
Taffel
never
Top.
rains.
Oh, no, I don't know why I would even think about it. We'll move that to October 5th and that will be the end date because on October 5th, we can actually use the cabins. There won't be anyone there.
Oh, okay,
So we can't do that on the 28th.
good, good.
How many people?
Roughly 30. It'll be the fire department, administrative staff, all of Public Works, the town office, and the library.
Great.
Great.
All right, upcoming dates, October 10th is the next meeting, y'all have that one down, and November 14th. All right, can I have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405, 6A, to discussion of personnel issue.
Okay,
Somebody didn't second.
second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, so give us a few minutes.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? We're out of executive session. Have a motion to go forward with the recommendations discussed.
So moved.
Moved.
Second?
All in favor? Unanimous. Yeah, so Sue, tomorrow you need to talk Department of Labor and Liquor Enforcement.
We can get police reports too.
If you can get police reports, that would be great. Talk to the
Department of Labor.
sheriff.
DHS.
because I've never heard of an inspection that's done through any licensing bureau where they don't leave you a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
Sound check, sound check.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, October 11th, 2023 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call. Mike?
Mike Richmond.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
And from Zoom?
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have a final site plan review for Port Harbor Holdings, and new business preliminary site plan review for from Peter Bernier. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, good. And a preliminary site plan review from Alan Solar. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse discussions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain the board records evidences of your appearance this evening. All right. Our first item, which I actually skipped over, is the approval of the minutes for our August 9th meeting. Is there any corrections, changes, additions? Is there a motion to accept?
Move to accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And one abstention. Motion passes. All right, our first item up is the final plan review for the Port Harbor Holdings. That application has been tabled, so we'll need a opening motion to remove it from the table and consider it this evening.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All discussion? All those in favor? And
Aye.
Kevin? Kevin votes yes. Motion passes, and we're up. All right. Will, what do you think? You need...
Yeah, so I think we're in pretty good shape. I think there's a couple items that, so I think this was just submitted yesterday or today. There was a letter from DEP relative to the permit, DEP permits, and indicating that pretty much everything's been submitted and the order's been written, but it hasn't been formally delivered to the applicant at this point yet. And it looks like they're waiting for signatures, or it's being reviewed by the Attorney General's office, and they anticipate that the approval date will be on or before Monday, October 16th. So technically we don't have the permit in hand, but it feels like it's all but a done deal. It's just waiting for the actual order to be issued. I guess from our review, I believe everything has been addressed. The one item that I guess just wanted to bring forward was, and I think we've discussed this at past meetings, but the parking, and I think they submitted a waiver for the parking,
Yes.
if I remember correctly. So if we may want to act on that waiver, but I don't think we've formally approved it yet, have we?
We have not. We've actually still were in the discussion.
Or deciding whether we need to have a waiver.
Right.
And then I think probably ought to let Wayne speak relative to his comments
On fire.
on the fire.
Okay. And the retaining wall has been taken care of?
Yes, so I believe they added a
Split rail fence.
split rail fence along the top of that.
Okay.
So that was, I think that was what we were looking for on our end. So as long as the board's happy with that,
Okay.
I think we're good.
Rob, I'm going to go to Wayne first.
Yep.
Wayne, where are you on the project?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're in really good shape. We worked with the applicant to address outstanding issues, and we would, on your approval, recommend that the findings of fact reference the, let me get the right one, the July 10th, 2023 memo as conditions of approval.
Okay. Are there things still outstanding, Wayne? Is that what is from that memo?
No, it's just, we should, in the findings of facts, reference that memo in case there's any questions in the future, but the plan as it stands is in good shape.
So that wouldn't be a condition for approval then?
It should be noted in your findings of facts to reference that memo.
All right.
Because everything in the that has been addressed is based on that memo.
Okay. All right, Rob.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Rob McSorley with Spager Technics representing the applicant. We're before you once again for the proposed expansion for Jordan Bay Marina. We have about a 19,000 square foot building and surface parking for additional car parking, very minor, and boat storage on the property. We began this process about a year ago, got well into it, and we realized that we had some issues relative to the shoreline zone that we backed up. We reconsidered the site use, and based upon that, we came up with the configuration that's before you. That has been totally vetted and permitted through all the agencies. One of the key parts of this submission was to give you copies of all the approvals. MDOT, there were 2 entrance permit and the highway opening permit, an updated ability to serve letter from Portland Water District, an updated confirmation from Portland Pipeline, and the reissued Army Corps permit. When we did resubmit, at that time, we had just an email saying that we were complete by DEP. They were hoping to issue their permit by today's meeting. However, they wanted to make sure the language was right based upon past history and whatnot. So it's currently under final review, and as the letter notes, we expect to be out hopefully by Monday with that permit. Also, as Will had mentioned, this plan set here added the split rail fence along the top edge of the wall to preclude any or provide for fall protection and whatnot. We also, one thing I had forgotten specific to put in the application, there was a question about the height elevations of the building in the different zones and whatnot. They were actually on the architectural plans previously provided, but we also provided the sketch that we had worked out through Mr. Alex before we did the redesign to make sure that we didn't violate the height criteria. And you'll see on the bottom, there's a little sketch there in red. That was what I had coordinated with Alex on, and that matches the elevations on the architectural. So, and per the conversation at the last planning board meeting, it was desired to have a specific waiver request done up, and so we did a waiver request letter relative to the 3 items that we had discussed at the last meeting. That was the site lighting, the amount of the parking, and the internal landscape inside the proposed minor parking that we have in the front of the building.
Where is that, Rob? Is that complete? Is that in this packet that you gave us?
That was in the original resubmission package. So there was a cover letter overall, and then there should have been a 3-page letter that specifically was addressed to you, and it went through the standard criteria for each one of those 3.
It's towards the back.
Do you not have that?
Towards the back.
All right, I knew I saw it. I was just flipping through it. I couldn't find it.
It's the back 3 pages.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mike. All right. Thanks, Rob. I got.
Yeah. So on each one of those, we went through the specific criteria and, say how we met the specific criteria and whatnot, for your benefit. We also specifically added those waiver requests onto the plan in front of you there with the other additions we had done. Also on those notes, when we came before you last meeting, we had already resolved those notes with Wayne. And the notes as they're written on there include all the notes that he wanted relative to the fire system and the requirements and whatnot. So with that, I think we addressed all the open items from the last meeting and be willing to answer any of your questions.
Okay. First thing, I think we just do the, what Will was talking about, the letter. Rob gave it to us. Is that, everybody okay with that as the acceptance? Acceptance? Kevin, you okay with that letter that just came? It's on your email if you haven't seen it.
Right, I'm looking, the one from the state?
Yes.
DEP?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that up. Yeah.
Okay. You're okay with that as the acceptance? Yeah. Okay. All right, so that takes care of that one. All right, so I guess we need to discuss these waivers as our first, as our next biggie. Anyone got any thoughts? Excellent, Mike.
Well, I was not present at the last meeting, but I did read through everything. I guess my general question about parking is this. So it seems like the request is, far below the standard. It's by my math, it's less than 10% of what the standard is. And I understand the use, I understand the math and the argument, totally get it. I guess my question for the applicant would be, is there a backup plan? So with this layout, if there's a parking issue, what happens then?
Okay, I'll address that in two parts. One, the code, there is not a criteria for the specific use, and your code specifically says that the applicant can provide data relative to and documentation relative to the use to substantiate a parking use.
Okay.
So that's one thing. Relative on the last approval that we had done, it was raised that there was parking concerns relative to that approval and that the site didn't provide adequate parking and we were parking on the roadway and all that. We actually installed cameras and we monitored the site for all the weekends and all the holidays through a season and came back that there was no parking problem. Okay.
Understood and appreciate that. I guess my question is, if one developed, if the business changed,
and that's
is
my
there a backup plan?
What we would do is we would delete some of the boat storage over there and provide more storage for cars.
Okay.
But we don't feel that it'll be necessary.
Great.
So I guess in addition to that, if the use of the building changed, they would essentially have to come back. And if they went in and put in a cafe in that building or something like that, they would have to come back and deal with the parking at that point in time for that different use as well. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else on the parking? Have we agreed now that there's supposed to be 96 spaces? Is that what we're working from and working down from?
Are you saying based upon what the code says?
Yeah.
Well, once again, the code says if there's no use,
right, then
we have to provide a data and whatnot. Certainly, if the use of the site changed and
no, I am still on the why we need the waiver discussion.
I don't think you have to be really, but we put it into waiver because of what code allows you to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my understanding, and maybe Alex can weigh in on this as well, but if they, my interpretation of the code is if they can provide information that indicates that their use only requires, you know, a different amount of spaces, then technically you've met that standard, and I wouldn't think you need a waiver for that. But
So, yeah, that's where I am. Alex, do you have something?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I think that's correct. They've requested it, so
you could
at this point, I'd
grant
probably act on it. Yeah.
You could probably act on it since they've requested it.
Oh, yep. I mean, I'm a little bit on Mike's side, though, is that we're actually going to grant a waiver. If we're going to say it was that 96 is a requirement, we're giving a waiver out for 10%. Where does that put us as a precedent for future projects? They'll say, you know.
Good point.
I mean, the uses, if you're going by the square footage, I think it's just for retail, wholesale, or service establishment, or office, or professional building.
This is a warehouse.
So, I mean, I guess you could try to say it's a service establishment, but they're saying here that they fall under number 9, which is uses that are not specified above, which I guess I would agree, it's not specified above. So that allows them to provide us with their own, well, it's really the review authority, I think, shall determine the number of off-street parking spaces required to accommodate, based on analysis submitted by the applicant. So they've done that.
So I would think then what instead of a waiver, what we would want to do is accept the number of parking spaces for the application.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Is that?
Agreed. That sounds.
Sure. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay. So what do we, 14, is that the right number?
8.
8 is the right number.
Yeah, there's 8. We had 9, but there's a space there for the fire to access the FDC for the building.
Okay. All right, so I would move that we accept the applicant's determination that the required parking for the application is 8 spaces as annotated on the plans.
Second that.
Does that sound okay with everybody? Kevin, is that?
That's good with me.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
It passes, so we're going to do away with that waiver, Rob. Sorry to make you go through all that, but I just feel uncomfortable waiving 90 some odd spaces.
I understand.
All right. Lighting. You had lights. What are you trying to waiver? What are we doing here?
In your ordinance, there's a specific foot candle requirement over the entire site.
Right.
And we don't want to put that much light in because we're not going to use it.
Yep.
And we're in the Sebago Lake watershed, and as part of the whole dark skies movement, we want to reduce the lights to what is necessary.
Okay.
So we provided adequate lighting through the loop road and around the building for emergency purposes.
Okay. And your landscaping waiver, there was a discussion though on that landscaping from the applicant, from the public hearing.
Yeah, so again, given the small footprint of the parking, to me, it feels like there's a case that could be made that landscaping around the perimeter of the parking lot, which they have done,
right,
versus adding internal islands and things like that. It just feels like you really don't want to add internal islands because it's just going to make everything bigger. So why not just landscape around the perimeter, which I think they've essentially.
But for 8 spaces, we don't have a requirement for islands, do we?
It's based upon the square footage of parking, based upon the square footage of the building.
Yeah.
If you were to take what we're providing for parking versus an office, and then we would fall underneath that square footage.
Right.
But since.
Okay.
No.
Let's not go there. All right.
So, Mr. Chair, with that,
Yep.
are we to consider the parking area for the boats as parking area? I don't want to open up a can of worms, but it is.
I think it's just the vehicle.
That's
parking.
storage.
It's a good question. What is that considered? Storage, boat storage?
Yeah, I would say it's.
Yeah, I would agree. It's storage.
Yeah.
Storage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can exempt that.
Yeah. All right.
So I guess the question is do they need a waiver for
Right.
the landscaping, given that, you know, they've added landscaping around the parking.
So I would think it's only the lighting. I mean, that's, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think just the lighting needs to be a waiver.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll go with the lighting waiver. All right, so, so I would move then that we accept the request for a lighting waiver and approve the lighting waiver for the Jordan Bay Marina expansion project. Seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin votes yes. All right, so that waiver's done. The other two waivers. Rob, I'm just going to say so you can agree that you are retracting the request for the other two waivers.
Okay.
That's what I thought. All right. All right, then that is what is left. Let's see, is there, this is not a public hearing. Is there anyone in the Zoom there from Indian Point that is, would like to question anything for this evening? Nobody from Indian Point? Okay.
Keith Richard is here, but he doesn't seem to want to say anything.
Okay. All right, then. I think conditions have all been met. Is that correct?
Right. So, well, I guess conditions of approval to me would be receipt of that DEP permit.
Final permit, right.
Then I think we also talked about, and this would be submitted at the time of a building permit, but submittal of retaining wall design plans is prepared or sealed by a Maine professional engineer, licensed professional engineer.
Okay.
And then whatever your standard, I don't know how many standard notes you have now. I've got one listed here, but I don't know if you've got other standard notes that you require for.
Just a sunset clause.
Okay.
And that's,
So that's the one that I've
that's
got on there.
Right.
So it would be those three conditions of approval.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Could you repeat those again? The sunset clause?
Yeah.
The design PE design for the wall.
So we have, yeah, submittal of a retaining wall design plan, plans prepared by a Maine licensed professional engineer. And then receipt of the
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Maine DEP. There are two permits, Rob? Is it a stormwater and a NERPA, or is it just?
It'll be a joint permit. You know how they issue it. They issue it under one authorization for both.
Yeah.
Make a motion.
Sure.
All right, I move that we approve with the following conditions. Sunset clause be included with the design. A PE stamp design for the retaining wall be provided at the time of getting the building permit. And a receipt of the DEP permit, which has been promised to us in a letter from DEP.
Is there a second? Greg seconds. Any other discussion? Nobody wants to bring them back next meeting?
We'll miss you.
I'd be more than happy to come back.
Well, okay then we'll, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Jim can bring it on when he comes.
Oh, thank you.
Can we count on that?
You can leave that on the podium.
Thanks, Will.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you.
There you go.
Give Jim a second to get back in the driver's seat.
Thank you. Been a while.
Thank you.
Yes.
Serious damage of those.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Yes.
You all set?
All set.
All right, we have a, next up is new business, a preliminary site plan review, an application being submitted by Peter Bernier. Jim, would you start us off?
Sure. This is in for extension of a private way to create an additional lot. The lot is located in the RR district. They're looking to create just enough frontage to create that lot, so it'll be a hammerhead, basically 150 feet long with a 50 by 50 turnaround. This is off Lookout Lane, which comes off Tower Road. We're looking at may have to have some improvements on the private way. This serves more between 4 to 10 lots, so the question will be, does the...
You want, come on up down the front. Come on down, yeah.
I'm 80. The hearing is just one of the things that goes down.
Just one.
Just one. So the biggest issue that we had is the condition of the existing private road and whether or not that needs to be brought up to the higher standard, meeting the 4 to 10 lots served off a private road. This does serve more than 4 lots, so this is always the difficult things with these private roads. As you know, once we go to different tiers, so in this case, 4 to 10 lots would require a 16-foot travelway with 3-foot shoulders. This right-of-way meanders in and out of the right-of-way, but anywhere from 14 to 12 feet wide travelway. So there may have to be some improvements. That may be something you can waive, but I think Wayne may have some comments about that as well for fire access. This is just here for a sketch plan this evening, and looking for comments back from staff. So eventually they'll have to apply for a formal application. We'll need to see some stormwater for the small amount of improvements for the turnaround. I suggested that they use the point system that we have to meet that. I think they could do it with some simple buffers. And all the utilities are already run up there, so they should be all set with that. We obviously, because it's a lot, we need to make sure it's a conforming lot. At some point, they'll need a test pit to show that it's a conforming lot. So with that, I think we can turn to the applicant.
Jim, just quick, the frontage is going to be on the Hammerhead?
Yeah, off that spur, yeah. Because
Off
you
that-
got 50, 50, 50, 50, 50.
Okay.
You can use all those as frontage, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Okay, sir. You have to go to the microphone, though. If you would have to, do you have any questions? Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear quite a bit of what he said, but I don't know exactly what you guys want.
So I'll summarize.
All well, I want to gift a building lot to one of my grandkids right there, Ross and his significant other, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
And I thought it was going to be an easy thing to do.
Well,
But it sounds, from what he says, you're going to want the road brought up to town standards.
There you did hear.
Huh? Well, why? It works just fine the way it is. There's plenty of access for emergency vehicles, and the reason I know is I've had emergency vehicles in there 5 times in the last 2 years. And I've had tractor trailers in there delivering the big machinery for my woodworking shop. And last spring, a tractor trailer went in to deliver metal roofing. So how wide do you want the damn thing?
Well, I think you miss it by about 3 feet. Is that?
Yeah, well, on
that right?
one
On average.
side of that road, the right-hand side coming in off, what the hell's the name of that road? Tower Road. There's a natural gas pipeline. You mess with that bugger and you're going to be dead meat. So you can't do anything on the right-hand side, nothing, without taking a chance on disturbing that natural gas pipeline. If you do that, you're going to be vaporized. You won't have to worry about approval. On the other side is already a ditch. That would be the only side I can do anything on, and I'd have to get into the woods. What do you want, another 4 feet?
I think what we would need, Mr. Chair, is
I got about 16, 18 feet now.
I think we'd need a letter from an engineer stating, how the road conforms to the current standards.
I am a registered professional engineer. I got a copy of my certificate over there, if you want to see it.
Are you a civil?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't.
No,
need to see-
we don't need to see
don't
it.
need to see it. But we need to confirm the depths and the widths and the normal street requirements.
And I got 35 years experience with DOT construction. I got 8 years experience foreman with R.J. Grun, and I do know what I'm doing.
Okay.
And the reason I asked for an extension, I got to get closer, right? An extension to Lookout Lane is, you guys require so much friggin' frontage on the road. How much do you require? How much?
225.
225 there, I believe.
You're kidding. Wow. I built 3 houses for my family, and I couldn't have built any of them on the lots that I built them on with that requirement. I don't know if you know, but what the heck's the reason for such a huge frontage?
Just for density?
Who?
Density?
Oh, you're trying to keep people
Yeah.
away? Oh, you're trying to thin people out.
There we go.
Use the land up fast.
I got you. Well, we're out in the middle of the friggin' puckers out there. And I don't see many humans. If they're out there and it's the middle of the day, they're probably looking for a house to break into. So I go out and greet them, and they leave. But I don't understand what all this shit's about. I mean, all right, so you got a standard, but it's working. I mean, we have never had a problem with anybody having access to my house, which is the very end of the road.
So, so how many houses will be on this?
All together on the
altogether?
road, 7.
7
Yeah,
houses.
7.
Okay. Yeah. You have to go to the.
Oh, yeah, you want to talk?
I just have one simple.
Go ahead, Tim. Go ahead. You gotta. Nothing is simple.
I guess that my big question was only clarification on whether or not it's Lookout Lane that's is standing right now. Does that have to be reconstructed to meet the standard, or is it just the possible extension that needs to be
The access.
the access?
All
Okay.
the way
the
in.
whole from the start of Tower through.
Yes.
All right.
This is very similar to one not very far from there that we've dealt with in the past, Alfred Mann.
I can tell you there's no problem with the drainage. We've had many hard
It was off 121.
drenching
They
rains.
wanted to do a duplex, and then they've come back a couple different times.
Oh, yes. Yep.
It's very similar to that and how we had to deal with that. And, you know, we tried to work with them. I don't know if we ever did they ever build anything on that?
They are currently.
Currently, okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, those are, I don't make them up. Those are the road standards and those are the design standards for the zoning.
Right.
I think if we could have, you know, the other way we could look at that is if the shoulders could be at least improved, and I think the person that needs to really weigh in on this is Wayne with the fire department, and I mean, they have the largest piece of equipment.
Let's hear from him. Wayne,
Yes, sir.
what do you think?
So, of course, you know, with our ordinance, that
Did we lose him?
He froze.
He froze.
Uh-oh.
the ordinance, the street ordinance as it's currently written. So, you know, the recommendation from us would be to move forward with the required road widths and to have that hammerhead turnaround design so that we can turn around, because currently if we wanted to turn a fire truck around, it's even tight down by Mr. Bernier's place, especially in the wintertime. Did you get any of that?
Yeah,
'Cause I've been freezing
Yeah,
up.
I got that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're thinking.
So the whole thing is emergency vehicle access.
Well,
It's
not
those-
not all that, sir. It is because the ordinance. It is the requirements of the town ordinance as to the design of
All
the
right,
road.
so if I did nothing, if I didn't give this land to my grandson,
Yeah.
then the road's just fine. I don't have to do a damn thing.
Well,
Is that correct?
well,
The only
Yes,
reason
Yes,
I
yes,
asked
yes,
that is
yes,
correct.
yes, but you couldn't do any further development on that. You'd be basically, you could keep the road as it is, but if you do anything up there to add another lot in the future,
Oh,
you're
yeah,
gonna,
well, this will be the one and only. I'm 80, it ain't gonna happen with me again. Maybe the next guy that buys it
now is
might
this
wanna do something with it.
is this whole lot yours? This whole land, this whole area here?
It's the original is a four-sided figure containing around 15 acres.
Okay.
And
So the
this
odds
lot-
are, sir, at some point you're going to want to develop some of that land.
I certainly won't.
No, but your family is going to want to.
Yeah, well, they're gonna inherit it and sell it.
Well, and at that
So
point,
then it'll be that guy's problem. It won't be mine.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty, because we've got layers or steps in the private road standards where you start out, we allow small roads, but this is the problem, is that when they exceed 4 lots,
Right.
people get upset that they have to improve their road to a larger standard, but that's the trade-off. We let them go small to begin with, and then the idea is as they expand the uses in these things, they have to widen the road to get it closer to the overall town standard.
Yep.
But it's incremental steps. I mean, so once you go over 10, then you got to meet basically the same as the public standards.
All right, so my options are,
That you have here, right?
from what I understand, my options are don't gift this to my grandson, or spend tens of thousands of dollars improving a friggin' road, which doesn't need improving except for your rules. If you want a turnaround down the end, I could do that easy enough. But improving the whole friggin' road,
Well, it would just be up to where the turnoff is.
I don't think
Well,
that.
Where would they have to go all the way to the end?
It'd probably have to be all the way to the end, right? Because we're looking at what the number of trips that go over that road.
Yeah, I'm not a developer, I can't
Possible it can
incur an expense, triple it, and charge the poor sap that's gonna buy it the fee. No, that ain't what I do. Anything that you want done is coming out of our pockets.
I mean, I don't see why the road can't go from 16 for the first 3 down to 12 for the remaining, or whatever it is.
Right.
The last 3, I think it can be down to 12.
Well, and the other thing is that this survey doesn't give us any dimensions on the travel source. You can see the road clearly meanders in and out. So in some sections, it may be 16 feet. In some sections, it may be 12.
It's 16, more or less. It might be down by my house. It's a little narrower down there.
So the area of it,
But that's beyond where the access would be for this building, for his lot.
all right, so if you can confirm that you've got 16 feet of road,
Somewhere near,
up,
probably a little more.
all right, 16-foot
I
width.
can't widen it on the right-hand side going down over the hill.
I understand that, but if you can confirm that you have 16 feet width up to the
From
hammerhead,
Tower Road
up
to
the
his
hammerhead,
lot.
That would be step one in getting the, that would be, the board could probably work with that. I'm not going to tell you the board can work with that, but I think that the board would be able to work with that.
Well, you gotta let me know one way or the other, because we got a lot of work to do. Well, starting, you go down to the corner. Have you guys been out there?
No.
I have not been out there.
Well, you got demands. I got one request. How about we go out and look at the damn thing?
Well, we could do a site walk. We would normally do a site walk, not for road extension, but we could do a site walk if you would like us to do one.
Well,
It's not going to change the 16 feet width, though. Because
let's go look at it. One picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yeah.
Let's go look at it.
All right. So,
And
what
we'll
else do
take
we
a
need?
cloth tape with us, and then we'll see what the hell we got.
All right. So we've got the road width. We have
The road width, and then we'll have to just address whatever small amount of runoff comes off the new extension. How it's going to be graded. We don't have any grading plan or anything as to.
that's where the water goes. Yeah.
Well, we really don't have a road design yet for the hammerhead. We have the survey layout of the right-of-way, but we don't have the road design. We'll need to see just the road design and typical cross-section and make sure it complies with our road standards.
Do we need contours for the old new lot?
We at least need it for the right-of-way, for the new right-of-way. Ideally, we'd like to see it for the whole way, just because, again, I haven't seen how the drainage works up here, so. This summer would have tested it if the summer was ever good.
Yep.
So, I mean, we will need to see some topography and some drainage plans and basically a road extension design, but at this point, it's just in for sketch plan, so.
Yeah.
But when we see the formal application, we'll need to see some kind of design. It looks like utilities are all up there. There's overhead lines, so they can come in off those.
don't know. You can't turn up the volume on that damn thing.
You've got utilities coming in? The utility lines come in, right, overhead utilities?
There's overhead.
Yep, okay. And they come down the
come-
lane, right?
Yeah, they
Look out
come
lane?
right down
Yeah,
that
yeah.
intersection, yep.
Okay,
There's a pole
Yeah.
right there.
And
Okay.
That pole might be in the
So-
way if he needs to.
Yeah,
Yeah. And then the only other thing we need,
the road is going, weaving around the pole.
Mr. Chair, the only other thing we need is eventually, just to prove that it is a reasonable lot, we need a test pit on the proposed lot.
that's right.
We don't need any more design, but we need a passing test
Test
pit to
pit.
make sure it's a legal lot.
all right, so you want to, site walk?
Yeah, I'll go. Yep.
Yes?
He wants us.
I mean, it's middle October. By the end of October, it'll be too dark at 4 o'clock. So we got a couple of weeks we can do it in. 5 o'clock at night, it's still light. O'clock at night, still light.
You go another month, you're gonna get shot. Well, maybe.
When would you guys like to do it? You want to try to do it during the week, or?
See, I've maintained that road. It's in damn good shape. It's got a crown on it. The water doesn't run down the road.
Kevin, you
Drainage
still with
works
us?
great.
Uh-oh. I don't see him.
Kevin?
Yes.
Okay. We're trying to put together a site walk. Do you have any preferences, weekday, weekend?
Any time's just as bad as any other time.
Okay. How about you working guys?
I'm fairly open. I can do it in the middle of the day during the week.
I wake up at 5:30 in the morning. Want to do it then?
No? Dark.
We are looking.
Early morning or a weekend can work for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, weekend or,
Early morning or a weekend can work.
so weekends?
Yep.
All right. What do you want to do, anything?
Anything. Except this Sunday and a couple days after that, but. Free.
Jim, what's your,
Pull it up.
what's the Saturday the 21st look like?
I can't do Saturday mornings. I have an obligation every Saturday morning.
All right, how
Fa-
about,
family, but I can do any other time you want.
about Sunday afternoon? You free then?
Yeah.
22nd?
Yep.
Jim?
Good time.
1. 2?
Might be better for me, but I could probably do 1.
2? You could do 2. Kevin, 2 o'clock on the 22nd?
Sounds okay.
All right. Done. There are things though that we're going to need right besides this road, right, that you're going to have to work. That you're going to need some design, right? You need a test pit. You need contour lines for drainage.
I know I need a test pit for my septic system.
Okay. You need contour lines for the drainage off of the.
That thing's got a wicked pitch. You ain't going to worry about water running. Water runs downhill, and you're not going to stop it from doing that. And
Yes, sir, but we still need the
We need-
documentation,
yeah.
sir.
We need an engineered design for the road
Oh,
you're
for
building.
Christ's sake. It's so obvious. Son of
And that's it. Okay. Now, if you go home and you find that road is 16 feet from all the way to the,
I'll walk along with a clock tape when you guys are out there.
all right, but what I'm saying is if it's 16 feet now, then you don't need to worry about any of this.
Yeah,
All right.
but I gotta do a whole bunch of unnecessary contours on an obviously steep as hell ditch.
Well, let's hope it's not too steep.
Oh, now we gotta worry about erosion.
There you go.
Yeah, well, it's been that way now. I've owned it since 1980.
Can't be over 10%. Over 10%, we can't build on it.
Yeah, then what? You're gonna want a bunch of stops in there. You're gonna want riprap.
Probably an overhead cable car would be better.
Overhead what?
Cable car that goes overhead.
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
All right, at least you got me smiling. I was starting to get hot.
You might want to visit the comprehensive plan committee.
I know, it's been working. I've owned it since 1980, and I built a house on it 15 years ago, which is 08, we moved in. And never been a problem with anything, drainage, washout, none of that bullshit.
So, but
Can't hear him, he's not at the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to move on. We'll see you. See you on the 22nd.
It's been, yeah. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but it hasn't.
Take care, sir.
Yeah.
All right, next up is our preliminary site plan review for the Allen Solar Project.
Yes, sir. Okay. Allen Solar Farm Project is being presented off 302. They're looking for just under 1 kilowatt solar farm. Be generated over 6.8 acres. The entire lot consists of roughly 29 and a half acres. It's located in the RR zone and the LRR1. The access will come off 302 near existing garage. It's kind of going to sweep in, go in behind the residential. They appear to have met all of the necessary buffers. The majority, actually all of the solar panels are not located in the shoreline zone. They've kept those all out. We had some relatively minor comments with regards to some of the drainage issues. But I do think that Wayne may have some comments with regards to necessary fire access and prevention suppression needs. Overall, we really didn't have a whole lot on this one. All the services are there, so if the applicants, I believe they're online, they can follow up.
The applicant there?
Lucy. Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. This is Dave Fowler from Mainly Solar, the owner of Allen Solar. Also with me this evening is Lucy Fowler and from Mainly Solar, and then Kirk Ball from Akron Engineering, who's the technical rep. I'll let him actually take over in regards to just giving a quick rundown and description of the project area.
Okay.
And then we can take it from there with the discussions I've had with Wayne. You on, Kirk?
I'm here. I'll share my screen and kind of give you guys a background of the project.
Perfect.
All ears.
It's telling me host disabled participant screen sharing. Can I share?
You can share.
Yeah, Kirk, I'll make you the host, and then you can share your screen.
Thank you, Sandy.
You're welcome. As soon as I find the right spot. Oh, come on. The 3 dots, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not giving me that. Try it with the other side. Dave, you know this is not my forte, right? It is not giving me those choices. What the heck?
Sandy, I can do it if you want me to jump on real quick.
Yeah, that would be awesome, Alex, because it's given me a whole list of other stuff.
All right, I'm jumping in right now.
Sandy, who are you
Thank you.
hosting? Who are you trying to host?
Kirk Ball.
That's a good picture, Alex.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thanks.
Hold on.
At your high school graduation?
Get both speakers on, so. Use your microphone.
Yeah, it should be all set now. Sandy, can you can you make me host? You can't find that, huh?
That's not coming up when I go to the three dots.
Yeah. So is Raymond Town Office the host?
Maybe.
Did you let me into the meeting?
Got it.
Got it.
Yeah, from there I can go from me to make Ben the host, and then they're gonna have to let it be Kirk. I'm
Okay.
sending it back to you, Bill.
I feel like I'm in a Chinese weather balloon.
It's all over my head.
Well, it's better than me coming in with COVID, so.
Oh, horror.
Oh,
Yeah, we
no.
appreciate that, Dave.
Oh,
Kirk,
no.
Kirk, you should be a host now.
I can share, that's good.
Thanks, guys.
Can you guys see my screen okay?
Oh,
We can,
We
yes.
can.
All right, so just to kind of give the board a sense of where the project is at, here's Google Earth. Fire department is located there. Hilltop Mini Mart and Raymond Marine is right here. This is the parcel boundary highlighted, not all of it in yellow. I will now just switch to the survey plan done by the professional surveyor. So here's 302 Raymond Marine is located on this lot. The 29 acres is made of 2 parcels. This parcel, map 4, lot 68, owned by Scott and Amy Allen, and the other parcel is owned by Scott Allen, tax map 4, lot 68. So the total combined is just about 29.5 acres. As Jim mentioned, we're in the RR zone, and here are the shoreland zone limits here highlighted in blue, measured by the surveyor. We have done wetlands, vernal pool reconnaissance on the project. There was 3 significant vernal pools identified. One is here, a second is there, and the third is there. The dashed line is what is called the critical terrestrial habitat area. And there are a couple of small isolated forested wetlands on the smaller lot where we're going to be gaining access. In addition to the wetlands, other PNR, we did do an IPAC review for Army Corps. The only species that came up was, I think everybody's probably familiar with, the small world begonia. Dave did have a botanist go out a couple of months ago, did a survey of the parcel, and there's no small world begonia on the entire parcel. So we're pretty good there. We're confident that this is the protected natural resources associated with the project. Now I'll kind of go to the proposed site plan as presented in the application. This is a very small solar project. This is just under a megawatt. It's 966 kilowatts. I think most of the board who's probably driven around the state of Maine, most of the projects you're seeing constructed now are a 4 to 5 megawatt project. So this is about a quarter of the size of what's being developed right now in the state, or being constructed in the state. The project will specific solar equipment. As Jim mentioned, we met with Alec and Jim, I'd say about a month ago, and we talked about the change to the SES ordinance and the definition of the shoreland zone. So we pulled, the project was originally inside the shoreland zone. We were under the assumption that the parts of a solar energy system could be. So we revised it and pulled it out. So these are the panels that we're proposing. We've pulled them out. These solar panels will be ground mounted. They won't be the fixed tilt type, they'll be the tracker type, so that they'll rotate on a single axis and follow the sun as the day goes along. They'll go back and forth each day. Equipment associated with the project will be inverters, typically. They're either mounted on the solar panel racks or they'll be on the equipment pad that will be located right off the hammerhead. The equipment that will be included in this are inverters. We'll be converting the DC power to AC power, and then a transformer will also be mounted on that pad. Underground utilities will follow the access road right to the pole that's on 302. There will be 2 additional poles that will need to be installed to support the interconnection to the circuit, to the grid. That's pretty much the solar equipment. The arrays, the racking, inverters, transformer, and the underground lounge to make connection. So the additional development to support the project, we have a, 980-foot access road that goes along the long, narrow lot owned by Scott Allen. Access would be off 302, just as Jim said, we're right near the garage, the residential garage and house that's there. We would come in off of that curb cut off of Route 302, have a hammerhead here. Other items, there is no lighting. There's only one light that we're proposing, and that is at the equipment pad. That would be a cutoff light, and it would be motion sensor. So it would only come on if there's a technician there that needs to do work to the equipment. There will be a fence. Right now, we show a fence that encompasses the solar field and also comes all the way out to the road. As you can see, the fence right here with a gate. Communications with Wayne, we probably are going to modify that in our next submission to where the fence only surrounds the solar field itself. Let's see, for stormwater, there's quite a bit of grading. The topography on this parcel is quite unique. It's very irregular. So we have quite a bit of grading. To treat the stormwater coming off the site, we're proposing 2 stormwater soil filters, under drain soil filters. One would be located here, and the other one would be located in that location. In addition to the 2 stormwater filters, we did have the grading that we show here. There is going to be an area of channelized flow. So what we're proposing to put in is a level lip spreader right here that would actually convert that channelized flow back to sheet flow as it transitions down across the solar field. Let's see. Road proposed is a 12-foot wide travelway with 2-foot shoulders on each side. Let's see, what else have we got? I did mention the P&R. As you can see, other permits that we'll need to obtain for this project is a stormwater permit from the DEP. We're going to have over, with what is currently there on the lot and this project, we're going to be over 20,000 square feet. And of course, Thomas Pond is in a watershed most at risk from development. So we've got to file a full-blown stormwater permit. We'll also need to obtain a NERPA permit from the DEP. We believe it will just be a PBR, because we are going to do clearing and develop within the critical terrestrial habitat of the vernal pools. NERPA regs allow up to, you need to maintain 75% of the habitat as forested canopy. So we're staying underneath that 25% clearing of the critical terrestrial habitat. And we will need to file an Army Corps permit. we could not avoid this little 325 square foot wetland, so we'll need to file a self-verification notification with Army Corps for filling that wetland. All other wetland has been, we did quite a bit of work to avoid all other wetlands. We haven't, we minimized the impact to the greatest extent practical. Let's see, I think that probably gives everybody a pretty good overview. I'll turn it back over to the board, or if Dave, if he wants to add anything.
Yeah, I would just add that, you know, we've had multiple iterations prior to coming to the planning board on this, but the environmental resources found these vernal pools just killed it. You know, we were hoping to be over on the eastern part of this property with a much shorter access road and just have more, just a better looking project in our mind from a CapEx construction aspect. But we ended up, you know, being driven over here because of the vernal pools, et cetera. And this was really where we could find, and then with the shoreland zoning, that kind of, we're fighting a lot of constraints, but we were able to get it in here at the size we wanted. And then I don't know if Wayne, you could talk, or what we could do is put up the next site plan. Wayne came out with his initial memo, which we looked at, and we created a design that met what his requests, and we couldn't get it in there. We couldn't do it, and the cost was just going to, if that was what we had to do, because of the environmental and stormwater with the additional road work, pools, retention ponds, everything. It's just it takes the project off the table. So I communicated that to Wayne, and then I guess that's where we kind of stopped. We decided we'd pick up the communication here tonight, see if we could come up with a solution that met, Wayne's the fire protection, and still made the project work. So that's about where we are today. And I actually, Wayne, if you could go on from here, just so I understand what your second response was. I just outlined that so we understand it better as well.
Sure, through the chairman to the board. So that in our memo, if you recall our memo, we're actually looking for access all around the site, which wasn't possible when I met with Dave at the station. And so we talked about our concerns of being able to stretch hose lines in the area of the arrays and try to minimize the length of our hose lines. And that's when he created this additional access for us in red. So he responded back to me that that would be a problem in actually having that with his project. And what we thought about doing is to give us hose line access in all areas of the array is the possibility of maybe running what's called dry stem pipes out that we could hook our hose lines to and give us access on the remote areas that we physically can't get to on this site. And that's where we're at this point. We haven't finalized that discussion, but I did float that out as an alternative that maybe we should look at to try to address.
So would that come from the cistern, Wayne?
No, that would be in addition to the cistern. So we would use the cistern for the on-site water supply, and then the pumper would pump water through that piping to get out to the remote areas that we could hook a hose line to and take care of either any fire in the array or any wildland fire that might happen in and around the array. So that's what that dry stem pipe was about. It was trying to think of an alternative to work with your original road design, but still give us fire protection access to those remote areas of your array.
Yeah, we're happy to try to figure that out.
Right, so if I understand this right, Wayne, what we would do is somewhere near the hammerhead of the turnaround where we could position the pumper truck, we would have the cistern, the buried 10,000 gallon tank full of water.
Yeah.
You would pull that pump truck up right beside that cistern.
Yep.
And we would have another connection somewhere near the cistern where you would hit the discharge side of the pumper truck to that pipe. And your guy, and then we would run that kind of evenly spaced, whatever the max you could go with this dry standpipe. We would put a couple of those in maybe a T that would be here that would give you hose coverage throughout the whole site.
Yep.
Gotcha.
That's kind of looking at something along those lines.
Gotcha.
Sounds reasonable. Go Wayne.
Sounds expensive.
Irrigation pipes.
Dave, this is Jim Seymour and Kirk. I'm just wondering, was it discussed at all? What were you looking to do? Well, first of all, the access road you have shown in red, was that going to be just a gravel road extension?
Exactly. We just came off the hammerhead. It made sense to us because, you know, that was the ideal location, and we kind of followed the shoreland zone area so that we could leave as much solar area for the solar panels.
Was it, and Wayne, I don't know if this is acceptable, but I'm just wondering, could that be basically a gravel base road, but then we just have a grass surface over it so that you don't get stung with the impervious surface?
The grass surface is, anytime I've seen that used for a fire lane, anytime that we have conditions like we've had this year or like in the springtime, normally, it's a surface where we get stuck, where fire trucks get stuck on that surface.
Is that
tough to plow too and keep it grassed, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
And it was just the whole cost of it. Yeah, I know that would, Jim, I get where you're going. That would eliminate at least some of the stormwater design that we ended up increasing, but
Would eliminate that and would eliminate this, right? Yeah.
But I'm liking Wayne's idea on the standpipe myself.
I do too. It looks like I just got to sharpen my pencil and do some pipe friction and flow analysis and see how long a pipe we can get out there for Wayne and get his connections, you know, to meet his fire flow requirement.
So does that make the red road go away?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we go back to the original design, and then he would have to add the standpipe design to that.
Okay.
Correct.
What does he, I'm just curious, what does Wayne connect to that? Because he can't,
It's pumper truck.
but he runs these two lines out in a Y. How does he get out to those locations?
Oh.
We take hose packs out, Jim.
Okay. That was the missing link.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say, Wayne, you're a brave man with your fire guys too, because we don't get, everywhere we go, we're told that they're not going in there.
Totally understand, but you're gonna have that remote shut off, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's required, so. And we will definitely make sure that things are disconnected before we spray water, but yeah. It's not only the array though, it's also any wildland fires in and around the array, and we're backing right up to those houses that you see there. So that was the other reason to have access back there, is to protect those in case we had a wildland fire.
And Kirk, did I hear you say, because I think we were thinking that it would be just under stormwater, but it appears like you're going to trip the stormwater permit?
Yeah, well, I think I think you're familiar with it, Jim. What's getting us is, whoops, I keep hitting the control button. When Scott built this crushed stone area here, that's kind of dragging us into that, it's dragging us into the stormwater law.
Gotcha.
You know what
Yep.
I mean?
Yep.
So
I gotcha. Yep.
And I don't think it's good that we can ignore that.
Yep,
So,
I understand. No, I think he's done that since 2005, so it would be tripped into it.
right.
We're cleaning everybody else's mess up.
Yeah, boy, Dave. Way to be.
Yeah, and we're even, so just the way the topography is and the way that stormwater flows, we have designed the stormwater filter to actually treat Scott's driveway that goes up through here and any of this developed area that goes in there. So we've kind of oversized this storm filter, just so, we make sure that we are protecting Thomas Pond and making sure that there isn't going to be any excess phosphorus entering the watershed.
Yeah, and Kirk, the one comment we did have, which you'll get from the DEP as well, is just make sure you've got reasonable access to get to those filtration ponds.
Yeah, agreed. The number 2, I think, is perfectly fine. It's barely any grade. You could essentially
It's
walk
just,
right
I think
there.
it's that first one.
I'll take a hard look at this one, Jim, and make sure that we can get a piece of equipment in there that needs to clean it out,
Yeah.
or if the soil ever has to be pulled out
Yeah.
and refurbished.
If you go to the DEP, they'll pick on that too.
Yeah. I'm almost thinking we probably could get right through here, Jim. Probably. I mean, we could do my mark. I think probably our access could probably come right through there.
And I see on that plan you have a light pole.
We do, yes. Yep.
Is that just, how many light poles do you have, and do we need to worry? We're in a residential zone, so I just want to make sure we're not gonna.
Oh, I see a light. Yeah, so that light pole should not be there. And
Okay.
the only light pole that we need is at the equipment pad right there.
Okay.
And we'll make sure that light pole gets taken off.
What's that?
There's another one, actually.
Is there?
Yeah, further up.
You guys are finding all kinds of stuff for me.
But not a big deal, but, just again, we're just trying to mitigate the amount of light pollution in the residential zone.
Agreed. So the next submission will only include one light at the equipment pad.
And the only other thing I have, which I don't know if Wayne discussed, is where you come off the existing pavement on the boatyard, you're right in front of the garage. So it's going to be, if somebody parks a car in front of that garage, they're blocking everything.
Yep.
So I don't know if we need to no parking on that. I don't know. Does Scott use that as his?
Oh yeah. We'll have to, I've mentioned it to him, so we'll have to put some signs up so that not only Scott, but his employees are
exactly
are aware of that.
Yeah, even for your own sake, if somebody parks in front of that, you can't get in and maintain as well. But I think it's more of a emergency access. We just need to keep that clear. So maybe a no parking on the doors, or temporarily is one thing, but permanently no way.
Yep.
Yeah, because currently he's using it to store his boat trailers there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, a question, Mr. Chair, to the applicants. We had talked about the fencing going back near the array. Will there be a gate in this area that we're concerned about, or the gate will be up where the new fencing will just be around the solar array?
So I don't know, whatever you want, but I would, to be honest, I'd prefer that it's down closer to the array, but we can put it up here too, so that people don't have an opportunity to even drive down in there. I'm good either way.
Yeah, that'd be my.
I think that's the better option, actually.
Yeah,
like right where he's got it shown right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe even can you bring it a little closer so that we can actually have signs on that gate, and then and on that building to designate that all as fire lane, no parking?
Kirk, I don't see a reason why we can't bring it right up there.
I don't either. I think that's perfectly fine. We can put the gate right there.
Yeah,
Just the same style of gate that Wayne provided us in his memo. That pipe type gate with a knock box in it, and then provided with the additional gate openings in the fence down on the array like he had asked for.
Yeah. And then, Mr. Chairman, one more question. You were proposing a 12-foot access road? I thought I measured it at 16 feet. Did I measure that incorrectly?
Well, it's 12 foot with 2 foot shoulder on either side, so the line probably is the shoulders, Wayne.
Okay, all right.
And I think what I propose to do would be to put the sub-base gravel, the full 16-foot width. I have played around with the auto turn like you had suggested, and we can make it in there with a 16-foot wide road. If we could go 12 foot with 2 foot shoulders on either side with structural sub-base underneath the shoulders as well as the road. That's what I would propose.
Wayne, that's the same as what they did down on the other one that was a staff review, down at the Sebago Solar Farm, down in the pit. Down the Wyndham line.
And then the other thing that I talked with Dave about is somewhere along that access road have a bypass lane so that if two fire apparatus met moving along that access way, that one could pull over and the other one could go by. Is that possible?
I would have to take a look.
That might work down by your soil filter. That might give you the access you need to, maybe, because it flattens out a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. I think you're right, Jim. I think that might be a good location for it right here because this is a berm. This isn't a ditch here. So this potentially could be bumped out right on this corner, something like this. It would give us the access to the pond and give us a turnout at the same time.
Awesome.
And I think that the soil filter has enough capacity that we can take that additional impervious area.
Have you got the standards that Wayne needs for that turnout as far as what's the minimum length and all that, or?
I think so. I'm not quite is that typically 16 feet as well? Is it just a 16 foot by how long? 16 by 40?
Well, you got a 40-foot apparatus that's got to get in there.
Got in there. All right. So
Yeah, most of those are 80 feet.
So it's the same as the hammerhead, same length as the hammerhead then.
Yeah.
Yep.
16 by 80. Let's kind of just do a measurement and see what kind of a distance we might have. Let's see, it's 1 equals 80. So what do I have for a distance there? That's 73 feet right there. I think we might be able to do it, guys. Yeah, I think we can squeeze it in there.
Good.
All right. Looking forward to seeing
Final
it.
review. Can we call a hearing?
I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Wayne.
So this is just preliminary this evening. Obviously, we got some revisions we're gonna have to see.
Nothing preliminary.
Yeah. So do you want to do a site walk?
Good question. What do you think? You guys want to do a site walk?
There are some residents in the back. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you've had any discussions with the neighbors out there or not, or where they're gonna stand. They do have a decent buffer back there, but I don't know.
We probably have not sent out butters notice.
I don't believe we've sent any public notices yet, right?
No.
No.
Sandy? No?
I don't know if we need to do a site walk. I mean, it's pretty.
It's up to you. I'm just bringing it just protocol.
I don't.
No, we sent nothing, Alex.
We've sent nothing
Cleared?
out.
Is it cleared yet?
It's not cleared, is it?
No.
No.
I can't see walking around the woods.
Yeah. Why don't we reserve that to see if we get some butters?
Yep. Okay. Yep.
What is your timeline for this? Or a hopeful timeline for the project?
Well, I have a drop dead timeline, which is I need to be fully constructed by the end of next year.
Oh,
So I won't be constructing anything until, after spring thaw.
Yeah. So
so you are really in no real time crunch for our action.
He's got the
financial considerations, investors, and all that good stuff.
Yep.
And he's got probably, as Kirk will tell you, he's probably got at least
DEP.
probably four months at least with the DEP
Right.
they're operating to this.
Yep.
So I mean, there is some time, he needs some direction, I guess, of some of these things so he can get his federal and state permits underway.
Agreed. We first started to attempt to permit this in parallel, but once we consulted with Wayne, we've held off on any of the DEP permitting applications to make sure that we had our arms around all of the impervious area that was going to be associated with the project.
Okay. My only question is, I would like to get notices out to the abutters and see if there is any interest from those abutters. And if there is, we would schedule a site walk to go do that. So we could send out notices to the abutters now, within a couple of weeks,
Is that your responsibility or mine?
That's our responsibility.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that sounds good.
You just pay for it.
I was going to ask you to do it anyway.
Gee, thanks.
So other than that, as far as the project goes, I mean, I see nothing that's really.
No, I think as long as they've worked out with Wayne, I think that's the majority, and whatever they got to do with the DEP. But
right.
I think the rest of this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think the application package is about 1.5 inches too small, but I think we could work on that. So I would say, as far as our timeline goes, I think that you could start filing with the DEP. We'll wait to see what happens with the abutters. Sandy will check back with you and let you know if we need to schedule a site walk, and then it will be whenever you want to come back for preliminary review, which I'm thinking we could probably. I mean, I don't see any problem with the project. Do you?
I don't know. I almost think that if we had sent notices out, we probably could have done it. At least a preliminary. I thought it was preliminary review, but we really don't have preliminary on the site plan. It's just one site plan.
Right. So
public hearing would be the only thing we might.
Yeah. So we would need to do a public hearing. That would depend again on we could schedule that then anytime, not the next meeting, but the meeting after. So if we could plan on that. In the meantime, depending on what happens with the abutters, we could then do a site walk sometime between, where are we talking now? We're in December, sometime between now and December, hopefully before the snow comes. And then I would think we will not give you final approval until we get DEP. But if you're off with the DEP and that's 4 months, that's probably going to work out well for our timeline as well. Does that sound all workable? Okay.
Yeah, we'll get final confirmation from Wayne on that design before we go to DEP, but that's definitely what we'll work on.
Absolutely. Do you guys have that limits, basically your fencing limits staked out now, or is that something you could do real quick, or just some ribbons so we know where we are if we're out in the field?
Yeah, we could do that. We haven't done it. There's no ribbons out there other than vernal pool ribbons. Which are
I don't want to walk in those. Those are probably knee deep right about now. They might be lakes. They may not be vernal pools.
All right.
Yeah, we can do that.
Chair.
Yeah, that's the only thing, just so we have a line so we know roughly where we are in the field when we go out and do the site walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike?
Yeah, just, I guess one question for the applicant, if you don't mind. More related to the amount of gear that I often see on these additional poles that are necessary out by the road. And I don't understand the technical capacities, but seen it in many other municipalities. I know this is Route 302, but those additional poles that are required by the road usually have a lot of, don't take it the wrong way, unsightly gear hanging off of them. In this situation, is there any possibility to move those further back from the road? The public will never see the field and everything we're talking about. The only thing that usually sticks out to me in a negative way are these multiple poles with all this gear. So my question is there a way to not have that right up against the road?
So we can ask CMP, but those poles are the final position of those poles is actually CMP's authority, not mine.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
And that's three-phase, right?
Yeah,
That's
I think
part
it's
of the
on the
problem is
road.
that you get a three-phase connection there, right?
Yeah, this is gonna, I think the biggest piece of equipment that's gonna hang there will be, I think there's gonna be another transformer hanging there.
All right. Thank you. Thought I'd ask.
Full transfer.
All right, any other questions? Kevin, got a question?
No questions. Looks good. I love solar.
All right, board, you guys all happy?
Yep.
Jim, you're happy? Alex, you guys got any more questions for us? No?
We got our marching orders.
Okay.
Agreed. I will reach out with Wayne and make sure we got the appropriate flows and length of pipe and all of that kind of stuff. I think that is our next step, and I will probably reach out to you next week, Wayne.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you, Dave.
See you, Greg.
All right, we are to, any communications from the staff for us?
We did get one application in for next month, which is a subdivision amendment. So that one will be interesting.
Where's that one?
So you guys recently reviewed Eastern Painted Turtle Cove Road.
Yeah.
And if you remember, there was a subdivision at the end of that road that existed that was not part of the review.
Yeah.
That's the subdivision that's coming in for an amendment. So.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice little area down there. Indian burial ground or something. I don't know what's going on.
Ooh.
So, but that's coming in. He wants to revise or amend the common land, I believe, is the crux of it all. It's a very odd, unusual configuration. And then I'd like to do a workshop next month for ordinance amendments for this year. So I don't know if you guys want to come prepared with ideas, thoughts, lists. I've got a couple.
Okay. At the November meeting or?
Yeah.
So a workshop and the meeting?
Yeah. Just, I don't have too much that's going to need to be discussed.
No, I was just wondering, the meeting was going to be probably the one,
We could probably do it at the end.
at the end, okay.
Yeah, I would think. Unless you guys have, you know, a list of items you'd like to.
No,
review,
I was just wondering who, what's his, Berenger, will he be?
Bernier?
Bernier?
Yeah.
He will be back probably next or not? Probably not.
I would think probably not.
No,
No,
submission's coming right.
Yeah, he wouldn't. They wouldn't be able to get anything in.
Yeah.
His deadline was today, and
Right, okay, yeah, so that'll work fine. Then we'll just have the one application.
yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I just have a few. We do have some cleanup stuff we can add if it ends up being a thinner year, but I do have a couple of requests from citizens for you guys to look into.
Oh, good.
Did we have any carryovers from last year?
Nope.
The outlier is always tiny homes, but there's nothing being done yet.
That's one of the requests is tiny homes, but and I got to explore that a little bit more, do some research before next month. But yeah, we've got a Sandy. How many pages was that document from General Code? It was like 100 and something pages, wasn't it?
Yeah, the one that I
Yeah.
went through and sent
Of all
to
of
you
our
and Jim.
all of our errors in our ordinances.
Yeah,
A lot of them
I
are minor.
sent it to you and Jim, and neither one of you got back to me on it. So.
Oops.
Well,
We had
the
100
time is
pages
now.
of errors?
You
Yeah, a
saw
lot of
my
it's
surprised face, didn't you, Jim?
a lot of it is, you know, like the definition is a different phrase or term than the performance standard. So it's like just little things that don't match up. They go through with a very, very fine tooth comb.
Oh, I mean, our ordinance
Yes,
is only
they
like
do.
150 pages, right?
Yeah, well, it's land use and shoreland.
Yeah, it's all of them really, right? Do we have the street? Is the street now in that?
It'll be this year.
Okay.
Yeah, coming up this year.
And subdivision?
And subdivision, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think if next month, if you guys want to, if you have any thoughts, maybe bring those and we can do a workshop and then kind of firm up a list of what we would like to do for this year.
Okay.
But that's all I got.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in
I have a
favor?
question, guys.
Go ahead, Sandy.
You want me to send a butter notices on the solar thing?
Yes.
But for what? To let them know we have this application, they should look at it online?
Or sidewalk, right? Just to advertise for the site. Oh, we're not doing a sidewalk.
We're not doing the sidewalk.
You're not doing the site walk, that's why I'm so confused.
Yeah. Yes. Just advertise, just send them the butters notice for that there'll be a development, solar project development on their back door.
But typically,
That's fine, I'll tell them they can look at it online,
Right.
they can come in to see me and look at what we've got.
Do we have one picture of it up online?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
on the
put the
website.
link to
It's on the website?
Yeah, it's on
Okay.
the website.
Do it online, yeah?
Yeah, then just give them the link.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be
because
perfect.
otherwise they're gonna come in and they're gonna look at that binder and probably keel over in front of me.
Right. Give them the link and
we'll get you a AFib machine.
All right,
There we go,
I
one.
got it now,
Defibrillator.
thank you.
You're
Can we
welcome.
do that motion to adjourn in second again? I didn't get that because I was trying to get your attention.
Greg made the motion.
Okay.
I second.
Ed seconded. Everybody
Okay.
voted for it.
Got it.
We did.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Motion denied.
That one always passes.
Calculations for that, and much to the chagrin of the architect, we told him he had to meet that, and we actually had to do some modifications on the original building to make sure that we address that, in addition to some of the architectural considerations that we had pointed out in our presentation last time. But I can more clearly put those in a memo or email and explain that situation again. So basically the 35-foot restriction in the shoreline from grade to the peak, and in the commercial zone from grade to the halfway part on the roof, 35 in the shoreline zone, 25 in the commercial zone. Relative to the items that were brought up, relative to the buffering and landscaping, I believe the part of the code is referring to if a buffer is not currently in place and you have to reestablish it, that is guidance for reestablishing the buffer. The buffer area, and there's a minimum natural area buffer which we well exceed, and it is quite hardy, you know. So we meet what the code is relative to buffering. Relative to the question relative to the parking and meeting the parking and the requirements for parking the building, once again, we went over that. This is a storage building. There's nothing in code relative to that. The board does have the ability to waive that. You can go through the individual 5 criteria. I think we will meet all those criteria. Relative to the basis of what we're claiming. Originally, when we did the expansion to the marina for the docks, there were statements made that we are over parking the site, we are causing parking problems along 302 Roosevelt Trail, and in order to show that we weren't doing that, we specifically set up camera systems system so that we could count or observe all the parking during weekends and major holidays. And we did that. And I do not believe that was during COVID, but the interesting thing during COVID, people didn't have a lot to do during COVID. So they went out on their boats during that time. So the marina was quite busy during COVID. So, but anyways, that which we provided as per that condition demonstrated that we have not a parking problem on the site, nor do we create a parking problem on 302. Relative to the runoff, of course, all of our property flows downhill currently to the wetland. That's the natural course of things. When we develop a project, we have to keep as much as possible, or we do have to restrict ourselves that we're not putting water where water didn't go before. So I can't take and all of a sudden drain it to a different direction, which may impact another property. So when I look at my development, I have to design it such that when I develop it, I'm not putting any more in the peak off in the direction that it went before. And that's what we've done by the design of the systems, is make sure that we meet that peak runoff for, of course, the 3 design storms. Those are what the criteria is. And of course, a couple of years back, those numbers changed because of the update, the rainfalls that you got to use based upon historical data. So we designed those to meet the criteria based upon the current rainfall amounts. There was a question relative to, or a statement that we were putting warm water into the lake. Well, if you know MDEP stormwater rules, very keen on a couple things: water quality and the temperature that you discharge stormwater to a wetland or an off-site water body. And Maine is the most restrictive in the types of BMPs, or best management practices, that you can use. And the underdrain soil filter is one of those, which the water has to soak through a media and soil, which takes and helps take out the nutrients and cools it before you discharge it. There's no more of the old-time ponds that you used to have, a pond with a pipe that stuck out. Well, even on a pond, you have a bench that the water seeps through, and the whole idea behind that is to cool that water on discharge and whatnot. Relative to the volume of trees, we haven't counted any trees down on the site. I'm not sure what trees were commented on that were cut. We're well below the percentage. And I don't believe the rules state that if you cut down the maximum amount or less than the maximum amount that you have to revegetate, unless of course we were doing some buffer, removing a buffer, which we're not removing a buffer. You know, we're leaving the natural buffer there. Relative to change in use, once again, if we want to change this to any other use, we will be back before you. If we want to all of a sudden put maintenance in there versus storage of boats, we'll have to come back to you and say, okay, we're going to change the use of this building. We're going to divvy it up so that we're going to have storage on the back part, and then we're going to do some maintenance on the front side. Or we're going to change it to some other more intensive use. And the whole purpose of that is, of course, so that we don't come back and put in a nightclub, which is going to need, you know, buku amounts of parking, or some type of more intense use that needs more parking. So we know that we have to come back to you on that. Relative to the ongoing development of this parcel, one of the key things is, as you know, that there are triggers for Maine DEP relative to when you need a stormwater permit or when your project triggers what's called a site location of development permit. And through all of the work that we've done, some of it has been considered redevelopment, and there are different ways you count that impervious. And because we have several parcels that are next to each other, we do have to count those individual parcels when we look at the overall project and go to DEP. In the shoreland zone, specifically the lake zone, the trigger for stormwater is 20,000 square feet impervious. We hit that, so we have to comply with stormwater. Relative to site location and development, we have specifically spelled out in their emails on record with the DEP that we've shown how much development that we've done over the years, including this. And before we submitted this project into DEP, we got confirmation that we did not trigger the site location of development permit, that we would still be under stormwater law and the Natural Resource Protection Act, because we would be affecting wetlands. So, and I think that was all the comments that I heard, but I'll be more than happy to answer anything that I missed.
Yeah, Rob, would you, water runoff obviously has been an issue, come up a couple of times. Could you give us a, for the interest of everybody, from your site plan there, kind of show us where the water is actually running from and to, and where it's captured, and where it eventually winds up, and how it eventually winds up there?
Yeah, okay, so,
go ahead, I just want to make sure these ladies can see.
Okay. Okay, so the whole site, once again, drains to the wetland and then goes through an existing connection that goes to the lake. You okay?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so we have to basically collect this stuff up, and there are two percentages that we need to meet minimum treatment for, both impervious area and total site, and that's indicated in our calculation. So most of this site right here will flow into the detention area over here, and a portion of the site will flow directly over across the existing Portland pipeline easement, so that we pick up in Will, of course, reviews. We do a pre and post map, which where we delineate where all the water's going to go, so that we don't have everything come here and say that we're splitting it evenly. So we dictate or show how much of this is going here, and specifically for that amount, we do the water quality treatment for that amount in here, and then we route those 3 design storms in here for those amounts and make sure that we're not exceeding the peaks. The same thing over on this side. We take whatever is going in here, we do the water quality for the amount going in here, we do the water quantity or detention for the same thing, and then we look at the whole discharge for the site to make sure that we're not exceeding what had been going out previously.
And then where does the water go?
Goes to the wetland where it went before, and then it goes down through the wetland area here and directly down to the lake.
At the same rate that it would be coming off of the land?
It does not exceed the pre-rate. So before I developed, if I had 5 cups of water going out per minute, after I develop, I can only put 5 cups of water out in that same minute.
Rob, could you just briefly describe both of those treatment practices? BMPs are under drain soil filters.
Yeah.
And just briefly describe, I mean, the majority of the storms, the water goes into those filters and filters down through, provides the cooling that you mentioned.
Correct.
And discharges out through an under drain on those. It's the larger storms like yesterday where not all that water is necessarily going to filter down through, and you'll get some spillover through the outlet control structure, but just describe that briefly, I guess.
Best way to describe this is I like to consider it as a reverse septic system type design, because you're basically putting water into the ground to get it to flow out. So you have a network
Good evening. Welcome to the Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. It is August 2nd of 2023. I'd just like to note that we do have a quorum present. First order of business would be to approve the previous meetings from our July 19th meeting. May I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Second. And all in favor?
I abstain, I wasn't here.
Okay. Did you catch that, Sue? Okay. Old business, so I'm gonna turn things right over to North Star Planning to check in on our survey progress.
Yeah, so as of right now, we have had 129 responses to the survey, which is better than we had before. So we're slowly climbing, but yeah, I wanted to just check in with the committee about if people have had a chance to post this on different community Facebook groups, if people have used the flyers, business cards, kind of how that's been going and where we have been advertising it, so we can try and brainstorm about where else we can try.
I've put the flyers up at a few different places. Off the top of my head, right outside of the post office today. I've given it to the Beacon, the library, Good Life Market. I've handed out cards at Crescent Beach to whoever happens to be there. I've shared it on Facebook again. And I believe Joe Crocker with Rec shared it.
They shared it.
Anybody else have any?
I intended to tonight push out the survey link again to our membership at Triad Withdraw Association. Failed to do that because I was reading the new chapters. I don't know if that's valid, but I still have it on my list.
I think with some continued outreach, we can improve upon that. I think I would also like to reach out maybe to the library and find out if they are willing to send the survey out on their listservs, unless that's something that's already.
I think they've already done that. I'm not sure. Or they said they would, but
Maybe
possibly
they have they also have like a monthly. They have a monthly reach out, monthly newsletter. Maybe I get those, but I haven't noticed that the survey's on there. So maybe we can. I'll look through my past ones maybe and ask that it be, if it's possible, that they could include that.
Yeah, I think if we could gently nudge them to post on their Facebook. I didn't see it, but maybe they did, and in the newsletter, that would be great. And I think my only other request would be, I know we had talked about some other community Facebook groups, like the Sebago people who own boats or whatever it's called. And like there's a few other groups we talked about last time, that, you know, they won't be exclusive to Raymond, but that's okay, and that might have some reach. So
I think, I mean, it hasn't been that long since we last met.
Yep.
And I think we can continue to outreach. I haven't checked any road runners. I don't know when the last one came out.
It would have been about 2 weeks ago.
And
I think it was already set when we had our last meeting. And I've asked Melissa to put it in the next one, but that won't come out for another 3 weeks.
Okay, so then in another 3 weeks, we'll have another, you know, hopefully another push on that.
Yeah,
so
and
I think some of it's just going to take time, but
totally.
I will continue to, and I'm sure any other members will continue to try and push it.
Yeah, if anyone wants to kind of take on seeing if there's any regional Facebook community groups that you can post it in, that would be super helpful. I know some of those non-official Facebook pages get a lot of traction.
What about channels like Raymond Rec and the lake associations? Maybe we already talked about that. But
So Raymond Rec, I did see that it was on, that a Facebook post went out.
Okay.
But maybe, does he do a separate like email list?
He does, and he said he was going to send it out. Whether he's gotten to that or yet or not, I'm not sure, but I can ask.
Okay. I think,
go ahead.
No, so I was thinking maybe we just circle back with everybody and say, have you done this, this, and this? And if you haven't, do you think you could please, get that out for us? Or what can we do to help you get that out? Something along those lines.
I think once school starts again as well, we'll have a different group of networks that we can poke, and we'll be seeing different people, and more folks will be gathering. So I think we can also tap into some of that at that point.
Yeah, the PTO would be active again, so there'd be little events with that. Yeah. Sometimes the school even does a like a welcome day. I know they're doing like popsicles.
Popsicles with the principal.
Yeah. So I don't know if that. Sometimes in the past they've had sometime during the first couple of weeks of school where like the PTO has been allowed to like set up a little table and say this is who we are. Maybe they would allow for something like that for us to do.
That's a good idea. That's at the end of August, so if we're going to do that, we need to
I know the popsicles with Miss Peavy is, but I think that's a little more informal.
Right.
I don't know if you've ever been, but the kids just run around the playground with popsicles.
Right.
That's about it.
I haven't been at the Raymond one, but is there a line where the parents can pick up their pickup cards, placards?
Those are sent in the mail.
Okay.
But I think, if we continue to brainstorm and reach out, we can hopefully improve upon this.
Sounds great.
I know sometimes collecting surveys is very difficult.
Yeah, and I get the feeling sometimes do that in the summer. People are just less tuned into all this stuff. So,
yeah. Is there I think we have talked about this, but I guess you're gonna have to tell me again. Timeline-wise, we would want to have a robust survey response before a public event. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the ideal. If we really have a hard time, we can start talking about maybe changing the things around a little bit, but what we had planned on was to try and get a couple hundred survey responses before that public meeting. So then we can start with that public meeting asking some more kind of targeted topic-based questions.
Okay.
What is the threshold for robust? How many responses are we looking for?
I usually like to ballpark like 10% of your population, so that would be 400 something. But a few hundred I would be good too.
We're a quarter of the way there. I think we can do this. Okay.
Well, I know the word is getting out somewhat. I had a gentleman come in the town office today that I'd never seen before, so I'm assuming he's from away. And he said, "Can anyone answer this survey that's going around?" Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. And off he went.
So it is happening. Okay.
So there, at least one person saw something.
Okay.
But generally, if you see one, there's 50 more out there like them. So.
Yeah, that's great. I think, it's also just it's good if we start feeling like people are like, oh, there's this comp plan going on. Huh, interesting. Just kind of having people see it around.
The tax bill's out. We weren't going to be able to do that with some simple stuff the envelope with a little piece of paper.
It's
a challenge.
It's possible. It's not optimal because
timing's not good. I mean, it would be the October bill, right?
It'll be going out in September.
Going out in September, and if we all came up and stuffed a little survey link,
tiny
little piece of paper.
If we did the business card possibly.
Business card.
And put that in, that might.
That would increase your postage, right? It would be small enough to not increase your postage.
That shouldn't affect
we wouldn't
the
tip
postage.
the scales.
And one of the difficulties, though, is a lot of people don't open their tax bills.
Myself included.
Yeah.
They just pay them online?
Because their banks pay. with escrow accounts. So a lot of folks fall into that category. There is another whole category that doesn't open their bills and doesn't bother with them until they get the 30-day notices by certified mail, which isn't my best way of getting reminded by things because there's fees at that point. But even having something small in there, they don't read the verbiage on the tax bill, so I'm not sure how much they would read that. But so I'm not trying to discourage, but given the questions and things we get from tax bills, I'm not sure if that's the best vehicle.
Maybe we have another meeting before that would go out, right? No, September.
Yeah, the first week of October, it'll be meeting again.
Well, but first week in September, right? So you said they go out in September.
They should. The select board don't meet until, I think it's the 12th, and they'll be setting the mill rate.
So if we're desperate?
If you're desperate, yes.
Okay,
oh, by
if
all
we
means.
still do not have any response and we're desperate, could we maybe just leave that as a
Yeah,
possibility?
I think you could put that in, and maybe they would notice it if they open it and it falls out on them.
I like the idea of the card in there. I was going to ask if we could print it on the backside of a tax bill, but I think the card is better than that. I really like that idea because we have plenty of them.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, it's something small that's going to catch their attention because it is going to fall out
and
on
it's
them.
Colorful. If they're going to see anything out of the tax bill, I think that's what they'd see.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think we can maybe check that when we check back next month to see how we're doing.
Versus the mailer. I just have memories of stuffing envelopes for Raymond Waterways and having 10 people stuffing envelopes for 2 hours. You've got it. You get the town done. And this would be a postcard, though. I think maybe. I mean, it's kind of sidestepping the tax bill idea with your issues, with your good points. Separate postcard, which should probably also end up in the wood stove that time of year, or but
and postage for postcards is going up to, I think it's 51 cents.
50 cents. 2,000 properties.
Well, there's almost 4,000.
I was going to say there's 4,000 tax bills.
Okay, I guess we'll stay with the electronic version.
I think once it's in the Roadrunner, that may help quite a bit. Though. And we're going to put the QR code on there, right?
Yes.
So while they're flipping through the paper, they can just
Yes.
Yeah, I think if we can just keep posting it on various community Facebook pages, it doesn't matter if everybody's a Raymond resident, any of those kind of Sebago Lake, Other Lake related pages, anything like that.
I think the next big thing that we need to discuss tonight is kind of time frame for our public workshop and what are our thoughts around that. I personally still see a lot of pros and cons to either one. Timing wise, either way, I think it's just, there's going to be inconveniences. You're going to find reasons for it to be inconvenient. Because if we do it early 2024, yes, people may be more available, but we're going to be planning that during our busiest times. So I don't know. I think we should discuss that. Anybody has thoughts on the matter?
It seems like later is better to me.
Well, if we're in the fall or even after the holidays, we're letting go of the summer folk to participate in that. And thinking is we have maybe a second one. Is that right? Possibly next summer, 24.
Yeah, I don't have the schedule in front of me, but this is not the only public event.
But this would be the early one when the seeds would be sown, certainly.
But I think a lot of the summer people would be gone by November.
Or
anyways,
end of September.
We lose a big chunk right before school starts.
Yeah.
Then we lose even more once cold weather starts
Once the leaves drop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So October-ish, then we've lost a lot. So even if we're talking about either date, you're right, we will lose summer folk
And a snowy night in January would probably be the thinnest crop that we'd be able to harvest of participants.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, like, I don't know if Raymond has experience with having events or different things at different times of year, but it really depends. I mean, I remember we had that one event on a day in January this year that was like between 2 snowstorms, and we got like a decent turnout, like 50 something people, which was more than I expected on a snowy day in January.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think if there's any like sort of town events or anything to go on.
Well, I say I think doing it in early 2024 is just my opinion personally. Yes, if I'm to really think about it, it gives us a little bit more time to prepare, to have more to offer, and I think we can also be brainstorming about other ways to do outreach. I saw that South Portland is redoing their plan, and they're having like a day. I think it's 3 sessions in one day. So 3 different times, and I think it's virtual or in person. I can't remember. I'd have to look back on the email. But I mean, there's other ways that we can try to provide the public outreach.
Yeah, I think you know, this is not something like that was part of our original scope, but thinking about going back to school and different ways to spread this. You know, we can also like kind of give you all some ideas for getting students involved, whether it's like some, you know, like activities for younger kids, or we've done like sort of a abbreviated version of a survey for like high school kids, and that really needs to be coordinated by someone who has local access to schools and everything you need to do to work with them, but that can also be a way to reach their parents. If you send kids home with a survey or something. So just something, if we're going to be waiting until January to do the event, maybe we have a little more flexibility to think about what we're doing over the fall. And if some of you are involved with the schools, we could kind of talk about that.
The idea of doing something on a Saturday in January and have 2 sessions. Have an early afternoon session and an evening session. So you can give people an opportunity to be there, instead of just one
shot.
time.
Yep.
Set up a couple of times on a Saturday and see if you get a better turnout.
This is a 2-hour meeting, not a 4-hour meeting.
Yeah, usually like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Usually what we do is we have a presentation in the beginning and then a bit of Q&A, and then kind of split people off into activities, which can either be kind of self-guided things or like table discussions. So maybe like 45 minutes of, you know, talking, Q&A, and then more independent.
If we're going to be doing all that, I definitely like the idea of early January. I don't want to rush the presentation and the activities and the opportunity that we have. I'd rather be more prepared, and I think that will be the exact right time, and we'll still probably get a solid turnout as well.
Maybe it'd also give us an opportunity to entice them with small treats or hot cocoa or
baked goods.
You know, I mean, something to offer, like come here, have a discussion with us. There'll be hot chocolate and
leftover Christmas cookies.
Definitely food.
Yeah.
We should always, at all these meetings, we always make sure
always
there's
food. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Saturday during the day, we can have like coffee, hot chocolate, you know.
Chili.
And I don't know who will be in charge of snacks, if it will be the town or the committee, but.
Okay. Well, we can, but that gives us time to hash it out.
We've lost Zooms.
Uh-oh.
So if it's a Saturday, it's 13 or 20 or 27. Not counting the 6th. I'm assuming we wouldn't do the first weekend after New Year's.
No, didn't we push it this past year too? We didn't have it right after New Year's, I don't I can't quite remember now.
The 13th is the holiday weekend, so I'd suggest doing it the next weekend.
20th,
Yeah.
January 20th, 2024. Concept date for.
And something else to start thinking about is what venue you'd be having this in. Also looking at Sue there.
That is a wonderful question.
Since we've lost Sean, should we pause just for a second?
We may want to pause for a moment. Bill's calling Eric to try and get Zoom back established.
Yeah, we're working on it.
I have Zoom. The Zoom meeting's still going, so I can go back and forth with Sean, but he can't hear us.
All right.
And he can't see anyone here.
Okay, well, maybe we just take a couple minute break here for a second.
Are we still live on television?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
With ourselves.
Okay.
I'm just going to shut your audio off for a second.
Thank you.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you. All right, Sean, you can hear us. Oh.
It looks like Sean, oh, now he's moving.
Sean, can you hear us?
Yeah, it looks like you're moving again.
All right.
All right, Sean, I'll give you the open floor here.
Oh, I missed a big chunk of the past couple of minutes. So could you just fill me in real quick what you're looking for?
So we did pause for a few minutes, but I believe we were talking about possibly doing, I don't know what you call it, I guess you can stop me if this is repeating, but 2 sessions on a Saturday, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours is a possibility. We'd be talking about venue. We also were talking about how food is a must when you do these things. So we'd have to decide who's going to coordinate that, whether it's the town or the committee. I think that was about it.
I would also suggest if we're going to pick a January date, we should also have a snow day or backup date.
Oh, like an automatically built in, like.
Yeah, just, if we pick it ahead of time, it definitely won't snow. And if we leave it to the last minute, it definitely will.
Okay. So have a cancel date lined up. Okay.
I wonder if 2 dates,
The 27th.
just having 2 dates instead of the same day, like the 20th and the 27th. I mean, that's a 2 weekends for us committee folk, but that would open up, that would get us around, maybe get us around a snowstorm, and it would still open it up to two different time slots, 2 different dates that might get more people.
Yeah, and if we're only talking, 1.5, 2 hours with people, and you're here for a few minutes before, and after, and that's really not too much time, I suppose, if you think about it. So I'm definitely open to something like that.
Even the possibility that we could do 2 back-to-back dates, Saturday, Sunday, as opposed to 2 consecutive weekends. Just an option as well.
Yep.
Yeah, like maybe a Saturday morning, Sunday night kind of thing, or something like that. Might.
I was thinking 2 different weekends just in case folks had, we're going to be gone for a weekend.
That's right.
We could get another. So, a couple options we can soak on those, but
Yeah.
it sounds like having 2 was a good effort to get more participation. Whether it's the same day or this different days on a weekend or different weekends.
Does it make sense just to do it at the middle school?
It would, however, that's not the town's building. And we do struggle getting time there. We can ask, and that's something I could put in the schedule or put in a request for. They have a whole system of requesting their rooms. There's also a decent-sized room at the fire department that could be used. And there's this room.
Do you think the library would be willing to host something like that?
They probably would, but I'm not sure how
Big enough?
much space they have.
in the public safety building, we had some pretty good-sized forums there.
Yeah, that's.
But if it was more than 50, it might start getting.
Yeah, you wouldn't, the town doesn't have any very large meeting spaces without using the
Would
school.
Camp Hines have anything that would be heated at that time of year?
I don't think that's heated. I think that's the issue with that, but I could ask Joe.
That'll keep
He
it a
would know.
brief meeting. Yeah.
Just another thing to think about is recording capability. You know, we usually like to record these
That's
things.
called here.
So that's here, yeah. So, you know, we can always like set up a, you know, record it.
Do it, yeah.
We can do it, but it won't be as good as if the town does it in this facility. So, you know, I think there's a couple different ways you could do it. Like we've done events where we've had kind of a longer time slot and we've done the presentation twice, but then the rest of it is just kind of walk in, walk out, more casual. And then it's all made available online later. So if people miss it, they can.
Looking at this space, would it be appropriate? Would it have to be I mean, in your experience, would we have to do like a lot of rearranging or I mean, I don't know if we can even do that, but this isn't a very big space.
No.
You'd
Yeah,
probably
you probably
figure it
would
out.
have to,
Yeah, rearrange a little bit, but you know, depending on what kind of, you know, there's not a lot of like wall space in here to like put up big maps and put things on, but we can bring easels, kind of depending on how many people you might get at a time and what kind of like activities you want to have. But we can think about that as we go. Just kind of planting all the seeds. So
The fire station actually would be probably the bigger one of all of them. And they do have the wall space for putting things up.
Yeah. And Sean has his hand up too.
Sean, go ahead.
I like the idea of the fire station. Just kind of curious what happens if they have an actual emergency. Can you work around that, or?
Well, they
People can
leave
fire.
and enter and whatnot through a whole different end of the building. So.
I don't believe we'd be in their way. We would just have to make sure that if there was parking, right? I mean,
Yes.
they've had other events there before, Sean. Like they have like sometimes they do like a night where you go into the fire station and you can look at the trucks and they have a hose out. I've been to
I'm not
one
sure
before.
if not sure if they've done it in a while, but they have done it.
They had, I think pre-COVID,
Yes.
they did stuff
And
like that.
pre-COVID, they used to literally rent the room out, I believe.
Yes,
they
I've been to a birthday party there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And
I
it would
like that
probably,
idea.
hold
And then maybe if we can kind of, one hand washes the other in a sense, if they could have an open area to drop their fire trucks, that might get the kids to come. And then, you know, we attract the parents, but also have something for the family. I think that'd be a good outing.
So I agree, but our challenge would just be the
parking.
recording,
and the
right?
recording, yes, that's the other
Parking.
piece.
Okay.
okay.
But it's something we can inquire into and say, okay, we're thinking we would like to do this here. Here are what we think are the challenges. What are our ways around that?
And I think they have recorded at least one meeting there recently.
Okay.
If we're thinking of 2 sessions, we could theoretically do one session here and record it and one session elsewhere with more space. Just to try to have an area where there is more space, but also make sure we're recording it with the best possible quality. Because I have a hard time seeing the number of people we want to reach in this space.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would get cramped.
I think in 2004, we were in the gym at the elementary school for at least one of the meetings, and that was, it might have been the first meeting, and that was pretty full.
But to record there,
That's-
we do that for town meetings when we have open town meeting.
Yep.
It takes Kevin
That's a big setup.
about 6 hours to take all of the equipment from here and
Over
move
there.
it there. And then come afterwards, bring it back and set it all up here again.
But the school here, at the cafeteria or the gym here is plugged in and much easier.
It still takes
It's
him
still,
6 hours
that's a
to set
6-hour
up.
mob for
Yes.
him, yeah.
Well, I think this is, if we're going to be doing this in January 24, we don't need to decide on everything tonight. So I
Yep.
think this is really good information to collect, and we'll kind of think about it on our end. And maybe we can, and Sue, maybe you can give us a little your thoughts on the venues after having some more time to think about it.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, so down to new business, which are the chapters. I admittedly, I'm a little late with my homework. I've only gotten through 1.5 of the 3 chapters this time, but I will get through them. Personally, I find the way that this is happening so much better than I envisioned what it could be like. So I just want to say thank you, because the process isn't us just sitting here going, you know, paragraph by paragraph and talking about our edits. I really find that being able to do it in the way that we are is so helpful.
Oh, good, good.
I really appreciate that, and I want to say thank you very much. I think it allows us to sort of also do it when we can, in a way, and it's less time consuming. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to say all your comments have been really helpful. Some really good information there, so we really appreciate everyone's work.
I do have a question, though, that I would like to ask here. At the top of all of these are the outstanding questions. And I'm just curious, who is answering these? Or are we supposed to be trying? Is the town? Is it just whoever knows?
Whoever knows.
Okay. All right.
If you know, write it down.
Okay. Or we can at least provide what we think, maybe?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I just was wondering about them. A lot of them, some of them sound more like a town question, but I guess if I had a thought regarding it, I could. All right, I just wanted to ask about that.
So I think those are questions that you could ask when you interview department heads.
Yes.
Some of them.
There will be, there should be some overlap there.
Okay.
If any of them look familiar. A lot of them are things that the state requires too, so.
Okay, so there'd be ones that we'd be finding when we're looking for additional questions we may want to be asking department heads.
Yeah, okay. And some other ones are just more things that like I think we had one about like how many farms are there in Raymond right now. That's a really hard thing for Sam and I to figure out, but people who live here might have a better idea of active farms.
Okay. Like commercially active?
Yeah, like, yeah.
Doesn't have to be just local as well. Even just farm stands too.
Yeah, like farm stands.
People selling eggs or
Okay. Does anybody have anything else to add? I know it makes this kind of short and sweet when we do the bulk of our editing and talking about things.
But you, go ahead, Frank. Were you going to say?
Or Greg.
I did respond, but I don't know if it went through, because I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
When I use my computer. But I did respond to some forestry and agricultural questions.
Oh, did you? I don't know if we got it. Go to agriculture.
I'll do it again.
Maybe after the meeting, Greg, one of us with all our various computers in here could open it up and maybe show you. Would that be helpful? The other thing that you can do is write them down, and then you can give them to Sue, I believe, who can also do that for you.
Enter them.
Yeah, I think Peter's taken advantage of that option before. So if you're finding the technology difficult, then feel free to.
No, I went through
submit
and
it.
I thought I submitted it, and then I went back and checked, and it wasn't there.
Wasn't there,
So I did something wrong. So.
Okay. Well, I think we can troubleshoot that after the meeting, and then you can still definitely write your thoughts down and give them to Sue at any time that's convenient for you.
And if any of the committee needs the chapters printed for them, I can print them, and you can do it the old-fashioned way if you prefer.
Yeah, that's totally fine too.
Okay. Yep.
So do you have a timeline for what, I mean, if chapters are going to be open for all of us to play in, a timeline for when our homework is due?
I think we'll need to check in with Sue about some of the town review that's happening of some other chapters, but I think once we figure out when we'll be done with them all, probably sometime this fall, we'll just pick a date.
Done date.
Maybe October or something for everybody to be done, and so we can start kind of talking about the connections and things like that we'll be bringing to a meeting. I think we'd like to continue kind of rolling these out, so we'll send another batch to you in August. Like I said, I think we need to coordinate with Sue a little bit on that. The other thing I would like to share with you in this format this month is that we got a draft set of maps from the person who's doing all the mapping for the comp plan. And they look really good, but I didn't get them until Monday, so I didn't have time to put them online for you. But those are also something where I'd like you all to take a look and comment on them, because sometimes there are things you know about that we don't, so.
Okay.
I don't know if Peter had commented on the transportation, the RTP that we were discussing. I think in there it says specifically that Tom Raymond didn't give any money to that organization, but we actually gave $1,000 to them in the 2022 to 2023 and then the 2023 to 2024 budget. That was in the tip. So Peter had asked me, because I'm on the Budget Finance Committee, and I don't know if he had comment in there. I had comment early, so I wasn't able to see if he made a comment about that.
Yeah, we made that correction. It just isn't. I made the correction after that comment about RTP. So.
Okay, awesome. I didn't get a chance to double check on it. So.
Yeah, I put a note in the online version that says. That basically notes that. So.
Cool.
I know in Peter's absence, he had asked Sue and I to talk about land acknowledgement, and I just realized that. So I'm trying to open that up. I don't know, Sue, if you have that in a quicker fashion.
I have this email, I think.
That's what I'm aiming for that, but of course, to connect to the Wi-Fi here, I'm just having trouble getting that.
Probably I can.
In a quick fashion. Let's see.
You can use JC4's iPhone
This
if you
isn't
need
you
to.
should just see where Earth doesn't live.
Here we go.
Here you go, Sue, if you want. Here.
Is that the one you said?
I think so. I think that's what agenda item.
I can go ahead and read that.
Okay, I have it.
I guess, well, first, do we have any further discussion on inventory chapters? No. Greg will get you the help that you need, but other than that, like I said, I am just so pleased. I guess in my mind, I was like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to go over this as a chapter by chapter as a committee.
Reading them in the meeting.
Right, I was like, this is gonna be long meetings and it's gonna be grueling. So I just think, I'm really impressed by that. I think technology can just be such a wonderful thing sometimes. So
Yeah,
really,
I mean,
thank
we'll
you.
see. You know, there might be some things we need to bring up in a meeting if we get like conflicting comments or something. But so far, you're all giving us great additional information, and it seems to be working well. So thank you.
So I hit hot links that you had sent, Kate, for these recent chapters last week, I think it was, in an email. That's how I got to them, and. Is that the best way to track down a recent email and where you've sent out the notice that here are 3 more chapters with links to them? That'll go to maybe the one and only online current draft. Is that right?
Yep, those links will be the same. Like for each of those chapters, the link will stay the same.
Good.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think I want to put it on the website or anything, because we're not inviting public comment at this point.
Good.
So.
That's good.
Yeah, because it stays. It's a working document.
Yep.
That's just remains open. Yep.
And
So that link is consistent, no matter who's putting input into it, and it will stay open until.
So
our-
are you
until our
having
deadline.
problems?
No,
in
I
your
got right into it,
in
which
your
was-
email trying to figure out which email they're in.
I'm really, in the school of Greg with some of the stuff, and but
I'm glad of that.
but so I'm thinking if either we do a better job of tracking keeping our emails well organized, or if your email, here's a new batch, comes out, you can have a link to all of them.
I was just gonna suggest that.
Oh,
So
like,
that-
it's like a word,
Yeah.
like saying, here's 3 more, and then
Yeah.
having the
Here are
list of
the
the
old
ones
ones.
that were,
Absolutely.
yes, like, so adding on to it each
Yep.
time. That's a great idea.
And that might improve participation.
Yes, because then we're not searching for that
Yeah.
first batch
Yep.
and the second batch and the third. Yep, I would agree. That's a great idea.
Yep, can do that.
Okay. Okay, so for land acknowledgement, Peter is out of town today, so I'm just going to read what he had asked Sue and I to talk about. So Peter says, while I mentioned during several comprehensive plan committee meetings my wish that a land acknowledgement be included in the comprehensive plan, my use of this term was not correct. What I actually wanted was that the history chapter start with the indigenous people of Raymond rather than the European settlers. And then he says, I was pleased to see that North Star Planning started the draft history chapter with the description of the first inhabitants of Raymond. That's what he wanted to just communicate. Yeah. All right, next thing is maps, which you sort of briefly.
Yes, I sent that agenda item in a sort of hoping that I would have them online ready for you for this meeting,
Okay.
but we don't. But they will go out to you soon in the same PDF online format.
Sean, have we lost you again? Or
He shrunk.
I don't know, maybe your dog's barking, I'm not sure.
I think that's his away face.
Yeah, away face. Okay. Okay. Well, moving right along. Our next meeting date is September 6th. I don't believe that I have any conflict with that. So I think if anybody largely does or we see as a collective group that may not work. Otherwise, I think we are fine to roll with that as our next meeting date.
We have Sean back.
Sean, I hope, did we lose you?
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm good
good.
with that meeting date.
Okay. All right.
I think I'll be remote, but I think I'll be available.
That's fine. Okay. All right. I see no public comment.
Nope.
So then next is the comprehensive plan committee comment, and I sorry, should have probably put this as something that we discussed, but department head interviews. So I would just like to remind. Instead, I will just give a friendly reminder for anybody to, make sure that you're scheduling those. If you have any problem, let us know collectively as a group. Frank and I have the library on Friday. I'm going to reach out to, I believe finance was me, and I've talked with the assessor. We're going to plan like a walk or a lunch to go over things with him. So I know I'm working towards mine, but I have not yet to complete them. And I believe that our timeline was end of August.
Yep, and yeah, we've been getting some great responses from everyone, so thank you again for that. I hope, you're learning a little bit too while you...
I think so.
We had a good one today with John and I with Alex.
Oh, good.
And yeah, that was really fruitful. So now I'm just typing up small scribbles that we made during our interview, and we'll get those compiled and over to North Star.
All
I
right.
think I'm the only one that didn't volunteer.
I don't believe you were here.
I don't think so.
Yes, so that's not your fault.
Yeah.
You're clear, Greg.
Yeah, you're off.
I
the
can either
hook.
tag along with someone else or.
Is there one that you would wish to tag along with that maybe hasn't been done yet? That you can think
Which
of?
ones haven't been done?
Well, so I know on my end that I haven't done finance assessor or library. Do we know if Rec's been done?
Jackie met with Joe last night. I met with Sue this morning. I did get to speak with Sue and Jenny as well.
Okay. So, I know my list is here somewhere.
I know we still want to speak with Don once he gets back.
Yes, we were going to hold off on the speaking with Dawn, hopefully. Let's see, Nathan and Bruce were already done by Peter. So I think, to be honest with you, most of that's been done. I think Sean also mentioned speaking with the planning board. That was of interest to him. Do any of those that are left sound interesting to you?
I can do the planning board. He hasn't done it yet, you said?
Sean, have you done that one yet?
No, I have not. So if you would like to join me, we'll get together on that for sure.
You've heard of the planning board, Greg?
I have. Someone told me to come swear in again.
Yes, you need to be sworn at.
You know, while you two talk to the planning board, also nudge those people to take the survey and to sign up for the emails, please, because they're a bit, you know, when we sort of start to make this plan official, we'll want to make sure they...
Are there email addresses attached to the survey, like an identifier?
Only if people choose to.
I was just curious if all of us have filled out the survey. Just wondering.
Today.
Well, and that does make me think of another group. I have the emails of most committee members and town employees.
Well.
They may as well get an email from me.
Yes.
Yes, please, Sue.
Yes.
I hadn't thought of.
Well, when you told me the original numbers, and you told me then how many, when you did the blast, how many filled it out then, and I was like, well, I know like a couple have done that, and I was doing the math like in my head as I was sitting here, and I was like, that means that all of these members haven't done it yet. I was thinking that at our last meeting. I was like, okay, so we're not even doing it yet. So I get it.
No,
but like I said, it's going to take us time to kind of go, oh wait, this group of people needs a survey. So
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely boards and committees, because it's also kind of people we want to make sure they know that this is going on in there, so that we don't have people coming up to us at the end of 2024 like, what is this? Who wrote this?
Yeah.
What were they thinking? Yes. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
But it's better to get that kind of input now.
Exactly.
For sure.
Are there any other committee member comments?
I got one. I keep getting emails from the state of Maine relative to the Climate Action Network that they've rolled out of Augusta probably a year and a half ago, I think. And there's 140 plus communities that have enrolled in it. It's mostly related to funding opportunity, planning and funding opportunities for climate actions that range from fixing and sizing culverts to, heavier duty infrastructure needs for community facilities, backup power systems, shoreline stabilization, depending on where you are, if you're on the coast or if you're inland. So it would need I just wonder how that fits in, how it could fit into our comp plan, which is kind of what we're focused on here, rightly so, and I don't want to add another layer that will be hard to keep up with, but don't know if anyone here would be interested in trying to at least explore. There's a sign-up piece, and I don't think there's any cost, but it's mostly informational, but there's a lot of resources there that would come to bear on what we're talking about here, is my sense.
Yeah, I think you're talking about, it's called the Community Resilience Partnership.
Correct.
If I highly recommend that all towns join, because they give out a ton of money, and the funding, they will fund a huge range of things. So I've worked on ones where they'll upgrade your street lights, they'll do culverts, they'll do basically anything that improves like energy efficiency or environmental quality, or also supports state climate goals. So it's a really good opportunity for funding. The way it works is that the town has to join the partnership and pass a resolution at the select board to do that. It's basically, they give you a pattern resolution, so it can be as sort of personalized or not, depending on your goals, and then you have to have a public meeting where people talk about what their priorities for funding would be from this very, very big list. So there's some work on it, but it is free for you to join. And I think the grants were, I think, around $50,000 around, and you can apply multiple times a year. You can get, the one thing I will say is you get much bigger grants if you apply with other towns as a partnership, which can often be interesting if you're talking about like lakes or other things like that. Or I could even see like in places like Raymond and Casco, some of these other things like streetlights or whatever might be something that makes more sense to do regionally. So I didn't really relate that to the comprehensive plan, but yeah, it's a really good grant source that the state has been offering. So
can you couple that public meeting with, say, another public meeting?
I think like people have done it like
I'm just saying, if we found a way to sneak that into it, maybe it might not be such a hard ask of our board by saying, here, we've written up this resolution. Do you think you could read it at your next meeting? We're going to add this to our already ongoing public efforts to fulfill the requirements. Or I guess at minimum, we'd be recommending as a comprehensive plan committee that we join.
I
Would
think
that be like that would be at a minimum, we recommend it. But maybe there's a way we could do some hand-holding a little bit to help to maybe do that in a sooner fashion?
Yeah, I'd be worried if were you thinking, Kayla, that it would be something we'd roll out at the comp plan info meeting?
I don't know.
I think the timeline would probably want to be in front of that.
I
with
think
the clock ticking into year 2 for this.
I would encourage you to do it sooner rather than later so you can apply for money. I think you should have
Casco is a member.
Okay. Yeah, I think you should have a regional coordinator who can walk you through the process.
Right.
It might be GP-COG.
Yep. Right.
So I would
contact them.
I can double check on it, but I would reach out to GP-COG if you're interested.
Raymond isn't a member.
You're not a member.
We're not a member, so would they help us with that if we're not a member?
It's actually divided regionally, so even though you're not a member, you might still be in their region.
Possibly.
I can see who you would be under, but there is a person who can do this for you. And in terms of the public meeting, I will say, like, it doesn't have to be a huge, giant public meeting. You have to have some kind of meeting, but
isn't that process here just making a posting that there'll be a public hearing or public meeting, 45 days, whatever it is, 2 select board meetings out. That's it. And it, November, whatever, October. So that would be on a fast track if we were able to do that. So yes, send along any links or extra info you might have on that, Kate.
I will.
And I'll try to lever that along. It just seems like it's so much aligned with a good amount of what we'll be doing. To miss that train would be too bad.
Yeah, you can use it for planning funds, for tons of infrastructure stuff. I think it's a really great funding source.
So I'm sorry, you called that the Community Resilience
Partnership.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll try and see who your regional person is, but.
Looking around for any other additional committee comments. And I'm seeing none. North Star, do you have any additional comments?
I don't.
Okay. I'm almost like giddy. No. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, and all in favor?
All right.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to Wednesday, August 9th, 2023, Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The Board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call with you, Mike.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Kevin Woodbury.
And Kevin from Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are present. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes from the July 12th meeting, and then a site plan review with public hearing for the Port Harbor Holdings application, followed by any staff communications or updates and adjournments. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally voted. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. Okay. So our first order of business is the minutes from the July 12th Planning Board meeting. Is there any corrections, changes, additions, deletions? A motion?
Motion to accept.
Motion to accept, second?
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
One abstention?
Yep, I wasn't here.
We pass. Okay. Our next order of business is the site plan review for the Port Harbor Holdings. This, the application is on the table, so we will need a motion to remove the application from the table and to review it this evening.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there all in favor? I assume no discussion. All right. Done, off the table. All right, Rob, I'm going to ask you to just give us a brief overview to start with of the project for the purpose of the public hearing. Then I'm going to open up the public hearing for comments and discussions, and then after that, we will then talk about anything that it comes up at the public hearing and also any of the details of the application.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Once again, Rob McSorley with Pyrotechnics, representing the applicant, Port Harbor Holdings, for a expansion of the Jordan Bay Marina. The Jordan Bay Marina, of course, exists in the adjacent parcel. They purchased this parcel, I think it was about 18 months ago, and since we've been working on some plans for expansion of our facility. Of course, we came before you last year. Prior to coming to you, we did go to the Zoning Board of Appeals, because one of the items we have is outside sales and storage, and of course that's a conditional use, and we went through that process and was approved. And then we came to you with a site plan where we were proposing a multi-use building and a use of the site for storage of sail boats and for boats in general. During that process, we came to the conclusion that we were a little over our development rights for the shoreland zone. And so at that time, we asked the board to table the project so we could go back and look at the site and see how we could best utilize it and conform to the standards of the Shoreland District. During that process, we came up with several different configurations, one being the one that we're before you tonight on, where we have a single building that's used for boat storage, and then we have some ancillary site storage for both boats that will be sold and boats that will just be stored. We reconfigured to eliminate a lot of the impacts within the shoreline zone, specifically some areas that were between us and where some of the units or houses from the adjacent development are, creating a greater buffer than we had already, and reducing our impacts so that we were below on both the impervious amount of impact, the total area of impact, and of course we had met the tree count before and we're way below that as for this configuration. Concurrently with that, we have gone back to all the people that we sought approvals from previously, Water District, Army Corps of Engineers, MDEP, and MDOT, and I'll update that during the future process here instead of going through it now. So that's basically in a nutshell. We're before you for a revised configuration of our plan, and we'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. Is there any questions right now from the board? Okay. All right, then I'm going to proceed to the public hearing. Open the public hearing for comments. If there is anybody that would like to address or have comments, we could proceed to the podium.
Good evening, Planning Board. Keith Pritchard from Archipelago. I'm here on behalf of Wayne Quagliaroli, Barry McKay, and Allison Sarna from Indian Point. You've heard from them before. You've heard from me before. Pleasure to be here. I wanted to address a couple of issues. I was hoping to hear what Rob had to say tonight before addressing you, but I'll run through the issues that I was prepared previously. Is there a time limit for how long I have here?
Yeah, how long do you anticipate requiring?
I'd just like to know what the time
I would say
is
if you could do it in about 10 minutes, that would be fine.
I can do that.
Okay.
Thanks. Just helps to know before starting.
And I just, to add there, if you do have some questions later, I mean, we better not get answered, we can do that during the other presentation.
Fantastic. First issue is about the buffering and the landscaping plan. I think that so this was before you in November. There were certain issues with requirements that couldn't be met in the shoreland. The project has been substantially reconfigured to address those issues. And if you look at the current plan, you'll note that the changes and the removal of trees and shrubs and vegetation has significantly changed. Now, that would suggest that there is now a perfect buffer between Port Harbor and Indian Point, and that the Indian Point people should be happy with that, and that's an adequate buffer. But I think that it's actually a little bit misleading, because if you compare the photos that were submitted with the application, particularly the ones without any of the foliage during the off-season, what you'll see is most of the trees that are there, even the ones that are going to stay there now, are older trees. So the first third really is not going to have much buffer that blocks the view or blocks noise, et cetera, coming from next door. So I would also suggest that the current photos that you see are the foliage that we have this season, which I think we all understand is not a typical season in terms of precipitation and growth that we've experienced here in Maine. So in short, from our perspective, the landscape plan really should include more. There are some provisions for some evergreens closer to the parking area, and it looks like there's some deciduous trees planned for buffer up towards the 302 side. We would suggest that there should also be evergreen trees or some sort of evergreen buffer along the southern and easterly borders that would provide a buffer that would supplement the trees that are in that area. And I would point you to section 300.10.5 of the ordinance. Specifically references when you have a change of use that evergreens and specific standards for where they should be planted, how many, how they should be maintained should be applied there. And that there also should be a guarantee that any trees that are planted in connection with the landscape plan should be maintained and replaced if any of them die. Next issue is about the parking. And there's been, I haven't attended, but I've watched the other planning board meetings on the subject. And it's my understanding that there's a suggestion that parking is not an issue based on the data that was collected in connection with a prior approval. My question of the board would be what exactly that means, because there's been a substantial submission by Port Harbor for this application. Most of it, all of it is available online. That's great. But I'm not aware that they have actually posted or submitted for public review the parking data that would support the statement that it's not an issue. So it's just a question mark from our perspective. But more importantly, your ordinance requires 100 spaces based on the standard that applies to this development. You have a almost 20,000 square foot building. The ordinance says you need one space per 200 feet. There's no exception in your ordinance for storage buildings. There is a requirement that when you have an expansion, a major site plan review like this one, that you're looking not just at the use that's proposed, the new development that's proposed, but you're actually looking at the whole site, including the uses that are going to be made in connection with the new development. So that I think we can look at the size of the building and infer that it's not just going to be storing things that would otherwise be outside. It's going to be a building that can and will be used in connection with the other marina uses. And there's a question as to what other uses could be made of it that might change what the parking data suggests for the existing uses. There hasn't been a specific request for a waiver or a showing that shows that the applicant's entitled to a waiver of that requirement. And there have to be very specific findings that are made by the board if you're going to waive that that basic standard. It's at section 300-.10.6. And there's a number of standards that the board has to make findings on if they're going to grant a waiver of the parking under the circumstances. So just a blanket waiver is not appropriate and hasn't, that showing hasn't been made. And I touched on this before, but lastly, that this is a major site plan review. So the board really should be looking at the entire site. These are interconnected and related uses. It's not just review of one storage building with eight parking spaces. This is a major expansion that's been going on at Port Harbor Marina since 2020. I first got involved in this case over 3 years ago. And I think that it's fair to assume that this is probably not the last time that Port Harbor is going to be before you asking to make some modification. So I think that it's fair for the board to be cognizant of where we've been and where this is going when you're reviewing this. So I appreciate the time.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot your first name.
Keith.
Keith, before you leave, just on the landscaping, the buffering. Are you talking about the buffering that's right up, almost borders on 302, the slim area that's down, that is adjacent to their leach field? Is that where we're talking about, or are you talking about the buff? Are you talking about
south and the south and the? It's on the south and the east side.
Can we have him come up with a microphone and point on the plan where he's looking?
I think he's
great idea. That's why you're here, huh?
And I think I'm probably not the last person you're going to hear from. Allison, I mean, if you want to, okay.
You need to grab the.
I need to get a microphone for you.
Oh,
I can be
Do you mind? Yeah. Thank you.
So some of the buffer areas that we're concerned about as well is down in this area, and we know the pipeline needs to remain clear, but just with all of this clearing, there isn't anything additional that's being put into this.
So it's the buffer down to the bottom that you're looking. The bottom that you're looking for. Okay.
What about, so there's no concern about the buffer on the south?
It says it was supposed to be 30 feet, but I put a scale rule to that to make sure that that plan is,
Yeah, no,
or that it is
right.
at least the 30 feet
Yes.
minimum that's stated in the copy.
Okay. Let's while you're there, let's hash out this parking thing, because it was a discussion from the last meeting whether or not we required it, how much we required. What can you help us?
So
on that?
again, the parking is specific to the use of the building. Now, Keith, or you mentioned that there's no control over what the use of the building is. If they come back, if they change the use of the building, they
have
need
to
to
come
come
back.
back to the planning board. So the parking that is being considered here is specific to the use of the building as a storage building. The other alternative is to have them build 100 parking spaces, which is going to be a lot worse for the lake, in that you're going to increase,
Right.
you're going to have a huge amount of increase in impervious area and a lot more runoff and everything else. So the devil's in the details when you start asking for more parking, and that it's going to cause a lot more issues, environmental issues with the adjacency to the lake. So I guess my understanding and interpretation is that the parking that is being considered here is specific to
The
the
building.
use that they've said
Right.
the building is going to be for. If they want to change the use of that building, they have to come back to the planning board
Right.
to change the use and potentially change the parking.
But we had some discussion whether or not a waiver was even necessary.
We did. I can't remember my notes on that. I know I still have something in the memo about a waiver for parking, and I'm not sure if that's a leftover or not. Let me just quickly look at my notes here to see what we talked about.
Well, I'm going to chime in. It's, I think I know what you're talking about. It would be 310.6 performance standards sub F.
Yeah.
So there's 1 through, that's what I was referring to, 1 through 5 are the
You're
specific.
talking about the waiver requirements, though.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't remember the details. I just remember we had a discussion.
We had a discussion on the first submission.
Oh, okay.
And ultimately, the planning board was amenable to the reduced parking requirements. So I think we ended up where we didn't even need a waiver.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, I remember, that's where I thought we were going. I just didn't. Okay, and the other thing on the parking, there was no, there was no agreement to publish any parking stuff out of the last approval. It was to make it available, and Rob, or the Port Harbor Marine, did make that parking available to the code enforcement. Code, I know, has sent it out to somebody who has asked.
Okay.
So it has been available.
Oh, I just thought, given the extensive submission, that it was easily could have been included. And there was plenty of. I think that there was a lot of transparency to this application. So that comment was intended to suggest. Yeah.
Okay.
That.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else?
Hi, I'm Allison Sarna, 13 Flying Hallway, Indian Point. I have a couple questions, comments, again, not knowing what the revisions were from the last meeting when we went through. Since we're on parking, I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I do just want to comment that the parking study was taken during 2020, during the pandemic. There was a greater decrease. Yes, a lot of people bought boats and did a lot of outdoor additional recreation, but also with the additional slips that have been put in, I'm sure that the parking situation has increased over the last 3 years. So that would just be something to take into account. Also, in relation to the parking and the area that is there, I know the grade is going to change somewhat from what it is right now, but the runoff direction, there's a barrier that you see in there, but how much that's really going to deter the water from flowing into the wetland. So yesterday, we had a lot of rain we were talking about that earlier. So I know it's not, not 25-year flood situations, but I definitely kind of addressing all of the area. A good portion of Indian Point right now is actually underwater before we've done any of this work or any modifications in the area, where there's a lot more permeable space, a lot more trees. The wetland right now, I butt immediately up to the wetlands, and it's almost at top right now. And we've had some time to dry out. So concerns about that, and even within the retention area, about monitoring that and making sure that the water levels aren't too high of what is draining into the wetlands if it does overflow, which most likely will happen. Also around the volume of trees, I just have a question in general in terms of the percentage in there. Since the previous owner cut some trees down in 2020 that was approved, is that percentage and previous removal, but not addition of new trees to replace those, taken into account in what the overall allowed percentage is of the space? Like, does a year prior make a difference or not within that?
That's a good question.
Address that, since there were some removals, and I specifically asked because we just had to take a tree down and I'm not complaining about replacing trees for sure, but knowing we have a greater number of trees, right, in the area that we're trying to replace one that we needed to take down that was rotted, just figuring out, okay, so now all of this is being removed, percentage needs to be replaced. Obviously, we're closer in shoreland zone, closer to the lake, but then also, I guess, kind of clarification of the understanding of where that sort of line of shoreland zone ends, right? Is it at the edge of the lake, or is it at the edge of the water for the wetlands that extends further back? Do you understand? So, like, where sort of the Jordan Bay ends, right? But there's a big, substantial portion of a wetland that protrudes back into the, so are we counting how far back it is, 200 feet, 400 feet, based on the edge of the lake, or is it being based on the edge of the water, which is a shore in itself, because it does
I think there's two requirements here. There's one for the shore and one for the wetlands, right?
Yeah, but the zone is set based on the ordinance.
Set from the edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, wetland buffer. And then I think somewhat addressed, I had questions about any future changes, since, this did change from a multi-use building to a storage building, but still keeping the same footprint, and whether or not intentional or in jest. Every meeting before, Mr. McSorley has slipped and said restaurant or joke if it was past, plan that isn't going through, but just knowing that if there were subsequent changes, right, if this switches to multi-use, it's storage, and then on a different level something else, that would be going before the
that would have
planning
to come
board,
back.
right? So I just wanted to get assurance on that. And that's all I have for right now.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Any other comments? Is anyone phoned in, Bill? I think that is a no.
Sandy, anyone phone in?
Oh, Sandy.
You're muted. Sandy, you're muted.
You're still muted, Sandy.
We haven't had anyone phone in, but we have people on Zoom that I can check if they want to speak.
No, well, if anyone on Zoom wants to speak, they can sign in right now.
It's on the screen what to do.
Yeah, okay.
They can raise their hand.
Yep. All right, then I am going to close the public hearing. I did do this a little bit out of order. So if you do have...
This is Barry. I want to talk.
Yep.
Barry McKay.
Yep.
Hello, this is Barry McKay from 22 Indian Point.
Barry
Raymond,
McKay?
Maine. Yes.
Go ahead, Barry.
I don't know if you can see me, but
we can't.
turn my
That's
camera
okay.
on. Couple of concerns I have. Number one is the water runoff into the high vegetation wetlands. Right now, it's a nice trickle flow, well, except for yesterday, and it just feels like we've put bilge pollution in there. Excuse me. We've put some bilge pollution in there. I mean, there is bilge coming out of those boats. Now we're going to compound that with warming the water and putting some bacterial, bacteria into the water from warm water. I have concerns about that, but I don't know how to address those. My other concern, my personal concern, selfishly, is I'd like a visual barrier between myself on 22 Indian Point and the boat storage. Last meeting, Mr. Chair, you dismissed me as having cars looking at cars, and now they're going to be boats. Well, that isn't entirely true. There is a parking lot there, but right now there is one car in it, and that person lives right next to the car. No other cars all week. Sometimes a lot on the weekend. But at any rate, in the winter there are no cars in there. We're all closed, and that's when the foliage is gone, and that's when these boats are going to be visible to me. So I'd like to request a visual barrier between me and those boat storage. And that's all I have. If you have any questions for me,
Okay, thank you, Barry. Is there anything else on Zoom that would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I am going to leave the caveat open, though. If you do have questions as we're going through, I did do a little out of order, but I thought it might work better as far as an overview of this project. We've been seeing it a lot. I felt everybody was fairly familiar with it. So if you do have questions going through, please go forward. Just let me know. All right, so now I will go back to you, Will. If there is any, for any input in your outstanding memo here, which I've lost.
Yeah, so we had a couple additional comments that we included in the memo under section 6. One was related to the retaining wall at the lower end of the lakeside of the outside boat storage area. Just some questions about safety concerns there. I think the wall is roughly about 8 feet tall. So we had some concerns as to whether there might be some need of a barrier or railing system along the top of that wall. And then the other comment that we had was relative to the building. And I couldn't find in at least the information that was submitted, and maybe it was in there and I missed it, but I couldn't find any specific information on the height of the building from the rear and the height of the building from the front. It's kind of it drops down in the back, as we all know, so I was hoping to get some additional input from the applicant on that.
Okay. All right, Rob, we're back to you.
Yeah, first of all, addressing Will's comments, Will did an excellent job reviewing the project and pointing out some stuff through the review process. Based upon the comments, I believe we adequately answered all of them, and then Will came up with a couple additional comments. And to discuss those, the retaining wall, where that is only going to be for boat parking. That is only handled by staff on site. There's no public about to be over in that area and whatnot. We prefer not to put any type of barrier there or guardrails or whatnot. We don't really think it's necessary because all we're going to do is park boats adjacent to it. But we will defer to the judgment of the board on that. And relative to the building heights, I thought I had put that in the original submittal. Prior to us coming back to you, we had worked extensively with Alex relative to making sure that we interpreted the code correctly. And as stated, there are 2 different building heights on the building. And the reason for that being is we have that 35-foot from ground to peak in the shoreland zone, and so that establishes that elevation all the way over to the commercial zone line, and then it's 25 feet from grade to the midpoint when you have a peaked roof. And so we did all the calculations for that. And much to the chagrin of the architects, we told him he had to meet that. And we actually had to do some modifications on the original building to make sure that we addressed that, in addition to some of the architectural considerations that we had pointed out in our presentation last time. But I can more clearly put those in a memo or email and explain that situation again. So basically the 35-foot restriction in the shoreline from grade to the peak, and in the commercial zone from grade to the halfway part on the roof, 35 in the shoreline zone, 25 in the commercial zone. Relative to the items that were brought up, relative to the buffering and landscaping, I believe the part of the code is referring to if a buffer is not currently in place and you have to reestablish it. That is guidance for reestablishing the buffer. The buffer area and there's a minimum natural area buffer which we well exceed, and it is quite hardy, you know. So we meet what the code is relative to buffering. Relative to the question relative to the parking and meeting the parking and the requirements for parking in the building, once again, we went over that. This is a storage building. There's nothing in code relative to that. The board does have the ability to waive that. You can go through the individual 5 criteria. I think we will meet all those criteria. Relative to the basis of what we're claiming, originally when we did the expansion to the marina for the docks, there were statements made that we are over parking the site, we are causing parking problems along 302 Roosevelt Trail, and in order to show that we weren't doing that, we specifically set up a camera system so that we could count or observe all the parking during weekends and major holidays. And we did that. And I do not believe that was during COVID, but the interesting thing during COVID, people didn't have a lot to do during COVID. So they went out on their boats during that time. So the marina was quite busy during COVID. So, but anyways, that which we provided as per that condition demonstrated that we have not a parking problem on the site, nor do we create a parking problem on 302. Relative to the runoff, of course, all of our property flows downhill currently to the wetland. That's the natural course of things. When we develop a project, we have to keep as much as possible, or we do have to restrict ourselves that we're not putting water where water didn't go before. So I can't take and all of a sudden drain it to a different direction, which may impact another property. So when I look at my development, I have to design it such that when I develop it, I'm not putting any more in the peak off in the direction than it went before. And that's what we've done by the design of the systems, is make sure that we meet that peak runoff for, of course, the 3 design storms. Those are what the criteria is. And of course, a couple of years back, those numbers changed because of the update, the rainfalls that you got to use based upon historical data. So we designed those to meet the criteria based upon the current rainfall amounts. There was a question relative to, or a statement that we were putting warm water into the lake. Well, if you know MDEP stormwater rules, very keen on a couple things: water quality and the temperature that you discharge stormwater to a wetland or an off-site water body. And Maine is the most restrictive in the types of BMPs or best management practices that you can use. And the underdrain soil filter is one of those, which the water has to soak through a media and soil, which takes and helps take out the nutrients and cools it before you discharge it. There's no more of the old-time ponds that you used to have, a pond with a pipe that stuck out. Well, even on a pond, you have a bench that the water seeps through, and the whole idea behind that is to cool that water on discharge and whatnot. Relative to the volume of trees, we haven't counted any trees down on the site. I'm not sure what trees were commented on that were cut. We're well below the percentage. And I don't believe the rules state that if you cut down the maximum amount or less than the maximum amount that you have to revegetate, unless of course we were doing some buffer, removing a buffer, which we're not removing a buffer. You know, we're leaving the natural buffer there. Relative to change in use, once again, if we want to change this to any other use, we will be back before you. If we want to all of a sudden put maintenance in there versus storage of boats, we'll have to come back to you and say, okay, we're going to change the use of this building. We're going to divvy it up so that we're going to have storage on the back part, and then we're going to do some maintenance on the front side. Or we're going to change it to some other more intensive use. And the whole purpose of that is, of course, so that we don't come back and put in a nightclub, which is going to need, you know, buku amounts of parking, or some type of more intense use that needs more parking. So we know that we have to come back to you on that. Relative to the ongoing development of this parcel, one of the key things is, as you know, that there are triggers for Maine DEP relative to when you need a stormwater permit or when your project triggers what's called a site location of development permit. And through all of the work that we've done, some of it has been considered redevelopment, and there are different ways you count that impervious. And because we have several parcels that are next to each other, we do have to count those individual parcels when we look at the overall project and go to DEP. In the shoreland zone, specifically the lake zone, the trigger for stormwater is 20,000 square feet impervious. We hit that, so we have to comply with stormwater. Relative to site location and development, we have specifically spelled out, and there are emails on record with the DEP that we've shown how much development that we've done over the years, including this. And before we submitted this project into DEP, we got confirmation that we did not trigger the site location of development permit, that we would still be under stormwater law and the Natural Resource Protection Act, because we would be affecting wetlands. So, and I think that was all the comments that I heard, but I'll be more than happy to answer anything that I missed.
Yeah, Rob, would you, water runoff obviously has been an issue, come up a couple of times. Could you give us a, for the interest of everybody, from your site plan there, kind of show us where the water is actually running from and to, and where it's captured, and where it eventually winds up, and how it eventually winds up there?
Yeah, okay, so
go ahead, I just want to make sure these ladies can see.
Okay. Okay, so the whole site once again drains to the wetland and then goes through an existing connection that goes to the lake. You okay?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so we have to basically collect this stuff up, and there are two percentages that we need to meet minimum treatment for, both impervious area and total site, and that's indicated in our calculation. So most of this site right here will flow into the detention area over here, and a portion of the site will flow directly over across the existing Portland pipeline easement, so that we pick up in Will, of course, reviews. We do a pre and post map, which where we delineate where all the water's going to go, so that we don't have everything come here and say that we're splitting it evenly. So we dictate or show how much of this is going here, and specifically for that amount, we do the water quality treatment for that amount in here, and then we route those 3 design storms in here for those amounts and make sure that we're not exceeding the peaks. The same thing over on this side. We take whatever is going in here, we do the water quality for the amount going in here, we do the water quantity or detention for the same thing, and then we look at the whole discharge for the site to make sure that we're not exceeding what had been going out previously.
And then where does the water go?
Goes to the wetland where it went before, and then it goes down through the wetland area here and directly down to the lake.
At the same rate that it would be coming off of the land?
It does not exceed the pre-rate. So before I developed, if I had 5 cups of water going out per minute, after I develop, I can only put 5 cups of water out in that same minute.
Rob, could you just briefly describe both of those treatment practices? BMPs are under drain soil filters.
Yeah.
And just briefly describe, I mean, the majority of the storms, the water goes into those filters and filters down through, provides the cooling that you mentioned.
Correct.
And discharges out through an under drain on those. It's the larger storms like yesterday where not all that water is necessarily going to filter down through, and you'll get some spillover through the outlet control structure, but just describe that briefly, I guess.
Best way to describe this is, I like to consider it as a reverse septic system type design, because you're basically putting water into the ground to get it to flow out. So you have a network of pipes underneath that once the water goes through this media that's 18 inches thick, it sits on there. It takes a while to get through there. One of the things is there's very specific criteria that it doesn't just, it sits there. And so that water quality might come up like a foot high. And none of that can discharge except for going through the ground and then out through those pipes that drain everything. Above that, we capture what's called the design storms. So there's 3 critical storms, a 2-year, a 3-year, 3,
10, and 25.
3, 10, 25. I gotta remember, I'm not in Florida anymore. So we put that slug of water over a 24-hour period. We have a program that routes it. And typically what happens with a rainstorm, it builds to a peak and then comes down like that. That's your typical rainfall distribution that we design on. And so we designed for the storage of that above that water quality elevation. And then we have this structure over in the corner, and it may have a little bleeder about this big, so that at the water quality elevation, where I can't drain anything through the structure, I can start draining that excess water. And then I may drain some through that and then some over the structure where the top of the structure is. And that is all restricted. The amount, that's my 5 cups a minute. I can only put 5 cups a minute through that little hole in the side in the top of the structure. And that's for those 3 design storms after I meet my water quality storage.
And then when it comes out, at least I believe, I don't remember if it's on both of them, but you have a level spreader that spreads that water out into the wetland?
Yeah, we come down, on both of these, we discharge through a pipe, and then there's a area of riprap. One of the things we don't want to do is to put a slug of water out there too fast that will erode the land and whatnot. So every place where we discharge, we have a riprap area which slows down and dissipates the energy from that water that's being discharged. And then we have the same thing. There's an overflow mechanism for both of the systems for what's called the catastrophic, the 500-year events, which I don't know when the last one we had, but we've had a lot of large rainfall events. The rainfall events we have, I don't believe have exceeded the 25, so there wouldn't be any additional flow off the site than what was discharged before from them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Rob, can I ask, do these systems, since they have somewhat of a filtration component, is there a life expectancy? Is there ever a problem with them eventually not working as well?
They could. And actually, I have a brand new project that was built in the last year, and we were already having problems with it. And the problems were that there was not proper stabilization on the site, in the fines from other soil on the site, or if you were to do a lot of sanding here. And one of the things that we take into account is that's why you have a 4-bay. Typically, you try to get things into a 4-bay that collects the sand before it gets onto the bottom of that. Well, every year, two things. We have to look at this after every major rainstorm. If we notice that there's a problem and that there's water not draining out of it, then we need to go in and do something. And once a year, there's major inspections, and we will look at the surface of it and to see if it looks like there is a very fine layer of silt that's on it that will restrict the flow through it. And in that case, then there's maintenance that's going to be required. And typically what you're going to want to do is strip off a couple inches and get those fines out, rototill the top, and then bring in new soil to put over it, and then you reseed it.
So if after this project is completed, and a few years down the road, Indian Point, somebody has a problem with what they think is excess water, they could come to the marina and point that out, and something might be done?
They would probably let you guys know, I'm sure, or NDEP, and then we would have to address that concern.
You would have to, because of why?
If we're in violation of our permit, which says that we need to maintain that system.
Gotcha.
So, and once again, yearly, part of the report that we've submitted, there is a maintenance portion of that which has to be done on a regular basis.
In addition,
thanks.
Their stormwater permit through DEP is going to have a 5-year recertification process with it. So every 5 years, DEP will send out a letter to the owner applicant, say you need to hire someone to recertify that your stormwater systems are working in accordance to the way they were designed.
Great,
so,
thanks.
Does that pretty much answer your questions on water flow?
I have a few questions.
You have a few more questions now. Well, that's not allowed. You can no, go ahead.
I just have a couple questions that you might be able to answer easy. So thank you for clarifying some of those. So I wanted to get an idea, you were talking about, it's percolating down into the soil and all of that, but what if there's nowhere for it to go in the soil? If it's fully saturated, like the situation it is right now, we have standing water everywhere. Is there a trigger that there's a pump that would put it into sewer, like a sewer system somewhere else, or divert it from that area so that it isn't still, I'm sure it wouldn't still flow, but it's the water level is going to rise in there. So that's what I was just kind of, is there something that would trigger that? Or also if there are, problems, because it's not just yesterday's rain, right? This has been happening for the last 3 years, that we've had a lot of water runoff issues that we've been tracking. If it continues to be this way, right? Like, is there something that, maybe this needs to be either I don't know the space, but like, does it need to be deeper or a different type of system or something in order to be able to handle that so that it isn't flooding us? And then, do you have with you a side elevation?
A what?
Like a side elevation of this that shows what the grade is?
The contour?
Yeah, like the
I
contour.
don't have plans on me.
Okay, no, that's I just didn't know. 'Cause I
They're
was just
in the
curious with
plans
wall.
that are on the web that shows 2 sections of it and a section of the overflow too.
So that was just, concern if there's nowhere to go, then there still would be some overflow there. And then a comment around the sort of like wall safety in that area, that it wouldn't be the public and only staff parking the boats in there, and that's, fine. And I'm definitely not asking for additional lights, but just checking on like monitoring that, because living adjacent to it, very often there's people, to say people, I don't know, staff, or there could be people coming in after hours, or owners of, or renters of boats or whatever, that are still in that area and kind of, that's like after hours kind of concerns, right? There's no one there that's monitoring some of that stuff. So just safety concerns in that. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Rob, one more question for you on the buffers and landscaping. Your southwest section 302, the smaller, thinner buffer that buffers Indian Point, we've talked about that. It buffers their leach field.
Yeah, the 15-foot buffer on their commercial portion.
Yep. So your buffer fully meets, as far as I know, and Will, tell me if I'm wrong here, but your buffer fully meets the ordinance requirements.
I believe it exceeds it.
And I can remember from our site walk that it is mostly mature trees in that section. And I think one of the individuals is concerned that when the number of those taller trees go away, that there will be very little visual buffer. I also, if my memory serves me correct, the buffer on the Indian Point side is mostly grass with some scattered shrubs. So I'm wondering if there can be some sort of joint project that you would be willing to discuss with Indian Point on a joint revegetation of that total buffer area. That's not a planning board request because it meets the ordinance. But if you would consider that, if Indian Point wanted to proceed and share in the cost of that, whether or not, saying, you don't need to give me an answer.
We will meet with the association regarding it and have a discussion.
Right. Okay, I think that answers most of the mail.
It does, except this is Barry McKay again. The visual barrier, I think you just addressed it, but my property doesn't abut. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not an abutter, and I'm not. I am part of Indian Point Association, but I'm concerned about the wintertime when they're not here. The visual barrier. And again, I think you just addressed that, but I'm not part of what you just talked about.
Okay.
So where does he?
What?
One last thing. I don't know if Wayne wanted to touch on. We've been also coordinating with Wayne relative to questions of the fire rescue.
Yeah, Wayne will get his shot.
He'll get his shot in there.
For Wayne.
But
he's waiting patiently.
Yeah, I think he. All
right,
I'll let him speak then.
I do want you to do one thing for us, Rob, before we turn to do some other stuff. Would you go to Will's, if you have it, Will's memo? Do you have his memo handy?
I had it called up on my digital device here. Okay.
All right. Would you go through the final things that we are still waiting on?
Okay. Yeah.
Would you let me know if any of those have come in and or what we are still waiting on?
Yeah. Let me touch upon that because we reached out to all of them. Okay. I'm going to start off. I don't think it's on here.
I could read it to you if that.
No. I can see it. Let me just make it a little bigger. First of all, I don't think Portland Water District's on here, but we reached out to Portland Water District, and they gave us a revised service availability letter. Our service actually went down because basically going to have is a fire line in the bathrooms downstairs, no bathrooms upstairs.
Okay.
So that's not a big deal. U.S. Army Corps replied to me today. They will be looking at that at the end of this week or beginning of next week.
Okay.
Her comment was that, hey, you have a permit, you're reducing the amount of impacts. We don't see an issue.
Okay.
So, DEP, NERPA, and DEP Stormwater, I'm still waiting for a response back on that. They've had it about 45 days now. They should be getting back to us within the next, well, their time limit is typically a 90 days time limit. We will press them on that. DOT, once again, we did have a connection permit for that driveway. They had issued that. We've asked them, it hasn't changed the location. We've asked them whether it needs to be extended or do they need to issue a new one based upon the changes on site. We have not heard back from them. And I've also inquired about the initial submittal that we made relative to the water mains that we need to cross for our fire hydrant, our fire line and whatnot. Typically, DOT requires their roads to be protected after they do a major project like the major paving project they did. In that case, we can't just open cut for those lines. We have to go back 100 feet in both directions, mill all the travel lanes, and replace all that. And that's what we've kind of called out on our plans. The initial meeting that I had with the district engineer, he didn't see any issues with that, but they have not issued any formal permit yet on that. We're pursuing that. And then the Raymond Fire Rescue.
Yeah, skip that one. We'll hear from Wayne.
That'll be Wayne. Smell retaining wall design prepared by a Maine licensed professional engineer. What we require is when they go to construction, the contractor will submit signed and sealed plans that I will review prior to the wall going in. And I think the sunset clause is on there, isn't it? On the site plan from before.
Yeah, maybe it is.
So basically, they're all still outstanding.
What's that?
Basically, they're all still outstanding in the short version to that.
Half and half. Let's call it 50-50.
Where's the 50 that's not?
DEP and half the DOT.
Well, you said there's no response yet from them.
We have an initial permit for the access,
okay.
but we have no
I see what you're
permit
saying.
for the open cut.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that we have 50% of them.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Wayne.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we have been in discussions with the applicant since the preliminary plan submission, and we've been working on some language to add to the final plan when it comes before you again. And from what we reviewed, those additions or changes will satisfy our requirements.
So you're happy?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell
the only
sometimes,
other thing, the only other thing would be just in the findings of fact to make sure that the memo from July 31st is a condition that's included in the finding of fact.
Okay.
That's in my.
Yeah, in your thing there.
Um,
All right, the board.
Yeah, I just got a question handed to me from, it looks like John S. on Zoom. He wants to know if the gas pipeline has an easement, which yes, it does. And is the road as proposed behind a building outside this easement? And I believe it is, correct?
Good questions. That was one of the ones that weren't on the list that I was going to fill you in on. We have also reached out to Portland Pipeline. Heard back from Ken Brown. There were 4 items that he wanted to have us addressed. We did address those, and those concerns were one where we crossed the pipeline. When we resubmitted to him, we didn't give him the detailed plan for that. and the question was whether we were still in conformance with standards. We didn't actually change that crossing. That's why the pipe does a 90 over to where we had previously designed. So that's not an issue. There was a comment relative to part of that treatment area to the west of the building is partially within the corridor. They have an old-fashioned easement, which says they basically have an easement. It doesn't define it. So there's a corridor that's been recognized of about 60 feet that they're in. So there was a question, or comment relative to the location of that. When we originally designed our locations prior to this submittal, we had met with them and inquired upon them what did they need for clearance over the pipeline and adjacent to it. And we were told they basically need to get a vehicle that would go along to be able to maintain it. And so what we came to was we would at least make sure that we had enough room to have the equipment centered over the pipeline, and then enough area to store materials or excavation within that area wherever we put the stormwater. The comment has come back that they will probably, their final email to us will condition it that if for some reason they need more storage area over there and they impact that storage area, then we're responsible for restoring it, which we're okay with.
Okay. And your pavement does not go over the pipe itself, it just goes over the easement?
It does not go over the pipeline. That's the same limits of pavement we had on the original design. One of the comments were that they were concerned relative to the fact that we don't have that yard to the west side of the building anymore. On the prior configuration, we had a rack that was on that side of the building, and plus there were going to be a couple bays where we could pull maintenance of boats in. So that was an area that we would need to operate in and temporarily put boats and whatnot in. Well, now it's only going to be a travel through for vehicles or for the marine forklift to turn into the building. And as part of the comment back to them, we gave them the fire truck routing that we've done for fire rescue through that area that shows that it will stay on the pavement. And we've also showed that a tractor trailer truck can make it through that area and stay on the pavement, and marine forklift can come over and turn into the building and turn out without going off the pavement. So that was part of the reply to that comment. And lastly, typically they like to see the buildings now held back 50 feet from pipeline locations. We are a little closer than that. There are two pipelines. One's a pipeline that's not currently being used but is there for blowing product through, and the other one's what's called a cathodic pipeline. It's there to protect the other one for corrosion and all that. In lieu of meeting, there's a federal standard for that 50 feet that they typically like to see. We're closer than that. In lieu of meeting that, there's a minimum requirement that you have additional cover over the pipe in those instances. And so there's criteria relative to whether your pipeline is going through like a field area, that's 30 inches. If you're going through next to an industrial area that there's no traffic or a residential area, it's 36 inches. Well, if you have a building closer, then they want to see another 12 inches over that. So we're required to have 48 inches of cover. When we did the initial approval for the parking in that area, when we had the boat storage, we had done a calculation for the district that showed that even if we put a tractor trailer truck on that based upon the thickness of the pipe and all that, there would be no detriment to that. Well, that pipe, that calculation was based upon a minimum 36 inch was what we had determined was there when we did inspections prior to that calculation. With the plan that we're doing now, we're adding more than 12 inches above that, so we meet that criteria. So we're waiting to hear back. Ken was on vacation last week and has not gotten back to me on it. Okay?
Okay. On the board, anybody else have questions?
Yeah, I agree with Will's memo that I have a concern with not having a safety barrier railing over the retaining wall. I know that you think you're gonna have just employees there, but even they could take a tumble, and I would think you'd want to guard against that. But also, who's to say the public's not gonna somehow wander in there at some point in time, and if some little kid fell over there, you know, it'd be a big liability on your part. So since it's a safety issue, and I think would help you out as well, I kind of would like to see a safety barrier railing over that wall.
We'll defer to the board on that. You know, we can put, you know, a split rail fence or something, you know, along there.
Okay.
And then the only other question I have is the pictures you have of that you had of the building that were here a minute ago.
Yeah. Shoot. At the last meeting, one of the things that you wanted to see was to see some color on it. We basically, it's a gray tan color for the building, and then the windows, around the window area, that's a bronze color. And what the architect has done is shown you a couple examples on the bottom on the plans that you have of projects that they have completed or designed in the past. This is with your architectural feature in the front, you know, a New England barn type deal, the gable, and this is actually a restaurant down at Port Harbor Marine in South Portland, which they did for the client. Very good architect, you know.
So that's what it'll look like.
Kind of, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Kevin? You're muted.
That's okay, because I didn't have anything to say.
Any other
I'm
questions?
good.
You're okay. Ed, you okay?
Yeah, I just have a question. How high is that retaining wall going to be? It looks like from the contours here, it's only a couple feet.
Varies from, I think, 4 to 8. 4 to 8.
Oh, well, it's...
Yeah. It definitely goes up to around 8 feet, so that's why we made the comment about some sort of barrier there. It doesn't have to be a guardrail, I don't think, because it's not like there's cars up there. It's just something to make people aware that there's a 8-foot drop off.
Mm-hmm.
So in my opinion, I mean, Rob mentioned the split rail fence. That would be adequate as far as I'm concerned. It's just.
Does OSHA have anything to say about that, since he says it's a work environment?
Or your insurance company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
it's agreed to, so that's fine. All right. So now, Rob, I was just trying to look through. I know you told us about the waiver of this parking. I'm still, I'm still kind of, I want to make sure we do this correctly.
I think at the last meeting, we talked about having
waiver.
reviewed that before and basically agreed to a lower parking amount. So
Yep.
I think we had determined that we didn't need a waiver.
Right.
I guess the question, and I don't have my ordinance book in front of me, but
You want one?
whether we really need that waiver or not.
All right, so, I mean.
Basically, they've provided an alternative, what I would call an alternative parking requirement based on the use.
Yep.
And
storage facility does not have a parking requirement, right? So.
right, I mean, the Raymond ordinance is very general in terms of parking requirements. They list it for, a building, basically. A lot of other ordinances have specific requirements, so they'll go in and they'll have a requirement for office, requirement for restaurant, a requirement for, most ordinances don't necessarily have a requirement for storage buildings. So one alternative is to go to a reference like the ITE Parking Generation Manual or something like that. But there's so many different types of storage. It's, which one do you use? So, I mean, to be, if you want to put it to rest, I guess maybe a waiver would be the right way to do it.
That's what I was thinking.
Rather than saying, and go through those 5 criteria and just say, okay, requesting a waiver, go through those 5 criteria, make sure they meet the 5 criteria, and then we've covered it.
Because even for the number of spaces, we would need the waiver just for our, whatever we call those things.
The island.
The pylon, right? Don't we?
There was an island.
Islands.
Requirement, but we waived that.
We waived it, but.
Yeah, I mean, again, with such a small space, a small parking lot, I mean, they've provided.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't make sense, but I think we could roll that into the waiver as well.
Good.
And take care of the whole package.
Yep.
Let's just do it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Agreed. Agreed. Kevin? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. So to the 2 big items, and we have not in the past, I don't see us changing this right here, is granted an approval for a project with the outstanding DOT, DEP, stormwater, and all those, which I know you're aware of. But as far as the rest of the project goes, I believe everything is met, right?
Yes.
Is that everyone's consideration?
Yeah. Would this be just a preliminary approval?
Yeah. Yep. So we could do either one, up to the board. We could either table until the next meeting, whenever that is and all the data comes back in, and then go to approval. If in fact everything looks good, we could do a preliminary approval with all of the contingencies waiting on coming back. Normally I would like to do a waiver first before we did that, but we can't do the waiver because we don't have it in writing and all those written yet. I'm going to leave it up to you guys what you would prefer.
I guess
to
I'm
do.
curious how much it would delay the project if we waited a month.
Well, it's not going to delay the project at all because we will not approve the project until we get the stormwater and DOT.
Then I think we should wait.
Just wait as
Until
table
yeah.
and wait.
Table, right. I think we should.
Yes?
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that? Kevin?
I'm good with that.
Will, is that,
I think that makes sense.
okay, wow. All right.
So the only outstanding item is to come up with the language for the waivers and the approvals that we need.
Yeah, I think it would just be better to do it as a waiver, just as a package.
Yeah.
So we have that cleared up. And in that waiver, make sure you address the islands.
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay. All right, then we need a motion.
Move to table.
So we don't know exactly when that's going to be because we don't
Right.
know when you're going to be able to submit your permits.
I'm going to sit on the doorstep tomorrow.
Okay, so
Good luck with that.
I'll let you know how that works out.
So is there a second on the table? A second for the motion? Second, okay.
Second.
So the discussion would be, Rob, we'll say tabled until a time frame where you have all those other documentation.
Until we get that, and then we resubmit, and then we'll...
Right, and the first order of business would be the waiver.
Right.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Rob?
Sandy, is that you?
Yeah. I just want to let Rob know if he's going to shoot for September. I needed a week from today. So chances are that isn't going to happen. He's laughing at me.
No, he's laughing with you.
Right? Yeah, I know, because I'm thinking, you know, I don't see DEP getting him that by next week.
Yeah, that's, yeah, that might or may not happen. Okay. Any staff communications or updates? We have real staff communications here. So the last item is item number 5. I think we need to discuss that fairly lengthy.
Well, before you adjourn, Bob, unless Rob comes back.
What's Andy?
Unless Bob comes back by, Rob comes back by next week, nothing else has come in.
Oh, for next meeting. Oh,
yeah.
So nothing better come in. We get a month off.
I thought you might like to hear that.
We will treat that. We will consider any earlier submissions.
One more thing before we adjourn.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, one more from?
From Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Oh, okay.
The Comprehensive Plan Committee is going through chapters that's being written by the planners, and we're reviewing them and so forth. And part of what we got to do is interview staff from the town, and the only one that hasn't been interviewed yet is you. So someone will be contacting you just to interview you about concerns or any issues to do with the planning board that might concern the Comprehensive Plan Committee. So
not specifically with you.
Yeah, it'll be with me, unless you don't want me there. It'll be me and Sean McKillop.
That's fine. Just give me a call.
Okay.
Those already gone.
Second, the motion to adjourn.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Hey, sorry. Sorry, I got kicked. I don't know if you guys had anything you wanted me to talk about.
Too late. We just adjourned.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Thanks for stopping in, though, Alec.
I was here, but I literally got kicked right as you guys were voting on the last thing or making your decision.
No, I think we're okay. Unless you have anything you need to tell us.
No, not really. I don't really have anything for an update. All right, you too.
Thanks, Alex.
Good evening and welcome to the special town meeting of the town of Raymond. In the name of the state of Maine, I am hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raymond qualified by law to vote in town affairs to meet at the broadcast studio at 423 West Mills Road in said town on Tuesday, August 15th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Then and there to act on Articles 1 and 2 as set out below. Article 1 to elect a moderator to preside at said meeting. I'll entertain nominations.
Motion to nominate Joe Bruno. Second.
Any further nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Second. Okay. All of you have ballots in front of you. If any of the audience wants to vote, they may. But I'm required to have 3. So you each have a little piece of paper with a pencil. So I need at least one more, please, otherwise it's not legal. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you have it.
I have this one.
Yes, please.
I got one. Yeah, I got 2. I got all kinds of.
Miraculously, Joe, you have 1 nomination. And if you could raise your right hand, but please remain seated, sir.
I'm not going to, just to let the audience know, I have a torn Achilles, so I will not be standing up.
I, Joseph Bruno, to swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of the states so long as I shall continue a citizen thereof, so help me God. I do swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities the duties incumbent on me as moderator for the town of Raymond for the August 15th, 2023 special town meeting according to the Constitution and laws of the state, so help me God. So if you could autograph right there for me, please. There's this as well. If you
All right, thanks. Article 2. See if the town will authorize medical cannabis retail store locations operating with municipal approval as of December 13th, 2018 to operate pursuant to a medical cannabis dispensary registration or a caregiver registration in compliance with all applicable state and local requirements. There's a note of explanation. This change in no way allows any sale of recreational use cannabis in the town of Raymond. It does allow the 2 medical use sites currently grandfathered to operate in Raymond to register with the state of Maine as either a medical caregiver or a medical dispensary. The Maine State Statutes, Title 22, Chapter 558C, Maine Medical Use of Cannabis Act, subsection 2422, definitions including the following caregiver retail store. Caregiver retail store means a store that has attributes generally associated with retail stores, including but not limited to a fixed location, a sign, regular business hours, accessibility to the public, and sales of goods or services directly to a consumer, and that it is used by registered caregivers that offer cannabis plants or harvested cannabis for sale to qualifying patients. The registered dispensary or dispensary means an entity registered under section 2425A that acquires, possesses, cultivates, manufactures, delivers, transfers, transports, sells, supplies, or dispenses cannabis plants or harvested cannabis or related supplies and educational materials to qualifying patients and the caregivers of those patients.
Motion to approve Article 2.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Article 2 passes.
Motion to
Motion to adjourn. Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the August 15th meeting of the Select Board in town of Raymond. It is 5:36. First order of business is minutes of the previous meetings. We'll start with June 19th.
Move the minutes of June 19th.
Second.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Minutes of June 27th.
Move to approve the minutes of June 27th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. July 18th, 2023.
Motion to approve July 18th minutes.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Public hearing. Special amusement application for cafe, well, what's it called now? East Side
it's
Cafe?
East Shore
East
Tavern.
Shore
Yes, I should have changed it there as well. It's
Okay.
formerly Cafe Sebago.
Yeah. So we have an application in front of us.
Yes, and that's, Teresa has it. Mhm.
Okay.
And I think it was in your e-packet.
And this is for entertainment?
Yes,
Okay.
for the, like the
Is it-
karaoke kind of.
Open
things
room,
that he
patio
does.
area, security, late and weekends.
Okay.
DJ live music, open mic nights, 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Does Alex have any more on that? No? Okay.
Any issues with Alex?
I guess not. Sorry, Alex, code officer for the town. Not specific to that, but the violations that existed previously still exist. They are all still unresolved from previous years.
From a year ago?
2 years ago, actually, at this point. So the parking area in the back still hasn't been fixed.
So,
So, like the garbage issue?
They created a parking area behind the building.
Yeah.
Which was done without permits.
Okay.
And they were in the process of getting that permitted after the fact last year. Was going to require some survey work, and I haven't heard anything else.
Okay.
Hasn't gone anywhere. And the last thing I ended up hearing from the owner was that they were going to simply revegetate that back area, just put it back to grass. And that still hasn't been done.
And what are the violations?
So that one particularly, and then there was also a violation for the outdoor seating area, which I believe we did clean that one up, if I remember correctly.
Right.
So it's just the parking area that remains now.
I'm going to make a motion to deny the application until this thing gets cleaned up.
You're not in the position to make a motion yet. We're in a public hearing.
Right.
Oh, sorry, we are. Sorry. You're right.
Now,
Usually
Kyle
it's us.
cannot be here tonight, is my understanding,
That's
because he
correct.
got called to Florida.
That's
Is that
correct. Yes.
I assume we could table this until next meeting.
You
That
could.
would be my,
When does the existing permit he has runs out when?
He has gotten an extension from the state to go another month. And the state has indicated to him that they would probably do one other extension past that if need be.
Okay. So can I have a motion table?
Can you do that in the public hearing? or-
No, you'll need to come out of the
Yeah,
public
you
hearing
come out of
first.
public hearing.
Okay.
No,
Then we can table.
Can you not do that?
Can we're still in public hearing. Anybody from the public have any comments?
Table it, go to the next meeting.
No? Okay, is that your public comment, Louise?
It is.
All right, thank you. All right, Peter, if you could step up to the mic, please.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just to support what's already been voiced here, which is having been on the Zoning Board of Appeals for a number of years and knowing that there are other cases even now pending about non-permitted uses and individuals not pulling permits, I would certainly endorse no action on this until the violations are corrected.
Marilyn Westcott, 172 AI Road. I'm not aware of what special amusements means, and if you could explain if it's entertainment, noise pollution, or anything like that.
Alex, can you explain this?
Yeah, so this encompasses really all of the entertainment from that location, and I believe it's indoor and outdoor is what they do there. And I think they're looking to go at 12 a.m. Is that the time that's on there? So that would include, I think they do live musicians, karaoke, DJs, all sorts of stuff.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I would think the neighbors would be here if they thought
Yep.
that was coming up tonight.
I believe Fire Inspector Jones has a comment.
Wayne, are you on there?
Yes, I am.
All right, Wayne,
Can
what
you-
you got?
So, just for the record, this special amusement runs concurrent with the liquor license. You have to have the liquor license to have the special amusement, just to clarify that for the board. So there's actually 2 components to this. And then the only other thing is, at this point in time, we have not been contacted to schedule our fire and life safety inspection. So just to put that on the record.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. Any other comment? If not, I will close the public hearing. Now you can move to table.
Okay, but there's moving to table, and then there's making the motion to deny it until he can come back and have everything fixed.
Well, if you table it, it
Yeah.
effectively ends it for
Yes, it
discussion
does.
tonight.
Right,
he comes
until
in.
he comes back.
Okay, motion to table.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to take a couple of things out of order then and go to new business C and D and ask for tabling motions on both of those.
On what?
New business C and D.
You move to table
I see.
new business C, which is consideration of East Shore Tavern liquor license and consideration of the special amusement application.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Tabled. All right. So we have a consideration of Budget Finance Committee vacancy.
Yes, that's a vacancy because no one ran for the seat.
Okay.
So
But we do not need to fill it.
you do not need to fill it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention
Okay.
if you wanted to do something with it. Otherwise, it will stay empty.
Mm-hmm.
They have a quorum potentially without it, but they will need to still have 4 members for a quorum.
Anybody
Mm-mm.
feel the need to fill that vacancy?
I would think if they desired to have it filled.
They would ask around and have somebody apply.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, so we'll just move on from there. Consideration of planning board resignation.
Yes, Mr. D'Arcangelo, Michael D'Arcangelo is
D'Arcangelo,
moving.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. So he's
How many-
moving back to Gorham.
How many people are on that planning board?
7, I believe, yes.
So you have one vacancy?
1 vacancy. There are no candidates right now.
Okay, I would probably advertise for a vacancy. on the
Yeah, we
planning
have it
board.
up in a few places, but I need to put it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Peter might want to do it.
Oh, that's an idea.
That was a yes look, right? Yeah. That was a. He's got experience.
Move to accept the resignation of Michael D'Arcangelo.
Second. All in favor? Michael, thank you for your service over the years. We really appreciate all the volunteers that step up in this town.
And he also is on the Board of Assessment Review, so he will be leaving that as well.
All right, consideration of a quick claim deed.
Yeah, I have one here. The inhabitants, let's see, Daniel Emerson, map 004, lot 014, book 37080, page 22, book 38553, page 9. I really confused that up. Book 39673, page 118, and it is, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not seeing it.
What you looking for?
The amount?
Which one? Map 4, lot 14?
Yeah, but no, it
Oh,
doesn't.
the amount paid.
$4,088.47.
47
That's, am I just
So that-
not seeing that on there?
It's on page
Yeah,
30.
it's not, it wouldn't be on
Page
there. What
34.
we're doing, that's releasing the, so,
Okay. Do I have a second?
second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Public comment? Peter? Yeah.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'm currently co-chair of the Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee. Just came here tonight to give you an update on our 1-year anniversary into the process. What I can tell you is, first off, that the committee has been dedicated to these proceedings, and we are satisfied with North Star as far as being the consultant planners involved in this process. What we were told at the beginning is this would be a 2.5 to a 3-year process. I'd like to also just shout out to Sue Look and to Dawn, and also to Chris Hansen, as far as they sit on the committee as municipal representation, and they've been extremely helpful, and the town in general has been extremely supportive of the process, and we appreciate that. The committee is extremely diversified, in my opinion. We have old, we have young, we have new people to Raymond, we have old people to Raymond, we have men, we have women, people with kids in the school system, retirees like myself, and a number of different professions, everything from healthcare to legal representation, a lawyer. We've got several realtors. We have a registered forester. We have also a number of individuals with backgrounds on committees, everything from budget finance to planning board. So we're well represented and believe that we form a representative group for the town. That being said, I'm reminded constantly that it's not the committee that's going to write this report. What we do is we act as facilitators. What we do is go out and collect information, but ultimately it's going to be the citizens of the town that care to get involved that will actually formulate what the report is going to be looking like. We have not done one since 2004, so a lot has changed in the interim. And we are just finishing up this month in conducting our interviews with municipal people. Everything I've talked to the Public Works department head. I talked with the fire safety, the chief and assistant chief. I've also just recently spoken with the chair of the planning board. But I think we're just about done talking to all the department heads. The questions that we've asked of them have been personal questions that we've observed from our experience in the town, along with requisite questions from the state in order to get a formatted plan that will be acceptable to the state. So the process just going forward is that once we get all this information gathered, along with the assistance, and we're leaning very heavily on the assistance to get the format right of the consultant planners, we then submit it to the state. The state looks at it, and they will either bless it or not. Prior to that, it's got to go to you guys, and then you will then bring it to the citizens for a vote. But then the last step will be having the state say, yes, we accept this, or they'll send us back to the drawing board and said, no, you missed a couple of chapters or components that need to be in there. Along with this update of what we're doing, I've learned that whenever there's a presentation, there's always an ask at the end. So this ask is a very simple one. We're at 150 responses to our preliminary survey. In the preliminary survey, if you've had a chance to look at it, very general questions. But those questions really are going to formulate for us how to put our vision statement together, which is one of the requisites of the plan. The vision statement is what's going to be used then to have the public workshops, to run it by the citizens that are interested in the process, to voice their concerns, and then we go on from there as far as developing the full-blown plan. We've had 150 responses. What we're told is a good representation for something like this on a preliminary survey would be 10% of the population, which would be about 450. So the ask is that if a select board has not yet weighed in on that survey, it's online, it's very easy to get to. You just click on the icon for the comprehensive plan. It'll bring you right to the survey. You can complete it in 10 or 15 minutes. I would ask that you also encourage your family members and your constituents to also engage in that preliminary survey, because we really need to hit that number to be representative, so that then we can then formulate our vision statement. It's been asked oftentimes, who can participate in the survey, and it's anyone. So it's residents of Raymond. It's seasonal people that come here on vacation. It's people that work here. It's people that visit. So anyone can take that survey, because generally what it's doing is just giving us an idea of where people that are involved with Raymond would like to see Raymond go over the next 10 years. Clearly, when it comes to the voting, you're going to have to be a resident and a voter of Raymond in order to vote on the final report. But right now, we're just in the information gathering. What we're looking for is just input from everybody and anybody who is involved in any way with this town. So if there's any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer them.
So where, Can we move the, a button or whatever to the landing page on the website that would take people right to the survey?
There is.
Or do they have to go to the survey, to the comprehensive plan section first?
Yes. Well, they have all of this both. There's in the text, in the document that's posted, they can go straight to it. Or they can go to the planning board, the comprehensive plan page. But I'll check and make sure that works. Yeah, I'll make sure that works.
Yeah, it pops up as soon as you open the page. Kind of nice.
Yeah.
Louise?
Peter, can you explain why it's necessary for the town to do this?
It's actually not necessary for the town to do this. Somewhere around 2014 and 2015, the state decided in its infinite wisdom to basically dismantle the planning office. And they didn't dismantle it entirely, but what there is one full-time employee and then another part-time employee that is still left in the planning office. Those are the individuals that will review our final plan to see if it's acceptable or not. But the requirement as of 2015 went away, so we don't have to do it. The advantages of doing it are everything, and I can tell you that from code enforcement to planning board, the comprehensive plan of a municipality forms the legal basis for every action and ordinance we take. So if let's say the very extreme situation where we end up in court over an issue, one of the first things that's going to be asked in Superior Court is, well, how is this in line with your comprehensive plan? And if the answer is we don't have one, then we're in a weaker position. There are also some benefits as far as the state allows more in the way of, let's say, flexibility or more of a liberal attitude towards municipalities setting fee schedules. If you have a comprehensive plan, you get a bit of break on those. And then I believe, lastly, there are some grants, state grants, that are actually linked to your comprehensive plan. If you don't have one, generally you go to the bottom of the pile.
It opened right up on the homepage. Yep, as soon as you bring up RaymondMaine.org, you just click on it, it brings it right up to the survey.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, Louise?
Yes, thank you.
I always think it's good to have a plan, whether you're a business, a town, or whatever. You need to know what people think and where you want to be. So. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Peter, thanks for your work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Public comment. Any further public comment? Okay. Seeing none. Selectman comment? I just want to congratulate the Great New Gloucester Raymond Little League team for getting the Williamsport. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. I don't know how many kids from Raymond are actually on that team.
There aren't any.
Not any on the All-Star team.
Not any on the All-Star team?
No.
That's okay.
But that's okay.
At least they're including Raymond in the news highlights.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's kind of nice that,
exciting.
there were no Raymond kids in there. No.
It's the all-star team.
But congratulations to them and.
Your first game's tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
No, Thursday.
No, Thursday.
Yep.
Yep. And they're playing the Northwest team, if I remember.
Yep.
Right? So, all right. Town managers report, communications. Sue.
So confirm the dates for the upcoming regular meetings, which is September 12th and October 10th. Does that fit in all of your calendars?
Take a look. Well, I'm going nowhere fast, so I can't even drive.
No.
So, 12.
Well, if you're going to do a thing, you need to do it all the way.
I do. That's what I usually do.
September 12th and what?
September 12th and October 10th.
10th, yep.
And then upcoming holiday schedule is September 4th on Labor Day. And I did want to let you all know that we've had our first review of the RFP for the reval, and Derek was involved in that. And that went very well. And the next step is that we will be contacting the vendors to ask them a few follow-up questions.
How many proposals did we receive?
We received 2.
2? Okay.
And then possibly in the September meeting, we'll be coming with a recommendation,
Okay.
or at latest October.
And it will not begin until 2025, is that correct?
The plan is to be finished in 26, so yes.
All right. Okay, have you contacted Matt? Is he,
I will now.
all right,
Motion, you want a motion now?
yeah, we might as well. We're going into executive session, so we're gonna ask everybody to leave. We're under 6F, by the way.
Okay, motion to go into executive session on discussion of personnel issue pursuant to 1 MRSA section 405 6F.
Second?
All in favor? Thank you.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the meeting, emergency selectmen meeting of September 5th, 2023. Can I have a motion?
Move to go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue pursuant to 1 MRSA 405 6A.
Second. All in favor? Unanimous?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second. Moved and seconded, all in favor? We're having executive session.
Move to approve the transition agreement between the town manager, Don Willard.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. Town manager Don Willard has been out on sick leave and will continue to be out on leave through early next year, at which time he has informed us that he will be retiring. We thank Don for his long service to the town and wish him well. Until such time, Sue Look will continue on as interim manager. Thank you, everyone.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? We are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the September 6th, 2023 Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. I will state for the record that we do have a quorum. And our first order of business after call to order is minutes of the previous meeting, which would be August 2nd. Has everybody had an opportunity to see the minutes?
Yes.
And do I have a motion to approve?
You do have a motion.
Second. All in favor? And one abstention. I was not here at the meeting last. Thank you. All right. Under old business, first item is survey update. So I would turn to North Star and kind of give us an idea of how many people have responded to our survey, and you know, that all anticipated question of what have we learned?
Yeah, so as of right now, we've had 189 responses. We're hoping to at least hit 200. So we'll talk a little bit more about the process moving forward later in the meeting. But we were hoping to keep this survey open only for about another week or so till mid-September, so we can start working on the visioning work. So I think if we can, as a committee, agree to all try to push this out over the next week, post it on Facebook, any Facebook groups, hand out business cards, make your neighbors do it. Any other ideas you have would be really helpful to get a little more, just a little push before we close it.
I know I mentioned it last meeting, all the sports have started now, so
Okay.
school's open, so there's a lot more opportunity to just hand out the cards to people too.
Great.
Yep.
What's the objective again, Kate, for closing it down, not keeping it running, just to
So
move it along?
we need to, basically, we need some time to process all the data so we can start to use that to work on visioning with you, which is what's sort of in the schedule for next month. So we need a little time to process all the survey answers and then to share that with you. And there will be more opportunities for online surveys with later things we put together, where I'm sure we'll ask some of the same or similar questions, and we'll also be asking more specific questions going forward. This was really like the big, super high level ideas. What do you love? What do you want to change kind of stuff? And it'll probably get more specific going forward.
So Kate, if I'm not mistaken, our target was 10%, and that would be somewhere around a figure of 450. So we're not even closely approaching that at this point.
Yeah, so we sort of said, okay, what if we could get 5%?
Yeah, so we're lowering our expectations. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, I think clearly this was not, we had a little trouble getting the word out and getting people to take this survey. I mean, just anecdotally in some other towns, it seemed like people were maybe too busy during the summer to want to take online surveys. So I think that we need to keep moving the process forward. So we'll kind of end this part, see if we can get at least 200 people, and then we will kind of move forward with different public participation stuff in the next steps.
Yeah. So if I understand it, just in looking at the timeline, and I know this timeline was set up a while ago, but task 2.4 was what we've learned public meeting in January of 2024, which would probably have to incorporate a lot of the, if I'm not mistaken, once again, it would be this first survey along with the department head interviews, along with the chapters. So those would basically put together the information that we need to establish some sort of visioning statement. And then the vision and statement values drafting is also for January 24. So are both of those, in your opinion, online or on time, on the timeline as being accomplished? Or
I don't have the timeline in front of me. I can pull it up. And we actually have this on the agenda to talk to you about later, maybe in more detail. But I think we had to start working with the committee on a vision statement in October, and I think we're still on track for that, because the way that that usually works is that a small group like the committee, with our help, will use input from public visioning questions, which we do have input from the survey, as well as the inventory chapter information and what you know about Raymond, to start putting together a vision statement. And then at that event, people will have a chance to react to either a draft statement, or sometimes the way we do it is have like kind of big ideas from this vision statement for people to react to and say, do you agree with this? Is there anything you think we're missing, as we put that together?
So later on, if I understand you, we'll be discussing what we've learned from the 189 that we've got so far. I would see that as being important information for us if we're looking to make a big push the last couple of weeks, such things as what's the demographic, age demographic of the people that have responded to us, and who should we target, and those types of pieces of information.
We're planning to process the survey data once it's closed, and then we'll share those results with you in the October meeting when we start working on the vision.
So that we won't have that information prior to closing the...
I can tell you right now from the live Google form feedback, it looks like in terms of age group, the highest group at 26% is 65 to 80. Followed, or actually, sorry, I'm reading this backwards. The highest group at 27% is 35 to 44. Then 65 to 80. Then in third is 55 to 64 and 45 to 54. And the majority, 87%, are year-round residents. We only got 9.5% of seasonal residents, but I know a lot of those people are leaving or left, so I'm not sure if there's a good way to reach those people still. And it looks like the majority of people who answered have lived in Raymond for less, or not the majority, but the largest group is people who've lived here for less than 10 years. 33% of respondents have lived here for less than 10 years. And 61% of respondents do not have school-age children, 38% do. So I think also if there's an opportunity for people with kids in school to do a push to some of the groups of parents, that would be great.
Yeah. And Sue, when do the tax bills go out?
They should, the agenda for next selectmen meeting is to consider the commitment and the mill rate. So if it's set at that meeting, they'll go out sometime either at the end of next week or early the week after.
And I know we had discussed, are there any opportunities to, if not put the survey there, attach just the business card or something like that to try and remind?
We could put the business card in there.
What does the group think about that? I mean, I'm thinking in terms of getting the feedback from some of the seasonal people, which, as I'm understanding, we're losing that opportunity pretty soon. So what does the group think about that?
Well, would there be enough time? Because I know you said mid-September is the last week of that survey. Would that give us enough time? Because they'd basically be getting there as we're ending the survey. Is there any way to kind of maybe give a little bit more time?
I mean, I think from our end, our sort of thinking on this is that we need to stay on schedule. We need to keep moving it forward, and then we need to close the survey with at least 2 weeks for us to have time to go through everything. So, I mean, if you think that the tax bills are the best way to reach them, we can see if we can get enough. How many business cards would we need, Sue?
We would need a little over 4,000.
Do you think that the business cards are self-explanatory enough in itself, or do you think a flyer that had the QR code and a little bit of info about the survey would be more effective as a
I think that would be a
supplemental
little
piece?
more directed, a flyer that basically says, please take 10 minutes and take this online survey.
Yeah.
Rather than the business card. That's my own personal opinion. I guess my sense is this one. If I understand that North Star needs time to look at the data that's collected. I know that North Star needs time to also formulate some sort of a overall picture in order for us to put together the vision statement. But if we're not doing the vision statement until January, I mean, I know we'll start working on a draft in October, but if we're really not having the meeting to discuss the vision statement, the public meeting until January, is there an opportunity to keep the survey open a little bit longer in order to try and come closer to that target? I wouldn't think that when we talked about a 10% goal, that didn't seem to be too outside of the realm of possibility. And I have to tell you personally, I just think it's a little disappointing. I think we've done a lot of stuff to get the word out right now. And, it may just be that this reflects the overall apathy of the general public in getting involved in having a voice and where the future is going for a municipality or a state or a country. But it would just seem to me that, a 5% sampling is not really very, to me, not very indicative of where the community wants to go. Maybe it is. Maybe there are only 5 people engaged. Sue, when we have elections, what percentage of the people go to a town election?
It varies with the election.
Yeah.
And I have all the statistics. I just have to put my town clerk hat back on. Let's see.
I think this is our last shot, really, and then it would be a good measure too moving forward if people are actually engaged in what's in their tax bill. Then that would be a good measure for the town to see if people actually open them and then use that for the future.
Yeah, hopefully.
One thing we open.
Yeah.
Presumably that respondent rate is fairly high.
Yeah.
I do think though, isn't it true that a lot of people in Maine, their tax bills go directly to their mortgage lenders?
Yes.
Like I don't personally get a tax.
Well, no,
bill that I open.
we do send them to the people.
Yeah.
They don't open them.
Mine
Yeah.
never gets opened.
Yeah.
It's tucked away in
Yeah,
the corner.
because-
I need
Yeah.
to find it 2 years later.
Because most people do get paid by the mortgage companies. I would guess 75% get paid by the mortgage company. And the people just know the mortgage company's dealing with it. They might open it, but most of them don't.
And Sue, so I know just from my tax bill, it's not like in an envelope. It's like one of those like
Ours is in an envelope.
Okay, yours is
We
in an
stuff them
envelope.
ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, we took that on in-house.
And
so.
so
Okay.
what are we talking about as far as if it was just a direct mailing?
If you were doing a direct mailing.
Yeah, as far as cost.
For cost,
Yeah.
right now, postage, I believe, is 51 cents per. So we're talking $2,000, and that's not including the cost of the whatever you print, the paper for it.
Yeah.
We do have a folding machine, so that makes it fairly easy. And if it was between things, I could probably have my staff stuff, or you folks could stuff. We could actually do that as a group activity. But
Yeah, bring the brownies.
but there is some cost involved.
Yeah.
For sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think if the committee feels like the tax bill is a way we should go, then that's totally fine with us. We can work around that, and I think we can just maybe follow up with, Sue and maybe Peter and Kayla to just go over the schedule and stuff. But I think we should just figure out when that's going to happen, and if there are enough people who are available to help Sue stuff all these flyers into envelopes before we commit to doing that.
Sue, can
Yes.
you confirm, because I haven't looked, has it gone into the Wyndham Eagle?
Yes, it's been in there twice, I believe.
It's not my normal course of action,
Yeah.
but I'm going to be a little bit, the glass is half empty. It's not normally how I think. It's already gone to every household and every mailbox in Raymond. I personally think that the tax bill is a waste of our time because hardly anybody really opens it. I would agree if we do go that route, we would have to do a flyer, not the little card, because I don't think that the little business card is explanatory enough. When I've been handing it out, I've been having to tell people what this is for. Go to this website, do this. I don't know. We've already sent it to every household.
It's a good point, Kelly, and I guess I would say that it's, it is what it is as well. So if the committee feels that 5% response from the community on, for us to go forward and formulate a vision statement for where this town's going to be going for the next 10 to 20 years, and, the committee feels that way, I'm fine in saying, okay, then that's it. That's good enough. If I understand it, Kate, what the state requires is that we demonstrate that we made the effort, not the return.
That is true. I will also add, this is not our only opportunity to hear from people. We have a whole public participation plan that, there's going to be a lot of different points in this process in which we'll be reaching out to people, both online and in person. And I think, we might want to consider, in terms of mailing or taking the time to put something in everyone's mailbox, that we might want to do that once we have a date confirmed for our first event, because while it would be awesome if we had a bigger response to this survey, it would be really, really great if we could get a lot of people at that initial event. So what we've done, like for example, in some other towns, is done an every door direct mail postcard that has a couple of the dates upcoming or things like that to try and get people in the door. So this is just the first of a series of public participation. I don't think we need to sort of, think that that's all we're going to hear from.
I'd suggest if we could go another 2 weeks, and we should all just lean on it as best we can. And I think that having public participation in person, will be as, if not more, meaningful. I think the survey was intended to just give us a preliminary sense,
yes.
Right? It wasn't meant to point the arrow of the final direction.
This is not the only,
initially, and it'll help us stay on track and on schedule. I'd love to see it open for another month so we could push out a little more, but I think Kayla's right. Everybody's seen the notice for it. They've probably seen it on the town office, the Roadrunner. So to go that extra mile, if we could have another 2 weeks, is that feasible? Is that
Yeah,
a
I
reasonable
think we could
compromise
do-
for the gang here to try to hit it and
I
reach
believe
out?
that was the deadline, right? I thought September 15th was the target to close it.
Yeah, and we can even push it to the 20th if you want a full 2 weeks from today.
So what's the pleasure of the committee? I mean, by unanimous consent, we'll go keep the survey open until the 20th?
Well,
Yes, because I think we can ask the PTO now that school's in session to send it out. I'll throw the cards at the parents of the kids that I'm coaching for soccer. Maybe Jackie, you could do the same thing.
First practice is tomorrow. I'll
Is
bring
it?
cards
Yeah.
with me.
I missed the opportunity yesterday with our practice, but I see them again tomorrow, so I'll.
So be it. That's what we'll do. We'll keep it open until the 20th, and I'll remain optimistic, the glass half full, that this is not a reflection of the engagement of the community.
It sounds like we're missing the demographic of parents right now, according to what you were saying. So is there any way we could get it into the school's hands?
No, I think that actually was the demographic we
Yeah,
had.
it was like 30 to 44.
Older parents, maybe parents
Yeah.
my age. Maybe not young parents.
Right.
Like
Okay, so we'll
myself.
phrase that. So
Almost grandmother.
okay, but is there any way we could get it to the school maybe to?
Oh, so I think the PTO would be willing to do it. I'm not so sure that the school will send it out on their listserv because it's not school or curriculum related. But I think we can ask the PTO to do it. I think they would do that for us on their own website or their own, although most of their communication goes out via the school, to be honest with you. But, I mean, I'm sure we can ask and see what they can do.
Yeah, and how, can you remind me, I know we're gonna lower the number down, but how many do we have now versus that target of?
189, and we want roughly 400. So we're about halfway there.
Could we have them do a mailing to the people that they have addresses for if we paid the bill?
And one thing with mailings, Sharice corrected me, the postage has gone up. It's been a while since I've done a mailing, 63 cents.
What's a postcard?
It's actually 51 cents now, I think.
Yeah, I
It's
think
over
that's what I
50
was
cents.
thinking about is
Yeah, you can. I
postcards.
know we did. This is back of the napkin math, but we did an every door direct mailing in a town that I think is roughly twice the size of Raymond, and that was $3,000 because you get a bulk discount when you do the every or something when you get
Well,
through the every door direct.
if you get a bulk mailer
Yeah.
permit from the post office.
Right,
And that
yes.
makes it different, yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Personally, I
But
would
it
rather
takes some work to
spend
get
money
that
on
and
that
have
for
something
something
to
we
do it.
really
Yeah.
need. That I mean, I'm not opposed to spending that type of money for a direct mail, but I think it should be on something we really are adamant that people get. Not the first survey, but maybe public engagement or
Getting
the
people to the meeting.
big
Yeah,
survey.
Getting people
I
to the
mean,
meeting, I think, would
yeah.
be really.
I agree. Where we spend that.
I think
Yeah.
That's where I
we
would
spend it.
recommend spending the money.
Okay. Well, if everybody on the committee reached 10 people the next 2 weeks, that's 90 people. That's half of it. So if we could try to commit to 10 people.
Good,
committee.
good, Sean.
And it doesn't even have to be people who live in Raymond, it's
Yeah.
people who are around Raymond too, so we could do 20.
One of my coworkers travels through Raymond. I'll throw the
Yeah.
card at her tomorrow.
Or parents whose kids go to pre-K in Raymond, even though they're Wyndham residents, so there's a fair amount of folks we can lean on.
Can someone on here do that reach out to the PTO, or do you need us to do any contact with the
We have a
schools?
PTO member sitting right next to you.
Former. I will do it.
Former?
Yes, I had to. You have to relinquish some things. You
Oh,
can't keep
yes. I thought you were still there, I'm sorry.
No, I gave it up.
Are there any election statistics you still want, Mr. Chair?
No, I think that's it. So, big push from the committee to get people by the 20th in town, or visitors to the town, or anybody that's interested in Raymond to take the online survey before September 20th.
Can I just, do we have someone who can do the PTO reach? Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, moving on the agenda, department head interviews. Have we completed them? And does anybody want to report on any interviews they participated in?
I just want to make sure, we did complete them all, correct, except for the town manager?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. I personally enjoyed my department head meetings. I mean, I think I got something out of it, learned things I didn't know before.
Who did you interview?
Finance director, assessor, and library.
Yeah, the interviews, great job with those. They were very thorough. We got a lot of good information.
And those will be, so just so you know what happens with those is that we've been pushing out first drafts of those inventory chapters, and any information from those interviews that needs to go into a chapter will happen when we do our kind of first big round of edits.
Any other department head interviews?
I mean, yeah, we had ours the day of the last meeting, so, and that was with Alex, so that was really good and informative.
That's code enforcement?
Yeah, it was code enforcement, yeah.
You feel like he has enough resources?
I think he had a number of ideas that for streamlining operations, and I don't know that we've folded all of our notes into John was with me, into the latest draft of department heads. I'm quite sure we haven't actually, but we have those notes, and yeah, it was a solid hour and a half of good information.
Anything to add, John?
I agree. We have not folded those notes in, but I did review them today. So we should have those coming up in the next week or so.
Okay, then those get forwarded to North Star, correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right.
I would like to say, I think between our conversation with finance and then also our conversation with planning is that I heard one specific thing, which is the town is getting ready to turn over a lot of employees. We just don't have the people to replace them. So that was really interesting to hear, just not just from one department head, but from the two that I did.
The three, one of them was with you, but the other two, that's something that is a similar thing, is I could use more help, or I'm understaffed, or I could use this, or we are understaffed. I mean,
issues with
recruitment.
I think
the library.
Yeah,
when the librarians have to be their own janitors.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right. Otherwise, if they have a program, and it seems they have a couple of programs a week,
yes,
they have to break down the entire front of the library, the two of them, move it, and then when the program is over at 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night, they have to put the library back together before they can go home. I mean, I just don't think that's kosher.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be a common theme. I'll tell you, in Sean and I talking to the chair of the planning board, I thought it was quite enlightening. Just a few comments and questions. We asked about the minimum lot sizes or prohibition of two-family or multifamily housing, or the lack of public water supply having the effect on excluding households of modest means from locating to Raymond. He basically didn't see a problem with that. And I found that interesting. In the 2004 plan and in the implementation committee of 2010, the recommendation was that there should be an affordable housing committee established in the town. And yet that never, although that was recommended, that never came forward. We also asked questions about just as far as open space is concerned. In 2004, there was a lot of work that was done, and then the Conservation Commission put together an excellent plan for open space in this town. I think it was 2009.
7 or 8, I think.
Yeah, and yet when we asked the chair of the planning board if he felt that those had been effective in including enough in the way of enticements for development to the areas that had been designated for development in the town, meaning basically village. He didn't feel that those had been effective. And so I guess the question that this committee might ask is, why is that? Why is it that we made such things as lowering the lot size in the village residential, and including portable housing or trailer parks in those areas. Why is it we haven't seen any growth in those areas? And it seemed to me that one of the things that was missing is that we don't have any type of goal or plan to incorporate that with any of these subdivisions, a requirement that 10% of the housing be affordable. And it was interesting, the chair of the planning board said, well, you know, affordable housing, that's a relative term. It's really affordable based on the community. So, you know, it's what the community can afford. And we did spend some time talking about, well, that's not what HUD, they have an actual definition of what affordable housing is. And it just I asked him straightforward, do we have any plans, is there any discussion for having a requirement that 10% of all open space developments include 10% affordable housing? And he said, well, no, there isn't any plan. So I just bring this up as far as thinking in terms of when we go forward with recommendations. And once again, this is nothing new. This is the recommendation of the 2004 committee. And it was never implemented. I just raised that. The only other one I was thinking of is, and I'm sure we're all aware of the 26 units, multifamily and single homes that have gone off of Route 85 in the village area, with its 40,000 square feet for a single family home and 20,000 square feet for a duplex. There are 26 units that are in the process of being built there. And I think that's great. I think that's something that the state will like to see in our plan. I think that also, if I understand it, they brought water to that development.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. So there's actually water. It's private. It's not, the town didn't do that. The developer did that, right?
Right.
Right. But so that's also encouraging. When we asked the planning board chair if he thought that increasing water supply, public water supply to any of these areas where we're trying to encourage development, if that would be an enticement, he didn't think so. So I guess I'm a little confused. But as far as the development on Honey Hill Lane, that's going there now with 26 units. The one thing that's missing that I saw, or at least that I understand, is there was no requirement as far as how affordable housing was concerned.
No,
there wasn't.
I don't think that they will be affordable. I don't think they'll be. They're like large homes. They're 2,000 plus square foot.
So if we had an ordinance in place that said in those areas where we're encouraging development, there's a requirement that 10% of the homes be affordable. Mm-hmm. In a 26 unit development, that would have been what, 2 houses, 3 houses, 2.5 houses.
Yeah.
So would that have destroyed the deal, do you think?
it may have.
It may have and it may not have. But the bottom line is we don't know because there is no requirement.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, some of the unaffordable things I think we've done ourselves. The fire department has changed it so that houses are required to have sprinkler systems. If it's 4,700 square feet of gross area, that's an increase in the cost.
Yep.
And we've increased the requirements for private roads. So that's an increase in cost.
Sure.
So we're just
and those things drive costs up. Once again, but by the same token, this developer put 26 units that can be sold at market on 12 acres. That's a pretty big enticement, I would think, from a developer's point of view.
Yeah.
When lots in rural and rural residential are 2 and 3 acres.
I was like it would offset those 2.5 houses.
You would think. But once again, I'm just making the case that I think somewhere in this plan, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but certainly it wouldn't it would behoove us to say that we believe that there should be
Bring affordable
an
housing
affordable
forward.
housing committee in town, and that we should be looking at ordinances, especially with open space subdivisions that say, if you want to do this and we're giving you this break, then this is what we'd like to see.
Yeah.
So, all right. Any other department head interviews? No?
I had the opportunity to meet with Sue, our interim town manager, and it was a lovely, lovely meeting. And we went through all the topics, I believe, and I still have to incorporate in my notes as well. I'll get those too. But I think just as everybody was saying, the staffing was one of the biggest issues we talked about. In line with what we were just discussing on affordable housing, one of my favorite parts of the conversation was with Jenny out of the town office, and the discussion about how Raymond is actually a bedroom community. People don't work here; they sleep here, and there's really very, very little opportunity for people to work here. So when you remove certain things that we've discussed in the past few meetings, like transportation, and when we don't prioritize having local employers where individuals and residents can work and live in the same community, you develop this commuter town that we currently have, and it aligns itself with the housing situation that we have developed. So if we are talking about trying to promote affordable housing, that's got to go hand in hand with bringing more local employers into the town as well. So we don't have to get into the details of that, but on the tail of that discussion, I just want to make sure that point is known, because that was a big part of my discussion with Jenny.
Finance did the same thing.
No, I think that's been part of the discussion right from the start as far as affordable housing. It's not just the housing. There has to be the infrastructure to support it. What the demographics, I believe, are going to reveal is that this is an aging community. It's probably going to continue to be an aging community. I think at some point, Raymond's got to decide what it wants to be. You know, does it want to have a diverse group living in the town with all age groups? Or does it want to become the Miami of Maine? That's really, you know, a choice that the community makes, not any one individual. Nothing else there? We'll move on. Public outreach event, early 2024.
Sue, have you had any conversations with the middle school about us potentially having a January event there?
Fire station.
Oh, no, I haven't as
Okay.
yet. But this January wouldn't be that bad of a time to do it, so, on a
Okay.
Saturday.
So we, Sue and I had a follow-up. This was right after our last meeting, so it feels like so long ago, Sue.
I'm gonna write it down.
But what we discussed is, I think what would make the most sense is to have it in a big enough venue, like say the middle school cafeteria or gym or something like that. And then we don't need to worry about having it live streamed or filmed like this meeting is. We have the capability to film a presentation. And then we'll have the space, we'll have the parking, we'll have the facility to have kind of a big drop-in style event like we talked about.
I only see one problem. January basketball starts and basketball games are
On Saturdays?
on Saturdays.
Oh.
Just throwing it out there.
The elementary school might, they don't have a full court over there. They may have a better availability for us to be over there. I know in the middle school, it's both school and rec programs go through there.
So the idea that we kind of settled on in the last meeting that Sue and I talked about was picking a Saturday afternoon in January. We'll pick a date, and then we'll also pick a snow date just in case. And something like maybe 1 to 4 p.m., 2 to 5, some kind of time slot like that, where we will have a presentation that we can give once or even twice if we get kind of waves of people. We can also just have the slides playing, like we have a projector, we can have them playing on a wall for people who are dropping in, and that there will be sort of activities placed around the room for people to participate and see what we're up to. These will be based on both the committee's draft vision statement ideas and people's reactions to some of the data we've collected. So this is where we're starting to go from inventory chapters to kind of what Peter was just saying, where we say, okay, Raymond is aging, we have more retired people moving here than young people. What does that mean? What do you want to see? What's your reaction to that? So that's the kind of things that we'll be talking about at this event. So I think the next steps for this would really be to make sure we have a venue for a Saturday afternoon in January, and set that date and that backup date. And then I know some people in the committee had mentioned that it might be nice to offer multiple, like to either do it again, or to have other times that they could do it. And I think we will have an online version where we'll have the slides and probably a online survey version of the questions. And something we can also do is basically give you what we call a meeting in a box. So we can give the committee the slides and the materials, even give you like your own stickers and charts and stuff. And then if the committee wants to either bring this to other town meetings or have your own event with your own other groups that you're a part of, you can kind of go ahead and schedule those to have as many as you want. And that way we sort of we'll kind of keep the momentum going, and yeah.
Well, and it is easier with the school if I have a specific date, because otherwise they don't.
Yeah, so I think if the committee, if we can look at our own, I think probably not the first week of January, but like the 13th or
the 20th.
The 13th, 20th, 27th. Which one's a holiday weekend?
The 13th is a holiday weekend.
Okay, so I think the 20th was the date we talked about tentatively. So if everyone is still okay with that, we can try for 20th, back up 27th. It's up to you if you want to do like 1 to 4, 2 to 5, 3 to 6. You tell us.
2 to 5 is probably good. After most of the sporting events, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, if you do it in the morning, you will miss out on every parent and child.
Yeah, that's what.
Is that when they play their basketball?
It's usually in the mornings. If I remember correctly, it's mornings to very early.
By 1, they're all wrapped
Yeah.
up pretty much, yeah. Or even 1 to 4. I don't know, it gets dark early in January. People will probably want to be home by 5 o'clock. Maybe 1 to 4 would be better.
Yeah, because you'll have people that won't want to drive in the dark.
Yes, yeah.
Excuse me, just do that. 1 to 4 seems
Good, civil.
Yeah.
Gotta bring home on time.
Great. Anything else on public outreach event?
I think once we have a date and venue officially confirmed, we'll move forward with planning the details in later meetings.
Great.
Okay, Community Resilience Partnership.
Real brief. I think Katie brought that one up, and we shared some information on it. It's something that is, I get regular mailers from the Governor's Energy Office who helped organize the Community Resilience Partnership, and what is it, 30% of the towns in Maine are on board, a fair amount of them coastal, but a fair amount of them not coastal. And, we'd be amiss to not jump on and to that train. I'll speak personally, and I'm real hesitant to jump into to try to lead Raymond's role in that, although a lot of the stuff is things that I'm pretty deeply interested or working on, and renewable energy and conservation. And so thinking about it this afternoon, I think having it somehow incorporated into the comp plan as an action item, because the timelines for that work is right in front of us. There'll be funding that's probably not available in the course of another 2 years, maybe less. And most of those communities that have jumped in have probably already gotten some modest starter grants. So would love to have input from the rest of the committee on their interest and availability to help incorporate it. I don't see it rolling out in parallel to our comp plan process, because that's probably consuming much of the available time that the folks in this room have. Maybe not. Frank, I'm seeing you're eager to jump in.
Will it be the selectmen that will make the decision whether or not to join?
That's correct.
So do you think we, as a group, should urge them to join?
There's a process where they need to be, we're going to get on the agenda and get a request and an approval from the selectmen for it. And in order to do that, we'd need a good sheet of the content of what it'll involve. And I don't think there's much, really, there's no financial input needed from the town. It's all going to flow the other way. It'll just be needing someone to manage and deliver the projects that would come out of it, to develop the projects and deliver them. So that's the challenge.
I did email Sue.
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you, but I did read a bunch
this
of it.
week. Because one of the things is that we as a municipality have to do a resolution, is to join. And that's just not something I've heard of us doing.
We have.
before.
There are several resolutions the selectmen have done. One of them was to be the influence, for instance. That was a resolution. So they have done that. But in reading some of the materials, and I haven't had the time to read it in depth because I'm wearing more than one hat at this point, but it looked like unless some of the committee members or some citizens wanted to step up and do quite a bit of work, as you're just discussing, as most of you found when you did your department head interviews, we're short-staffed. So to put the amount of work that it appears at first blush that it's going to take, I mean, you're saying that you're hesitant to take it on. I'd certainly be hesitant to task the town staff with it unless the select board did say, yes, we want to go with this and jump on. I'm not making any judgment on the quality of the product or the value that we would get out of it. We just simply don't necessarily have the staff to implement something like that. So, and that's only at first blush. Like I said, I haven't looked at it in depth.
The Center for Ecology-Based Economy based in Norway is a service provider for those grants.
I'm sorry, could you go to the microphone only because this is
I think I'm on the agenda next as
Oh,
well.
cool.
Good.
CB, the Center for Ecology-Based Economy based in Norway, is a service provider for the Community Resilience Partnership and has helped Otisfield, Casco, Norway, Lovell access grant funding through that program. I believe GPCOG as well can do that. GPCOG assisted the town of Bridgeton in accessing funding through that program. So there are organizations out there who can help communities with the capacity that's needed to access that program.
Yeah, I would just add that I would recommend, I don't know if someone on the committee wants to volunteer to do this, but reaching out to the person in Norway whose name I don't remember, Center for
Ecology-Based Economy.
Thank you. Or GPCOG. You don't have to be, so the way this is set up is not just like whether or not you're a GPCOG member. Some of these organizations were given state money to provide technical assistance to communities. So the place in Norway or GPCOG might be able to be that technical assistance staff capacity that you need to help you do this. I don't know, I can't make any guarantees, but I think that's what they're supposed to do. So I would recommend reaching out to both of those people and see if they can help you.
I will take it on to reach out to them and report back on my failures to do that in a month, or not, hopefully.
Well, yeah, and if you don't hear back from, well, at least with GP Cog, if you don't hear back from them, let us know. 'Cause
Okay.
We'll,
Give them a little elbow.
yeah.
Great. Good. Well,
Anything else on Community Resilience Partnership? Seeing none, we'll move on to new business. We have Mark Marcotte, Executive Director here from Loon Echo Land Trust.
I'm going to introduce Matt. Hi, I'm Sheila Burke. I own property at 63 Hancock Road here in Raymond. It's been a long time since I've been in the broadcast studio. I served on the planning board here in Raymond. I was also an elected budget finance committee member for a brief moment in time until COVID interrupted. I want to thank Peter for the invitation, and I think when you talk conservation, hopefully many of you, if not all of you by now, are familiar with the properties that Loon Echo has either fee-based acquisition or under conservation easement right here in Raymond. Matt knows upside down, inside out, many of the projects that are happening in this area. He'll update you on our participation in comp plans in other towns. Matt Marcotte, our Executive Director.
all right.
Yeah.
It's the best introduction I think I've had in quite a while. Thank you, Sheila. And John, I'm happy to put you in touch with the folks at CB.
Great, thanks,
if
Matt.
that would be helpful for you. These are someone's reading glasses as well. I'm not sure.
They're there in case you need
Gotcha.
them.
Okay, not mine, but for someone. Great. So I see that it says presentation. I don't have a presentation prepared, but I can certainly update this committee on the work that we're doing at Loon Echo, how we have liaised with other recent comprehensive planning processes that are ongoing or recently completed in the Lake region. And then I'd be happy to answer questions from the committee on what we're doing at Loon Echo, what's our vision, what are our strategies moving forward, what do we see as opportunities, concerns, challenges, etc. I'd also like to say that Raymond does have an open space plan, which we have used at Loon Echo many times over the years to help us prioritize where our conservation work should happen in the town of Raymond. It's also been very helpful in raising funds, using as a document to support proposals to various grant makers. At the moment, we don't have any active land conservation initiatives or projects in the town of Raymond. We are focused on two large acquisition projects in Naples and in Casco, just on the border of Raymond. And I don't want to bore you with the details on those, but we are seeking to strategically commit our limited resources within the Lake region. We are focused on, of course, natural resource protection, but public access. We're seeing, of course, you all are as well, trends in terms of loss of public access to private land. So we're continually seeking to protect that public access where we can. We're partnering with a lot of other organizations who are looking at the same type of land use challenges that you all are. We're increasingly thinking about affordable housing and how that interfaces with our conservation work and open space protection. And it's really great to hear the conversation about affordable housing. I don't know how familiar this group is with LD 2003, but that's certainly something that I'm sure I see some head shake. So, and I'm just happy to answer questions from this group. I can continue to talk at you, or we can have a conversation. So, I'd prefer a conversation, frankly.
Questions for Matt or Sheila?
Go ahead.
Oh, can you tell us where, where are your current kind of areas within Raymond that you already work on conservation?
Yeah, so Raymond Community Forest is probably the most well-known, and that was an acquisition project that Loon Echo completed with the help of the town of Raymond, financial assistance from the town of Raymond back in 2016. I think a lot of folks in Raymond now just assume that's been there forever. It wasn't. very popular. We actually have data from the trails in terms of the use through an infrared trail counter. I can't remember exactly what it was last year, but it's somewhere in the range of 10,000 visitors a year just on one trail that we have. So a lot of use at that property, and I'm sure most of you have been up to Pismire Bluff to see the view there. We're also very focused in the Tenny River area, the Panther Pond and Crescent Lake watersheds. We did complete a addition to an existing conservation easement property on the Tenny River at the end of 2021. So there's now 50 acres on the eastern shore of Tenny River that are permanently protected from development that's owned by the Pine Tree Council. And we're very interested in more land conservation along the Tenny River. It's a really unique sort of wild river in southern Maine. We're also really interested, broadly speaking, in the Sebago Lake watershed and working with Portland Water District to analyze where the most important land is from the perspective of water quality. So I'm sure most of you know that Sebago Lake is the drinking water source for 1 in 6 Mainers. Sebago Lake has a drinking filtration from the EPA. It's a pristine water source. It's one of only 50 out of 13,000 water supplies in the United States that has that filtration waiver. So we're working with Portland Water District to identify where the most important land is for water quality, and then seeking to protect that either via a conservation acquisition or a conservation easement with private landowners. So, so those are sort of our focus areas. We have the larger Sebago Lake watershed, the Tenny River area. Places that sort of interface with Raymond, Pine Hill, Owl Pond, that's in Casco, but very close to Raymond, and also Rattlesnake Mountain as well, which we'd love to see permanently conserved at some point. A really popular destination for folks in Raymond and beyond.
I do have a question.
Yes, Greg.
Are there any chances of conservation easements being made so that they expire and are renewed?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Term conservation easements were once a more popular tool used by conservation organizations. They have fallen out of practice for a variety of reasons, but there's been recently some discussion at the federal level about actually creating funding programs for those types of term conservation easements. The trouble with them is that they do expire. And so it's hard to value what's the value of something like that, and it's hard enough for an appraiser to put an opinion of value on a conservation easement. Now you add
Well, the thing about in perpetuity is it's forever. We don't live forever, and we don't know what someday that land may be useful for somebody else down the road. And I'm not really keen on that kind of thing in perpetuity. But if you could have a conservation easement that expires and is renewable, at least it would give people an option to make a decision for themselves instead of having us make a decision in perpetuity.
Well, I mean, no one's making that decision except for the landowner, right? We don't work with landowners.
Well, it doesn't matter who makes it. It's in perpetuity, and I'm not sure that's a wise thing to do in my mind.
Well, we're working with landowners who this is their goal for their property. We're working with communities oftentimes that's their goal. So in addition to the Raymond Community Forest, we've worked with the towns of Denmark, Sebago, Bridgeton, and most of those cases actually in their comprehensive plan as goals for the town to own land. We think of places like Pondicherry Park in Bridgeton, Raymond Community Forest here. These are places that are going to be available to folks to access, to recreate on in perpetuity, which I think is a really important thing. And I will also add that, as Raymond is growing, and there was a comment about Raymond being sort of a bedroom community and sort of the suburbanization of what we're seeing, is that there's a real risk, and we're seeing it already, of the loss of access to these places. So people, the long-time traditions of hunting, fishing, cutting wood, these are things that really are at risk as we're seeing land use change throughout southern Maine. And Raymond is right at the forefront of these changes in land use for the Lake region. You're like the bulwark moving up 302.
Outside of Tenny River, as you already mentioned, are there any other bodies of water that you're interested or looking at to increase public access? We have a couple bodies of water that don't have great access, even including Panther Pond. That is a very small sort of inlet that you can get in there. I'm just curious,
Yes.
is there any other bodies of water you're focusing on?
All of them. Yeah. The loss of access to water bodies in the lake region is something we're very concerned about. And whenever we can increase public access to water bodies, we'll do it. And in fact, we have a conservation easement under contract right now on Sebago Cove in Naples, which would provide another public access point for low impact activity, that kind of thing, to Sebago Lake. So absolutely, whenever we can work with a landowner to increase public access to a lake. I mean, this is something that I've talked about probably to every select board in the lake region, which is that, you need to be thinking about public access to your water bodies because it's increasingly more expensive to acquire land on waterfront.
What do you see as your biggest limitations? I mean, I can kind of guess you're going to say funding and people and time, but can you be more specific when discussing some of those things that keep you from really functioning at the level and the pace that you'd like to?
It's capacity, really. And this is a really good time for conservation funding. The Land for Maine's Future program has $40 million in funds appropriated in the governor's last budget. There is funding from the federal government through the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill for various types of conservation. There's increasingly private philanthropic funding that is focused in this area. We just can't do it all. We have a staff of 3 people. So we're really looking to develop partnerships, especially with towns, to assist them in their own open space goals. So again, I'll use the example of communities like Denmark and Sebago that actually own their own conservation lands. We assisted both of those towns in achieving those goals. We can do that with Raymond, for instance. We did that sort of with the town of Raymond, with the Raymond Community Forest, but of course the Land Trust owns that. The Land and Water Conservation Fund is another opportunity that towns can use to fund open space acquisition. So we just don't think that we should be the sole owners of open space conservation land in these communities, and we'd be happy to work with towns to identify where there are acquisition opportunities for open space and then to help them access the funding to do it that's not coming out of the taxpayer's pocket or out of the town budget.
What does that look like to work with towns practically? Is it having conversations? Is it meeting with planning committees and identifying certain areas and concerns within open space plans, or how would a relationship be formed?
Oftentimes it starts at an open space committee level. And those conversations begin there, and then of course that committee can make recommendations to a select board. We can assist with grant writing. We can assist with identifying where open space should be. Although again, I would congratulate the town of Raymond on having a really good open space plan, which we've actually used as an example to other towns in the Lake region of what they should endeavor to do. So we can. That's generally how it works, right? And for instance, the town of Bridgeton didn't have an open space committee, so we just helped them get their own open space committee. But that's where the conversations really start. And then, of course, having those conversations with landowners as well.
It seems like in terms of this current comp plan, we might reach back to the open space plan of 2008 and see whatever updating it might or might not need. I think there's significant parcels in there that were identified in addition to the community forest and acreage on in the Raymond Pond watershed and the Gay Brook areas. There's some large parcels, and I'm sure we can all come up with some other favorite parcels. But that I would see this comp plan hopefully providing some guidance on the next project that would make the most sense for Raymond. And I trust that the select board would be cautious about embarking on an aggressive conservation agenda. And I recall when we were finishing up with the community forest, there was a question from the board on how often the Conservation Commission would be back to do another one of these. And I think I found myself saying it'll be just, one a decade or so. And so, fair enough, it's been a decade.
It has.
We're back.
Yeah, and the energy on those committees can sort of wane as projects come and projects go. But I would encourage folks who are involved in that committee to maintain some regular meeting schedule, and we can assist with that too. I'm happy to come to meetings and talk to folks and share recent information, data, etc. But I will say that we use. Some people think, oh, comprehensive plans, they sit on the shelf and they collect dust, and that might be the case in a lot of instances, but we use them a lot. They help us, again, define where we think we should be doing our work. It's a vital tool for us to understand what the community needs and what the vision for a community might be. We work with seven different towns in the Lake region, so we don't always have our ear to the ground exactly of what the community needs might be, and we use them to raise money as well. So they're vital tools for our organization in terms of the work that we do and our ability to go access the funds to do it.
A question, maybe, Sue, I know you can't pull it up right now, but I was looking basically on the town website. In 2010, there was a balance of $45,000 in the Raymond Open Space Fund. You wouldn't happen to know off the top of your head how much money is in there right now?
I wouldn't, but we happen to have Charisse on this call, and
Yeah.
I can send her a text. Well, she's listening, so
Yeah.
Charisse, do you know that answer by any chance? How much we have in open space, roughly? Though she may have stepped away for a cup of coffee or
Sure.
something else in it.
In reading up on this, though, I was able to educate myself in the fact that money can be raised for open space and to help encourage all types of either fee ownership transfers and conservation easements, either by adding it to a town warrant article. And it can even come from the general fund of the town. So basically lobbying the select board to include in their budgetary decisions that a warrant article that says we're gonna put $40,000 this year, this budget cycle, into open space fund. Would be something that could be recommended in a comprehensive plan, that something like that be done.
Absolutely, and that's how it worked last time, and I think we also made a change to the town budgeting so that the properties that are taken out of tree growth and pay a tree growth penalty, that the penalties for that would go to, some of that would go to the open space fund. To the extent to which that has happened, I'm not sure.
And Charisse has unmuted, but also Kate said that she's gotten that
Would
information
you like to
from.
reveal? It's about 28,000.
Annual, sorry, the
Financial
audit
report
from 2022.
Do you have anything to add, Charisse? I noticed you've unmuted.
No, I just was going to say that I provided that information when I was reviewing and providing suggestions to the fiscal chapter. So I think that's where you just got it from.
Thanks, Charisse.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Those funds can be used to leverage other funds as well. $28,000 won't go a whole lot, very long way in terms of acquiring land, but certainly in leveraging other funds, other types of funding. And I would also encourage the town to think about open space holistically as well, so not just conservation of undeveloped land, but helping people access that land as well. So thinking about what types of access improvements or infrastructure improvements might be needed, and how could that funding assist with it. I've had some great conversations with Joe Crocker, his department, about what some of their needs are at some of the existing town-owned space. So when I think about open space, I'm really thinking about, yes, open space in the physical space, but also how people are accessing it and what amenities might be missing to increase accessibility for all residents for the town.
And there's pros and cons, and the committee's discussed impact fees, but there's the potential for that as well, that incorporated into development of open space, there'd be an impact fee to basically would be paid into that fund as well.
If there was any area of the town's open space plan, or as it exists right now, that I would recommend looking at, it would be those sort of funding mechanisms and updating them to kind of come into best standards, practices, or opportunities. The town of Wyndham, actually just your neighbor to the south, had a really innovative funding mechanism for a large acquisition project that they just finished, the East Wyndham Conservation Project. They bonded a significant amount of money, couple $1 million, to help purchase the property, and then they created an impact fee, and the impact fee will pay down that debt.
Yep. I think we actually even heard our assistant code enforcement officer, who came from Wyndham to us, who it basically has that same idea, having seen it work in Wyndham.
There's a lot of different ways to do it, and what's great now is we're not talking about like a community in Massachusetts that did it that way. We can look to communities in our region who are doing it and learn from what they're doing, what works best, what doesn't work. But it's great to see towns in this part of the state being innovative with their conservation funding mechanisms.
So how does the impact fee work with affordable housing?
I guess we've had this conversation, Greg, and that's why I said there's pros and cons to impact fees. My sense is this one. An impact fee on affordable housing could be simply something that's in my opinion, could be used as some sort of an incentive to the developer to say, you know, if you give us 10% of those buildings being affordable, we'll waive that impact fee, and we have the ability to do that. So I'd see it as a carrot to a developer. So it's not always that you're going to collect the money from the impact fee in order to put it into the fund for the open space, but what you end up getting is a little bit more in the way of affordable housing.
And if I just might add to that conversation as it relates to that, it's great to hear that there already are, the town has already recommended, I'm not totally familiar with the zoning land use ordinance as it stands right now, but decreasing minimum lot sizes in your residential zoning areas, that's something that we're very supportive of. What we don't want to see from the land trust perspective is sprawl and fragmentation of habitats. And so we work with some communities, Casco's a good example, that have really large minimum lot sizes in their residential districts, which promotes sprawl. And you know, communities like Raymond, like Casco, like most Lake Region communities are not suburban communities. They're not really rural communities. They're definitely not urban communities. And so there is a challenge. And what does land use planning look like in a community like this? But I would hope that what we're not doing is just importing a suburban land use model into our communities in the Lake Region, because that's...
And Matt, I think part of the safeguard of that, if I understand it, and North Star are experts on this, but the state requires that we identify those areas within the comprehensive plan that we don't want touched. And that would hopefully be the safeguard against sprawl. It would be identifying, you know, what is considered to be prime agricultural land or a vista view, or certainly we already are pretty stringent as far as the lakes are concerned. But I'm hopeful that all gets incorporated into the plan, as I believe it was pretty well done in 2004 as well. But that is a requirement of the state, right? That we identify those areas.
Yeah, and then for sure, but also thinking about how will that influence future ordinances, land use policy, zoning, et cetera, so you can add some teeth to those recommendations.
Sure. I hear that term teeth used a lot by code enforcement. It seems like sometimes we seem to lack that.
Yeah, I think most code enforcement officers complain about their lack of teeth. I want to reiterate that point, because I think it's something that's a challenge for communities here in the Lake Region, which is, you know, what is our model for development? And there's not a great one. So it's a leadership opportunity for communities here to say, what does the future look like for these types of communities? But it's a challenge, right? Because we don't really have that, you know, perfect model pathway, because we're different than suburban communities. And we're also different from like Mattawamkeag or Rangeley, right? So we kind of fall into the middle there, and that's a challenge.
Other questions for Matt? Thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate it. Very informative.
And we're happy to continue to be a resource for your committee as you move forward. Let us know.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. Open invitation here.
Yeah, we'd love to
coming out. That was
keep in
great.
touch. So I don't know if you want to sign up for our mailing list, or let us know the best way to, keep inviting you.
I have taken the survey. I do get your emails.
Okay, great.
And I'd also like to add that 5% is a pretty good number.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Yeah, we'd love to see you at future events and as we start talking about goals and strategies and stuff.
All right, review of chapters and materials from North Star.
Thank you, folks.
All right, so I believe we sent, on August 10th, we sent the Water Resources, Recreation, and Public Facilities chapter, as well as a PDF that had all the first draft of the maps in it. And I see we did get some good comments on those. Just for your information, there are 3 left for you to review. One is fiscal capacity, and Sharice and Sam connected on that very recently, so you'll have that soon. And then the others are housing and existing land use, and we're just coordinating with codes to finalize those, and then should be able to get you those this month, and then
I did rattle their cage.
Thank you, Sue. Sue has been busy rattling cages for us, and we're very grateful. But yeah, I think we will be right on schedule then to complete those inventory chapters in September.
Great.
And Mr. Chair, I did hear from Chris, and
Yes.
he had a family issue he needed to take care of.
Sure. All right, and next steps in vision statement process.
All right, so just want to actually, before we move on, make sure everyone, so I think probably for the inventories, if we send the last chapters to you this month, maybe we can set a date in October for everyone to have reviewed everything, set a deadline for your comments, especially with the maps, because we're not actually doing that in-house. We have someone who does the mapping for us, so we want to make sure that everyone, please take a look at those maps. So if there's any local knowledge that we've missed, we can make sure that's incorporated.
So is the committee ready to commit to a deadline for having reviewed all of the chapters?
Sure.
Would the end of this month work?
I think, well, we might want to wait to see when we get the stuff from codes.
Yeah. And they have had a surge in permits, oddly enough. And this week, they won't be able to get to them. I'm hopeful, and they're hopeful that
So-
it'll slow down a bit next week, or possibly the week after.
So could
I'll
our
know
goal
better
be
soon.
October 4th, the next meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, let's say that for now, and then if we'll at least get you the fiscal chapter, and if we have to, we'll figure it out.
All right, so as far as the committee's concerned, why don't we have a tentative deadline for October 4th?
And for
Okay, that all right?
Any members that are having trouble accessing or making edits or suggestions? Just want to make sure everyone has equal access to this, to their chapters and making edits.
Nope, doesn't look like any difficulties, all right.
Great.
You're seeing all the edits come through
We
from
do see
folks?
them, yep.
And it's working.
Yeah, it all looks, these are all really helpful. Like I said, usually the way we do this is that we wait until everyone's had a chance to review. We'll compile all the comments and we will go through them and start addressing them. Some are usually simple things to add in. Others we might need to come back and ask you a question or confirm some things independently. But
how would you like us to handle those sections that are the bigger highlighted sections that don't have any information under them? They need attention, but they're not yet drafted. We may have, would you like us to just kind of incorporate our comments onto the side of those and then, but I guess my question is more related to the content. What's the best way to come up with the content for that? Are you looking for content from us or are you looking for us to go find the information for you? Specifically internet infrastructure, that's been something that we've talked about.
Yeah.
Or that's somewhat of a priority for the town, and it's I'm sure there will be information coming from department head interviews, but
I think if you know the information in those like outstanding questions or highlighted sections, or you know where we can get it, please just put a comment and let us know.
So I'm not sure that, did anyone interview Kevin Woodbury?
I don't know.
Because he really is not a department head.
We need to.
And I think we overlooked him. So he'd be the internet guru, and that might be something North Star would want to reach out to Kevin.
Yeah, we can just reach out to Kevin and ask him that question.
Well, and there has been the regional committee that's been working with, is it called CoLab, I believe? And they're doing a presentation on where they are to the select board next Tuesday night. So
The next meeting?
Yeah, at their next meeting. So that's another, we'll have a good update then to know where we are with the broadband in particular.
Yeah, so then we will, so basically if you know the information or know where we can get it, please drop a comment or even just send us an email. At the end of the process, if there's still some things outstanding that we haven't answered, we'll either figure out where we can find that information, or for some smaller towns, there are things in the state checklist where the answer is this doesn't exist, or this isn't something that's tracked, or, that kind of thing. So
is there one of the committee members that would like to interview Kevin? One or more?
Should be me.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I haven't done any yet.
Yeah, it's being sarcastic.
I totally missed the email that you guys sent out. I get so many emails. I look for it and I still missed your email.
we can always also just email Kevin over a list of questions too, since we've been working with him on the website.
Yeah.
So
He would give you all kinds of information.
yeah, that's a good point. We totally overlooked that because he's not technically a town employee.
He's a
He's a
contractor.
Put a
all
note
knowledge.
for me. Thank you, Sam. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about inventories, maps?
Maps look great, I thought.
Yeah, I think they look really good.
Little edits, but yeah. Who's doing that work? Is that separate GIS?
Yeah, we work with they're called Rumline Maps. It's a guy named Ben Meter who works out of Bristol, and he does a really great job. Plug for my friend Ben Meter here, friend of North Star. But yeah, I think they look great. Okay, so.
Any other questions on the chapters, or how about the vision statement process?
Yeah, so so basically we wanted to talk about how we're moving forward from here now that we're wrapping up the inventories. And we covered a bit of this earlier, but the next step in the process is to start to put together a vision statement. And the way that we'll do this will be that the committee will look at the survey data, think about the inventory chapters, think about what you know about Raymond, and start to draft a vision statement. And I meant to print out a copy of the old vision statement for all of you, and I forgot, so I'm sorry. But Sue, I actually sent you a stealth email with the vision statement in it. Did you get that?
I can open up my email.
We'll see if Sue can put it up.
Let's see. Oh, stop. This thing should know by now what I want to click on, not what I actually click.
But yeah, so we will start with reviewing the 2004 vision statement as well, and give that to you to look at. And then in the next meeting, we'll talk more in detail about drafting a vision statement. So I think there should be Raymond.
Raymond?
Yeah, put Raymond up. Thank you, Sue. You're a big help.
Let's see if I can make that more bigger to put it in technical terms.
I think it's on the, where did they move the little plus on that?
Oh, here it is.
No, it's on the top actually. So if you, next to the page number? No, sorry. Right.
Oh, there it is. Yes. Because otherwise no one will
beautiful.
see it.
So we will also send this out in an email, but basically we we were hoping to give you all a little homework assignment to read the vision statement from 2004, which Sue has put up on the screen. Thank you, Sue.
I can get that away.
There we go. And think about what things in the vision statement you might like to keep, what things you don't want to keep, sort of go through it like that before we bring you survey results and stuff like that. So we can look through this now if you want. You know, there's usually a lot of things people want to keep in these because they're meant to be long-term. So, you know, a lot of discussion of natural resources. I think that's something that's still going to be really important.
And I can scroll more if
Yeah.
folks are ready for me too. Wow, this is a book.
Yeah, so
Yes, sometimes with vision statements, they vary for different towns. Like sometimes they're very short, just a couple words or phrases, and sometimes they're quite long. I think with this one, like Kate said, definitely like natural resource protection is still something that is relevant today. I think one thing that's missing from this vision is more like land use and how the town sees development happening.
Yeah, and I think, you know, our recommendation, and you can do this however you want. I sent Sue a couple other examples, which I'll also send around to you all via email. But, you know, I think if you open the Town of Gray one that's in there, this one was very short. So this is a lot shorter than the Raymond one. It's a couple paragraphs, it's basically a couple of ideas for Gray in one paragraph about each one. I think the other thing that is important to think about with vision statements is making sure it's specific enough to be about Raymond. Because I think when you're thinking about these things on a vision level, there's a tendency to want to say, like, you know, Raymond is, you know, friendly and positive and free, you know.
Place.
Yeah, Raymond is a wonderful place, which is, it is, but that's not really a vision of Raymond. We want to try to kind of tie it down a little bit to make it specific to Raymond. And like I said, it can be as long or as short as you want. There's another one, we don't need to pull it up now, but I'll send it around for the city of Bath, which is a big city, but they decided to kind of talk about different parts of the city in the vision statement. So they split it almost geographically. They said, like, you know, downtown Bath is this, rural Bath is this, the whole city, and then gave a vision for the whole city.
That seems like it makes a lot of sense.
So there are a lot of different ways to do this. Yeah, and you can see in Gray as well, they have their second paragraph there is about the Gray Village. So they had a specific, the first paragraph is kind of the overall vision of Gray. Then we have a section on the village specifically, and that's very specific. It's talking about, you know, streetscapes, public space, a playground, new homes. Then they move on to rural Gray. And then there's kind of a summary thing about transportation and moving around in Gray, which is a big, I'm sure you all drive through Gray a lot. They have some concerns there.
Yes, I do. 20 minutes like to work today. I'll be finding a new route from now on.
So that's kind of your introduction to what a vision statement is. And I'll share all this with everyone. I really apologize for not printing it out, but does it seem like, would everyone have time over the next month to sort of look at the 2004 statement from Raymond and start to put together some of your initial thoughts? Okay, cool. Yeah, and then so we will come to the next meeting with survey results to share with you, and then our initial thoughts based on the survey results of some themes that we're seeing that we think should probably be in the vision. And I was hoping if we have time on the agenda, we could have a little more like a working session looking through the vision statement.
Sure. And keep in mind where we can on that 2004 vision statement?
I will email it to everyone. It's in a 2004 comprehensive plan. I'm not sure.
It's the one of the first pages
Yeah.
in the plan.
You should be able to find it online on our website.
Yeah, but I'll send it around to everyone. I'm sure Sue can print it if you ask her very nicely.
Well, I can also email, send out what you just sent.
Oh, sure.
So I can cheat.
And we can share more examples too. These were just 3 that I pulled up really quickly, but we can share some more as well. So I think to just give you sort of a little bit more of a look forward, the idea is that we will start drafting our vision statement in October. Then we'll have time in the November, December meeting to be planning for that January event. Because we're holding that event in January and not in November, December, we actually have a little bit of extra time in between. So we can think about how the committee wants to, what you want to schedule during that time. And like I said, I think we might, after this meeting, have maybe talk to Sue and then maybe Peter and Kayla to just confirm some changes to the schedule since we originally started this project. So we're still on track with all these things, but I think some things are going to shift and move around a little bit because we changed when this event is happening. So yeah, the next step will be the vision, planning that event, and then once we hold that event, we'll be moving into the more goals, policies, strategies as part of comp planning. So that's my sort of look forward for all of you. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Goals, policies, that all be the second half of the winter,
That will start after we hold that event.
the January event.
Yeah.
Very good. Moving on the agenda, the next meeting date is October 4th. We have a kind of majority of people here feel that they can make that?
Yep.
Need to change or anything? Okay, we'll go forward with that for the next meeting. Sue, any public comment?
I don't see any public in attendance.
Revised schedule.
Okay, and is there any committee comment?
I have one.
Kayla?
John shared with Sue and Peter and I a little information about sustainability talks. So I was talking about just an opportunity for a little bit of sustainability education. So if anybody is interested in that, I will email the committee just regarding a link to that.
Great, thanks for sharing that out.
Any other committee comments?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
When I read the part about recreation, I thought about a client that owned a lot of property in New Gloucester, and they dealt with the public a lot using their property. They never posted their land, which is a good thing, and most landowners are very gracious, including John, for keeping their land open. And I just thought I'd bring these posters they had made up. This client of mine, I can pass these around so people can look at them. But it's something to think about, and maybe in terms of even making them available from the town for landowners that are having issues with people dumping stuff or establishing trails.
Could you read one or two of
Oh,
them, Greg, just
yeah,
so
I
that,
probably
because
should.
people that are watching won't be able to see them.
This one says, walkers welcome, please, no ATVs or four-wheel drives. Thank you, Chandler Brothers.
This one says no trespassing in open pit area, no ATVs, no four-wheel drives, no shooting, no target practice.
This one says public vehicle access. Please pick up, carry out all trash so everyone can continue to enjoy this vehicle access.
So we need to be kind to the private landowners too.
Yes.
Treat them right.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the time.
Any other public committee comment? My only comment is just informational, and I went to not the last select board meeting, but the one prior to that, and gave an update of the committee's activity kind of on the August anniversary of our first year. Select board was appreciative. I did take that opportunity to also put a plug in for the select board, their family members, and any of their constituents to also take the public survey on our website. I will tell you that if I am able to read expressions, I didn't get much of an acknowledgement that they knew what I was talking about, but that's just my own take on it as well. But anyway, I did that. And a question for Sue: I have seen the emails about the annual reports. Does this committee owe you an annual report?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Peter, we do.
We do.
And I will try to work on that, and maybe we can craft one up super quickie.
Sure.
Using other ones as a template.
Sure.
Because I like to steal.
Okay.
And we just sort of insert stuff into
And
it.
you could insert the code to take the survey or to go to the website.
To take up space.
Because I can have as many pictures as I want. This is the report that is only, I don't print it, it's online. But it is on our website, and it's a way for the committee to say, this is what we've been doing, this is why it's worthwhile, this is what we're aiming at, or whatever you want to convey to the town.
Well, I appreciate that, Kayla. If you want to kind of draft something up and shoot it to me, and then we'll get it off to Sue.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved. A second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen meeting for September 12th, 2023. We have a full quorum. First order of business is CoLab Broadband High-Speed Access presentation. Andrew Davis?
Thank you.
You?
Yep.
All right. Clara McCool?
Yep. That's
Aye.
Hello, everyone.
Anybody else?
We also Randy Shido from Sebago Fibers.
Great. So go right ahead, and the quicker you do it, the happier we will be.
Hello everyone, my name is Clara McCool. I work with the Greater Portland Council of Governments, GBCOG. We're a regional planning agency. We deal with a lot of different issues, including sustainability, transportation, housing, and also broadband. So I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about the history of this regional project that Raymond is a part of, and how we came to the recommendation that we're going to be talking about tonight. So just to start off, why does high-speed internet matter? It's become a very essential part of our lives to participate in daily society. A lot of people use it for education, people working from home, telehealth, and like we are tonight, using it for civic engagement. So allowing people to tune in to select board meetings like this, town council meetings from home, and participate in their society. So, and this, as we've seen over the past couple years especially, there has been more difficulty in reaching rural areas with infrastructure. So back in 2021, the Cumberland-Oxford Lakes Area Broadband Project was formed, also known as CoLab, at the request of several town managers who were hearing from their residents that they were not getting universal coverage across their town. So the group now consists of Casco, Naples, Sebago, Standish, and Raymond. And our goal over the past couple years was to identify and recommend a reliable, future-proof broadband solution for these communities that will continue to serve residents and help them keep up with technology as it advances. So this group has been in partnership with GPCOG, so that's who I'm representing, and we have also brought on a consultant, Mission Broadband, and they have helped us interact with internet service providers and sort of provide that technical expertise for the town. More recently, last fall, we applied for a grant with the state, and we were awarded $50,000 collectively to do community engagement and outreach And we're now getting free legal services and communications consultant from the state. So that has been an exciting recognition from the state of the work that we've done. So over the past year, we have issued a request for proposals. We put it out to different internet service providers in Maine and nationwide, inviting them to come in, look at this Sebago Lakes region, and identify how they would serve. We were looking for a universal coverage, so making sure that every resident and every business in all 5 of these communities gets served by whatever recommendation the community ended up going with. So we had formed a steering committee that consisted of select board members, town managers from each of the 5 towns, met every other week to evaluate the responses that we got. We got responses from Charter, so Spectrum, GWI, which is a fiber internet service provider, Sebago Fiber, who's here with us tonight, Consolidated Communications, and Surtex. So each internet service provider provided their own pricing and business model that we went through and evaluated. So tonight we're going to be talking about a private internet service provider model with the towns as a municipal partner, so they'll be working with the private provider. We also looked into a broadband utility district, as well as a private model in which the internet service provider would be fully operating independently from the town. So that's sort of what is happening right now with, I know Raymond has coverage from Spectrum, so that's sort of that relationship where the town doesn't really have a say in the service they're getting and in where the build out happens. So we did a variety of interviews with all of these different internet service providers once we received proposals to determine what model the steering committee would then recommend to you all, the select board and the towns. So at the end of this process, the steering committee decided that they wanted to recommend the private ISP with municipal partner model. That is the model that we're going to talk about tonight with Sebago Fiber. This model was able to offer a phased and more affordable build out of fiber. So Kevin's going to talk a little bit about fiber later in the presentation, but essentially fiber is a lot more future-proof than cable, which is what Spectrum offers currently. Spectrum can offer very high download speed, so that's what it takes to take things from the internet and download them onto your computer. But the upload speeds of cable do not match. And we're starting to use upload speeds a lot more. That's what you use when you're on Zoom. A lot of businesses are starting to put their retail online. So as we move forward and become more dependent on the internet, it's actually really important that we have upload and download speeds that match. And so that's sort of how we came about choosing this recommendation. The committee was really wanting to get fiber into Raymond so that people could continue to access reliable internet for years to come. So this goes into a little detail about the recommended model. So as I said, it's Sebago Fiber. It would be a private internet service provider build out with the town as a municipal partner. So some of the benefits of this is that the town won't be financially responsible for the network, which can definitely be a burden on towns. However, the network will guarantee in the MOU that the town can define the service quality of the network. So a lot of times when you're working with a big internet service provider that it's a fully private model, the town doesn't really have any say in service level agreements. So under this model, though, the town would be able to require certain speeds. It also supports speeds that will continue to serve you in the future. So right now what we need will be different from the speeds that we'll need in 10 years. But this model will allow you to get those speeds without replacing having to replace the infrastructure in another 10 years. It's a local Maine-based company, so very nearby, and that was something that the steering committee was excited about was, if issues arise with the network, you're able to actually call someone and have them come to the town and help you out instead of dealing with a huge corporation that it's sometimes hard to reach someone and get that customer support. And we've been able to have sort of these regular committee meetings with the owner, Andrew Davis, which is the steering committee really appreciated. The only challenges are it does require some town financial contribution, and the ISP would have the exclusive rights to the network. but the municipality would have an IRU for municipal fiber, and that's something that Andrew's going to describe a little bit. But that sort of town contribution can be seen as, you paying to have a little more control over the network and the speeds that you're getting. So that's sort of the overview and context, and I think now I will pass it on to Andrew to go into a little more detail about this recommended model.
So we have a full presentation. The key thing to think about this is Sebago Fiber looks at the town as a partner and as a customer. So in the participation on the capital side, it's really about getting you the needs to connect your buildings together, and that capital acts as a catalyst to accelerate our existing plans to build out in the area. We'll go into detailed examples that followed, but let me turn it over to Kevin, who wanted to talk briefly about the town of Raymond's needs on the municipal fiber side.
The big thing that we're looking at from my standpoint is to get the municipal network to a point where it'll service us the way it should. You can see all the locations on there, and I don't know if you can, if it's a good, if you guys can read the slide or not, but those are all the current and future locations that we could see that would be served by what we call a dark fiber ring. And the reason for going with a ring versus a star network where you have it runs to each one, which is where we're operating now, we basically have a star network using virtual private networks that go back to Spectrum and then come back to us, and is extremely slow. There's no way to do backups. There's no redundancy. If one of those links fails, that location is down completely. So redundancy is one of the primary things on a ring. So the scalability in the fiber ring makes it much easier to slice into the ring than if we want to add a node. Let's say if we don't put in the places that are listed, like the beaches and the Memorial Park and the other places, we can add those in later by just splicing. It's not really, sometimes it's splicing, sometimes it's doing a different technology, which we won't talk about tonight. But having the ring gives us extreme flexibility to scale into any of those locations that are shown on there. When it says equal cost access, that's a network term saying that you avoid congestion at a central hub and everybody has equal access to the high speed that's available in the ring. The cabling is much easier than a star network, and that reduces cost, and it gives you, again, back to the redundancy. If you cut the ring anywhere, everybody still has service. And right now, if we lose service quite often to different locations, and you can't do that with a Spectrum type network. Even though Spectrum has said, we'll go fiber, what their fiber is going to be is extending fiber to places that don't have service right now. So they're not going to extend fiber to the home, and we're going to extend fiber to the home and to the businesses directly so that they get that kind of service. Depending on what you put in place for hardware, the costly switching equipment that you'd need for every location is not necessarily needed at every location. Fiber has a technology called add-drop multiplexing, where you use one fiber and you can split it into many, many frequencies. So it really is an amazing technology and gives us much better future-proofing. Again, the bandwidth is really, really amazing, and no other technology can match the fiber bandwidth. Again, future-proofing everything that we will need, and we will probably start off with the municipal dark fiber ring running at 40 gigabits per second. So that means every place on that ring could have real-time video, real-time backups almost immediately done, which we do back up a lot of data. Disaster recovery and all those type of needs will be guaranteed if we use a fiber ring. And troubleshooting is much easier. So the last line, which is everybody's concerned about cost. Well, the initial implementation is higher cost, but the long term it's much lower. And the cost, and we'll be talking with Sebago Fiber on how we implement that ring, because they will be able to use that ring to build out their network to the public, And so we will be able to hopefully split the cost of that main ring, which will give a lot of flexibility to everybody in getting access to the high-speed fiber. And I'll let Andrew comment more on that, because I think that's a good place where the private and public sharing of the network is going to be a real benefit.
So the comment I'll put here is one of the big differences between my company, Sebago Fiber, and the other ISPs like Spectrum and Consolidated is we're willing to do dark fiber relationships with the town. That's a very straightforward thing. We're already doing both virtual networks for Fry Island and dark fiber private networks for them. Something we're willing to do. I'm going to jump into my presentation here. So I'm Andrew Davis. I'm the owner and manager of Sebago Fiber. I've got Brandy Shido with me, who's got about 20 years experience in marketing. She leads our marketing and community engagement efforts. I've spent about 20 years in the software industry in very large companies and managed about 150 engineers worldwide. So I've got a lot of experience with big corporate America. With Sebago Fiber, we take a very different approach than that big corporate America. I'm a hands-on engineer. I can do everything from the fiber design to be up in the bucket truck and train the staff. We're a Maine-based company. We're currently, all of our equipment's on Fry Island. We plan to build an office and storage facility either in Raymond or around the Sebago Lake area. We do participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program outside of Fry Island, not on Fry Island for obvious reasons. Our team's lean and efficient, very different than a big company. We have an in-house team of staff and contractors. We have 3 senior team members, and then we have a staff of 4 techs who live in this local area. 2 of them are actually women, have learned the fiber tech role. We're supported by a team of contractors, primarily from Lewiston, Stanford, and Casco. And we actually aren't just a company on paper. We actually own bucket trucks that lets us to do things very efficiently when we need to. And when we're doing build-outs or construction, we bring in our contract partners. So what makes us different about, our goal is to be a regional fiber provider to Sebago Lake region in southern Maine. We do business a little differently. There's no investors, there's no private equity or big corporations. We treat every dollar we invest as our own because it is. It's funds that I've invested in the company and the fiber networks we built. We take a disruptive approach based on lessons learned from software engineering. We do a lot of things different. When we work with a contractor, we work to make them optimize it to save them time. They make more money. We get things done efficiently. We try to make it easy for customers. We don't like people calling away on the phone. It's not good for us. It's not good for them. We do things differently by email first support. We have real people based in the US, make things very quick. We will do publish service guarantees. That's what they're referring to in the earlier slide about MOUs. We will publish standards, and we have drafts of those that have gone to Kevin and to some of the other towns already of what our network latency standards are to get off the network. We already exceed those by a major order of magnitude on our current network on Fry Island. We also do things different with pricing. We don't do bundles. We don't do prices that change over time. We have one set of pricing for everybody. It's available on the website. There's one set of pricing for Fry Island because it has different connectivity issues than the mainland, but there's one set of pricing we're proposing for all 5 towns around the lake or for any of our mainland operations. So to give you a little background on a project in Fry Island, we had a plan to build a full fiber to the home network to 60% of the island over 3 years, and we started that in 2020, entirely privately funded. We started construction fall of 2021. We do things in a sort of a weekly cadence that we literally put the whole network together, lit up customers in about 7 days, and they all were lit up on time, on schedule. It was 3 days before the island closes for the winter, if you're familiar with Fry Island. So we know how to do things on a schedule, and we know how to do it incrementally. That first winter, we built the 1.8-mile loop around the north and lit up those customers. The following spring, we planned to do just the outside areas along the east and west side, and then we ended up expanding that due to demand and interest from people signing up twice before we even started building. And then going beyond that, we then expanded at the middle section, and then literally 5 days before construction started, we added the whole middle section down to the end by the golf course, based on people's signups in real time, and then we do the engineering in iterations. We ended up finishing that first year at 96% coverage, and this spring we ended up getting 100%. So while we didn't set out to do universal coverage as a statement of goal, because we did a phased build-out approach and the word spread and demand increased, we achieved universal coverage without planning to spend all the capital up front. Each stage helped fund the next stage of the build out. Now the island's done. We have 774 passings. All 565 homes on the island can be served this time. And as of basically this week or next week, 2/3 of the customers from the existing incumbent DSL have switched to us as the provider. And that's in under 2 years. So I'm going to talk a little about our approach here, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Brandy. So our approach that I just described is about community engagement. We build that support and to reach the unserved areas or the people who want better service. We do this with what's called a demand survey. That's a survey that we do online. We did one of these for the initially on Fry Island. The map shows the people responding of interest at different times and colors based on the time when they expressed interest. The north end you see as the most signups. That's why it got built first. We do this on a street-by-street level of detail to decide where we build and where the phases will be. And that then validates our capital investment plan. Do we have enough interest to build this section or not? And then we build out. And it tends to go not really from based on density, but based on interest. There can be a street where 100% of people sign up and there's only half the number of houses, but because 100% of people signed up, we go there first. So it really leads to a lot of community engagement of where do we build and based on how important it is to them. So I'm gonna let Brandy walk you through, oh, sorry, one more slide. So the town of Raymond, just a baseline, you're looking at a drawing here from, this is Maine Connectivity Authority's analysis of the town of Raymond. Blue dots is underserved, meaning you have spectrum. You have less than 100 service. Almost all of Raymond is underserved. There's very few red dots that are unserved or not connected, which makes the area really not eligible for grants during the current rounds. So while you might technically be eligible, you're not competitive in applying for those, and therefore we've not recommended that. And that's the case for the majority of the area around Sebago Lake. So I'll let Brandy explain what a demand survey is.
So as Andrew mentioned, our approach is to start in any town with a demand survey. So this is an example of what the survey looks like. We ask people who their current providers are, what their satisfaction is with those current providers. We tell them what the pricing is and ask which plan they would sign up for. And if they're not interested, they can say no thank you. They let us know that they're not interested in a fiber plan with Sebago Fiber at that time. And then we ask them to confirm their location. They don't have to provide us with their name or contact information unless they want to, but they do need to give us their address so we can confirm demand. And as Andrew said, this is what we use to decide where we're going to go first and how we're going to build out the network in that phased approach. And so in order to get really accurate data here is where we start with the community engagement. So this is just an example of the town of Sebago. We started their survey about a month ago now. Yeah. And so in Sebago, the folks that had Spectrum reported only a 28% satisfaction rate with the reliability and speed of their existing provider, and only 17% satisfaction with customer service. So that's not great. There's definitely improvement to be made there. So, and Consolidated was significantly worse than that. So this is the type of data that we would provide back to the town as well to show you what your current status is. So again, an example in the town of Sebago from the survey that they've been running. We received about 219 responses in the first month of the survey, in the first 27 days. And almost 200 of those were from, and 23% were from year-round residents, which we think is really important to reach those folks that live and work in town all year long. One thing you'll notice on here is that there's a wide distribution, and everywhere that you see a green dot is people that were actually interested in signing up for a Sebago Fiber plan. So it's 94% of respondents would be interested in the town of Sebago, and only 6% were not currently interested. So this is the type of results that we have seen so far. So we get this survey out and get the word out about the project in a variety of ways. It's really important to reach people in the way that is, you know, that they are interacting with information. So you have to reach people digitally with some social media, digital news, etc. But not everybody is on Facebook or whatever. So we find that email distribution lists, we would work with your town. If you have email through the library or through the town that we can send out to let people know about the survey, we would work with you for that. Print is really important, so things like road signage. People are driving around town, they might go to the grocery store or specific areas around schools, so we would put out road signage and flyers at local businesses, town properties, and that gives us an opportunity to go in and actually talk to the people at those locations so that folks in town can also help spread the word. And then we would plan to reach out through newspaper articles and ads in the local newspapers. And then in-person events are really important. We discovered this, or we proved this, I guess, in Sebago. There was a specific area that we had not reached at all. And we went to the farmer's market and talked with a whole bunch of people at the farmer's market all day. We were able to reach some businesses in town we hadn't reached before, and a whole geographic area of folks who came to the farmer's market but hadn't seen the digital outreach so far. So these are the types of things that we want to do to engage with you and your community in the places that you tell us are important and where your residents go. We do participate in the federal ACP program, the Affordable Connectivity Program. This is a program that has about 381 Raymond households will be eligible for this program. And it is money that people can get to help get internet service at their house when they could not otherwise afford it. So we have a plan for this, and we can help people sign up for the ACP program if they need it. And one thing that's important here is while we're doing that community engagement, we'll do our best to try to reach these households as well, to let them know that there are programs to help them. And we might need to reach out to those groups differently because they might not have the same connectivity that others have.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about our public-private partnership model in a little more detail. We usually refer to it as a private ISP with a municipal partner, but what this really means is at Sebago Fiber, we look at the municipality as a customer first. You're our biggest customer, and you're unique because you have unique needs to connect your town buildings that benefit all of your residents. We start this with a meeting with the town manager or your IT administrator, and then we evaluate the town's internet connectivity needs and also the connectivity needs between their buildings. You're fortunate that Kevin's pretty articulate on what his needs are here. We take this information and we build a plan for what the future municipal network look. The one on your right is the one we did for the town of Sebago after meeting with them. And we discuss how the municipal needs can complement our company's plans to build out the fiber to home network in your area. So our goal is to build fiber to the home out around this whole lake in the next 5 years. And there's ways that these two things can work together to accelerate that. The municipal backbone here in the town of Sebago, if you looked in the previous picture, we saw the dots. It's exactly in the center. It connects the unserved areas of the town together and provides that way to accelerate the project. So we then create a proposal for the town that meets your municipal needs, and we show how that intersects with our plan build out. So we show the phases that we build out and how the town, by making a choice whether you want to build 5 miles of fiber or 14 miles of fiber for your needs, how those two things work together. And then the town makes a capital contribution based on your needs, and you get what's called an IRU, which basically says you own a portion of the fiber of the cable that connects your buildings together. And that's sort of a perpetual lease on that you have the rights to use it in exchange for your capital contribution. So Sebago Fiber, we own the pole attachments, we own the overall network, but you guys basically own the fiber that connects your building, and you're free to do what you want with that. You can have your in-house staff light it up with service. You can hire another company or an IT contractor. For that fiber, you can use whoever you want to provide service on that portion of the network between your buildings. So you're not locked into even us for that portion of the network. So for Raymond, this is sort of a high-level concept. We've already done, I think, 2 more iterations of this today that I did not get a chance to pull into this slide today. But in general concept, it's a ring or a figure 8, depending on the poles and different configurations in the area. And this would basically serve as the core to reach the other homes around the network. It's about 14.5 miles. To give you a market reference or a number you can use roughly to construct fiber on existing poles, around $60,000 per mile. And I give you that number as a reference. Our goal would be to get you a proposal that's below that number, because it'll be a combination of the fiber to the home needs and your needs. So the two can work well together in harmony. And the goal will be the fiber to the home partially offsets the cost for the town's municipal needs. And the town also gets something concrete, which is you own an asset, which is that IRU of the fiber connecting your town buildings. This is an example, as I was describing in Sebago, of how the core connects in the middle. And on this drawing, the tiny little red dots are the unserved areas of the community. And the interest is well geographically distributed to the unserved areas, as well as the areas where they already have spectrum or consolidated. There is a uniform need. But the areas in the center of the town where that blue line is, there's very few homes there. That's why the municipal contribution really helps, because it connects the more dense areas of the town and makes the whole project viable. So the next steps for us, we did a presentation tonight to sort of give the Board of Selectmen here in the town of Raymond an up-to-date on the efforts of GPCOG CoLab. We're doing this with all the towns to get feedback. The CoLab group has planning funds available that Clara mentioned. They're really looking for feedback from the board tonight on how you want to move forward and use those. We're also seeking a letter of support from Raymond in support of a grant application to Maine Connectivity Authority for the town of Sebago. So Sebago on the other side of the lake is unique, that they have about 18% that's unserved. They have a higher probability of getting a grant than any other place on the lake. They also have the 3-ring binder, which serves all of Maine there. And building a fiber network there will help extend the reach of that fiber network to Naples and then get it closer to you guys. So there's nothing needed beyond really just a letter of support that basically indicates you're supporting the GPCOG CoLab project and that you'd like to see that grant be awarded by the state. If you want to move forward with the planning efforts proposed here, mid-September through October, we would launch an updated version of the demand survey for Raymond and all the towns to collect that data. And we would basically want to work with you to identify who the advocates are and what voice you want to speak in that community engagement messaging that would work with Clara and Brandy to really focus on getting that survey out there. With that survey data back and as it comes in, we would start as part of the planning grant at Sebago Fiber a high-level design where we literally take all the locations in your town, we do a high-level design of the network, and then based on the data coming back from that survey and the interest street by street, we would build a phased approach to build the town out in phases, just like we did on Fry Island. And then in the future, we'd come back and present that to the Board of Selectmen and give you your options. If you want to invest and build 1 mile municipal fiber, here's how that would accelerate. If you want to build 14 or 20, how can that accelerate the plans that we have? And this also, the combination of that demand survey and the high-level design lets us decide where we're putting our private capital to see how, even if you did nothing, no investment from the town, what our build-out would look like. And we can have a discussion with you about that to reach a plan. So, it may not be year 1 universal coverage in Raymond, but it could be a developed plan that over 2 to 3 years, we achieve universal coverages in phases as both Sebago Fiber and the town want to make investments in the area. So I think that's it, and we welcome questions on anything we've asked.
So the ring in Raymond, is your service limited to that ring, or does it shoot off from there?
That is that's the locations where the municipal dark fiber would be.
Okay.
If the town of Raymond wants to build that ring, as Kevin has proposed, that would all be in the phase 1 area, and any home that's within like 250 feet of that would get fiber to the home that we would build out from that immediately. The interesting thing would be to look beyond that to see if you do the whole ring, what are the other areas that, based on interest, would we put more money in and you can go further in phase 1?
Because I'm looking, you're going up Webb's Mills and down Meadow Road and then cut across Plains Road, but Raymond's much bigger than just that area. You got the whole Raymond Cape area.
Yes.
You got North Raymond.
So this is...
Are you guys already down Raymond Cape since this goes out?
How happy is it, man?
So we use a combination for Fry Island. We are not currently providing service on Raymond Cape on the mainland. There are a number of areas in the town of Raymond, to follow up from your question, that we consider commercially viable, that we were planning to build before CoLab reached out to us. So we would look at the intersection of those areas. They tend to be the higher, more dense areas around some of the lakes that we would build out. But yes, this ring, to be honest, the Webb Mills Road area on the right here has some of the lowest density. This area would be a challenge to be commercially viable. There's other areas that have higher density. So by building the centerpiece, it then makes the cost for us to go to those more extreme areas much more realistic.
Can we have a copy of your presentation?
Yes, of course. Yep.
How are you feeding Fry Island then?
So like every ISP, we use a combination of services from other carriers. So there was already FCC CAF2 funded fiber coming to the island. So we feed over that from a partner. And then we built out fiber to the home for the last mile distribution on the island. So we do not have dark fiber to the island yet. That is in a plan that's coming up. And obviously Fry Island and Raymond would be connected pretty quickly. But Raymond Cape is an example of a very long road. If we had to build fiber down Raymond Cape to serve Fry Island would never have happened. Raymond Cape has a higher density at the southern tip of it, and there's middle parts of it that would be very expensive to build.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Just as a comment, I mean, the intent is, this was a presentation to the board without having, getting a lot of questions and answers, but there'll be other presentations and whatnot that'll get more community interaction and things like that, because, the whole key is to let everybody know how it's going to work, what it's going to work, and things like that, so that you can get the buy-in that you need, so we can get the buy-in that we need. So, thank you.
Yep. The one last thing I say is the ring we've showed you is not a statement of what phase 1 would be. It's simply the inputs to the process, and we're looking for your feedback if Raymond wants to move forward with that planning grant. And then we will work with your designate, whether it's Kevin or others, to come back to you with the presentation of here's what the phased approach looks like. Okay. And we've basically been asked by CoLab to do the similar presentation to all 5 towns to get feedback so they can then make the decision to go ahead with the selection and move the planning grant forward. And there'll be a lot more detail to how we reach those extreme areas at the different edges of Raymond at that point.
Okay. So you would like a letter of support. I saw it in the packet. So do you have one printed out?
Yes, it's in the envelope that I gave to Lisa.
Okay. Can I have a motion from someone to
move to sign the letter of support for the Sebago portion?
Second. Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you for the time this evening.
It's fascinating. Hope it works. Yeah.
Do we start with the?
And so next month you're going to start the surveying, or?
If the instruction, I guess that's the other question, is a direction from your board.
Yeah.
If you want to instruct CoLab to release your portion of the planning funds, then we will start, literally on Friday, getting the survey ready to go and out.
Okay,
That's really the direction from your board. I think is that correct, what you're looking for?
Yep. Yeah.
So Ralph, you're the liaison, you and Kevin?
Yep.
All right. So you want a motion from us to direct you to continue? Is that, can I have a motion to that effect?
Move to continue with the survey phase.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, set to go.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
And do you want this letter, or who does it go to?
That would be great. We would digitize it and put it in the packet to Activity Authority. Really appreciate that.
Yep.
And when you scan it in, could you also send me a copy, since they're giving you the original right now in front of their town clerk?
Oops, sorry.
We will. Would you like to scan, send it to us, Sue?
Yes, that I can do. Thank you.
Okay, would that be easier?
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keeps us in line.
Very interesting. All right. Approval of the minutes of previous meetings.
Move the minutes of August 15th.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. September 5th. I have a motion.
Move the minutes of September 5th.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right. Old business. Kyle Bancroft. Liquor license application and amusement application for East Shore Tavern. We tabled it at the last meeting, if I remember, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Wayne, Wayne, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Any issues at all? I just got the report around 4:30, so.
Yeah, we only did the inspection yesterday, so my apologies to you for that. we're still having a little bit of issues with the grease hood. I think we've got, Kyle has hired a different company to do his grease hood cleaning. So I'm working with Kyle to try to address that issue. I think with the filters that are missing in his grease hood, that's part of the problem. So as a condition of approval, requiring him to do the 6-month cleaning as required, and then in 6 months for him to schedule with us to come in and re-inspect the hood and see if we've started to correct some of those issues.
Because I saw in the inspection report, he put in new steel,
yes.
Right, to redirect the smoke?
Yeah, redirect the grease vapors through the filters instead of just up the stack and through the fan.
Okay.
So I'm hopeful that will correct some of that grease buildup in that ductwork and in the fan that we've been experiencing over the last few years.
Okay. And then on the amusement license application, same thing. He got the state of Maine to sign on a state fire marshal to sign off, right? So we're good to go on that one?
Yes.
So your recommendation is contingent approval with a contingency?
Yes, please, with conditions.
Okay, the conditions would be to do a 6-month follow-up inspection?
Right, and continue doing the 6-month required cleaning. Those two would be the conditions that we're asking the board to approve.
All right. Any questions of Wayne or Kyle?
Alex.
Sure. Alex, you have anything?
I have no updates from last month. Nothing's changed.
No violations?
No, the violation of the parking still exists.
The violation still exists?
Yeah.
All right. Kyle?
Good evening.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Parking lot issue hasn't been fixed?
Yeah, so I'd like to talk about that a little bit. When we originally leased that land was with the intent to extend our patio area into that new leased land. Speaking with code enforcement and going back and forth of the cost and then the survey, possible engineering, water runoff calculations, stuff like that, we've abandoned our expansion project. So at this point, there is no portion of our licensed business that operates on that leased portion that's separate from our facility right now. So what I've done is I have a 5-year lease on the land. There's no structures, nothing of my business is there, but it does abut the current establishment that is licensed. So where we've abandoned the expansion, everything is still within our lot. We did, when we took possession of the leased land, pulled off the topsoil, but other than that, there is nothing there to indicate that we're going to do business there, we're going to expand our business there. So that's where it's been kind of a standstill. We spoke with a surveyor, that's going to be about $3,500, another $2,000 towards engineering, probably another $4,000 in repairs to actually just bring it up to speed where it could be used to expand onto the property. So at this point, we've completely abandoned any future projects on that, and it just remains a vacant piece of land that is next to the East Shore Tavern.
Did you talk to Alex about all this instead of doing it here? Because we had it last month on the agenda.
Sure. So, I mean, when we last talked with Alex in the office, the plan was to still expand into the patio into the newly leased area. That's where all this came up. This is what we're talking about. The zoning's residential, so it'd be a change of use, a buffer. We'd have to do all these things to get it up to speed to even do this, and it's just not feasible. So at this point, we've retracted anything that we're going to do on that parcel. So that residential parcel is separate from my commercial parcel. And yes, we do have a right with a lease, but we do not operate and we don't have a license to operate anything that happens at East Shore Tavern on that 10,000 square foot of leased land.
So I want to ask Alex.
Alex?
Yeah. So where are we at then? So did you know about any of that?
Yeah, so Kyle had reached out last fall and asked if he loamed and seeded that parking area, if that would get him out of violation, and I said yes, it would. So that would be, you know, if it's restored back to an area that's not used for parking, then yeah, the violation goes away.
And that has not been done yet.
No, it's still just
dirt
parking area. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know there was at one point he had some dumpsters stored back there, and you know, I don't know that I've seen cars parked back there recently. I don't know if anyone else has, but you know, that's kind of where we left it off last year. Was if it was loamed and seeded, then that would take care of the violation.
And when did you have that conversation with Kyle about loaming it? And
Probably November, maybe October. We had met, I think, last fall, right after you guys did this last year, and he reached out to a surveyor, and that's when he got the quotes that were, I think, a little higher than he wanted to spend. And so it was, you know, if I just make it go away, does that make the violation go away? And it does, yeah.
so again, since the violation still isn't fixed, we table it again until it's done? I mean, this is what happened last month.
You can make it conditional that the violation gets fixed.
Can I speak to that for just one moment? The violation, in my opinion, should have never been issued. The violation was issued because it was an understanding that my commercial property was trying to utilize a residential property for its purposes. So if you look at the violation itself and look at the wording, it actually, the work that I did doesn't require a permit. And where it is a residential property and not a commercial property, and it's not tied to the business, it kind of separates the two issues. According to the zoning, I don't need to pull a permit up to move that loam there. And as it sits right now, it's a 10,000 square foot bare piece of land. So there's nothing on there that's, you know, I'm operating my business from, and nothing today that you're voting on with my license has anything to do with that parcel. So, I mean, if we're going to table or going to look at, you know, holding me back because of that, I think that we should look into what that denial allows. And I looked into it this afternoon, and if my parcel was in a violation of code or ordinance or zoning, then it would be feasible for you guys to say, hey, we're not gonna, or we're gonna table this. But where this is two separate parcels and two separate owners, and there is a clear separation between commercial and residential, I think that it would be a mistake to combine the two and try to, you know, hold me up with my liquor license because of an issue on a separate parcel.
Well, I appreciate your opinion, Kyle.
Sure. I mean, and I'd like to, Alex.
We listen to our CEO, because technically, if you use that parcel part of your business and people are parking there.
We don't, though.
But we don't know that, you know. So
but that's one of those things that.
It's one of those.
There's no park. It's not a parking area. There's no parking stalls. There's no parking. You know, there's nothing there other than a parcel of land that I plan to expand on, and found out from the town after talking to them it was going to be too much money to do. So now I'm stuck with this lease that's next to my building, but it is not part of the commercial operation. It's not part of the liquor license or anything that I'm applying for today. If you guys want to look into coming after, you know, me for the code violation separately, I think it's a separate issue.
Well, we're not coming after you, Kyle.
No, but what I'm
trying to work with you.
No, absolutely. But if we want to address, that's improper wording. Excuse me.
Wouldn't a simple solution be put Jersey barriers there, so that then there's no question there can be no parking there?
Well, then I wouldn't have any access to my leased land. So I need to have access to the land that I've leased.
Gate there for you.
I mean, you could come up with some, you know, you gap, whatever, you know, but.
I mean, we could tighten it up as long as I had.
You know, so that way you have no possibility for someone to go there and park. As it is now, with nothing there, someone could inadvertently or whatever. If you do something like that, that precludes that. That's not that.
But my consumption area is already defined and within a gated area. So anybody that would be out there would simply be exiting the building. So there's no liquor consumption allowed on that parcel at all. So anybody that's leaving is going to be walking out of the building. And that exit dumps out my back exit there to that corner. So it kind of comes out the corner and goes to the left and right.
But you just said something that kind of raises a red flag to me, where why would you put the Jersey barriers up there if you didn't have access to it?
No, I said I would be willing, if you wanted me to, like, make it smaller, but I need to have access to that parcel. I mean, I pay a monthly lease fee for that, and my only access is going to be through my lot that I run my business from.
What do you use the
parcel for?
The parcel, well, the parcel was going to be used for the expansion, and I've signed a 5-year lease that I cannot negotiate my way out of. So now I have 10,000 square feet of ground that I intended to, what I spoke with it about expanding. We're no longer expanding. And my liquor license and everything that I've presented today keeps the same footprint as we have for the last 3 years.
But what are you using that parcel for?
At this point, I don't know what I'm going to use it for. It's stuck.
But that's what I mean. If you put Jersey barriers up and you're saying you need access to it, you need access for what? Foot traffic?
If I wanted to park my vehicle there, if I wanted to put a trailer there, if I wanted to do anything that I wanted to do with leased ground that's within my rights to do, I need to have access to it. It's completely fenced off from every other side.
You also have parking down at the previous tie-dye place too, correct?
So I leased that on a separate lease, yes. So it's available for overflow parking, but my office resides in there currently. That's what I use that primarily for.
I guess I'm looking at your whole application here as that was part of this thing, and that was what was originally done, and because it wasn't originally done and you had to back off of it, it's still an issue to me that has to be fixed.
Well, that's why nothing is submitted in this paperwork that would signify that this is whole. That's what I'm here to imply today, is to say that this parcel was a plan, and now that we found it's not feasible, I still have control of this property, but there isn't any aspect of the business I'm asking you to approve or to send to the state tonight that is conducted on there. If anything, it's there. I don't know what so I'm not going to put up a fence in a certain 10,000 square foot area and pay X amount of dollars a month and not have access to it.
So when did you get all the information on the survey stuff, all the pricing and stuff like that? How long?
It was probably late fall, early winter before I got a call back and was actually able to get some pricing.
So you've had this violation since then? Since back then?
Yeah, and if you look, if you have a copy of the violation, I'd like you to take a look at it, because the violation clearly states that or the subsection that it refers to is that the work in the impervious surface would not apply to a single-family dwelling lot or a residential lot. So that's where I said I think that we got to look at the wording and where the violation lies. The violation lies on me and the intent to extend, because you guys, when I had done it, had figured that we're going to extend. So as part, so a violation was issued to stop me from expanding my current establishment into this leased land. That's no longer the fact. So I think the violation needs to be looked at again and looked at the verbiage. And it states in the very beginning, unless it's, with the exception of single-family home, single-family residential lot, and then 3 or 4 other items, then it goes into you cannot add on to impervious surface, and that pretty much within the commercial district. But I would ask Alex to come up here and clarify if I'm wrong. I could pull this up, but the way that this reads is that I wasn't required to pull a building permit to remove the soil.
How big is the lot?
What's that?
How big is the lot that the soil was?
3 acres.
No, the whole lot.
3 acres.
And you are leasing 10,000 feet of the 3 acres?
Yep, on the front end. Yep, he was my immediate abutter right there.
But you've had months to actually fix this, if he said he talked to you back then, and it simple, like...
Well, the intent is that I didn't need a building permit. I don't plan on fixing this. Like, we had started this process and invested the money with the intent to get a return on it by expanding out. Now that we see that that's not feasible, that work's already done. If you look at it in the context of not a commercial issue, it's now a residential zone, then you'll see that I wasn't required to have a permit to pull the topsoil, and that's all that's been done in there. So now we have a lot that's got topsoil removed with the intent to do something with it that we can't do now.
Did you ever call Alex and say, hey, Alex, I'm going to pull my permit, I'm not going through with this?
No, I mean, the last time we spoke, we were going to loam and seed, but the cost of trucking in all that loam and seed, that's another expense. I mean, I can't even recoup the thousands of dollars that I've put out with the intent for this project to go forward. So I'm losing money, you know, trying to continue to do all of this. And the way that I read it and I understand it is that, yes, there was a violation, but the violation was issued to me when I planned on expanding my commercial operation onto that land. And now that that's not happening, I think that we should revisit that and look at the actual wording of the violation. And it's very clear, it says at the top that this situation would not apply to single-family lots, which is where the 10,000 square feet is located. It's LRR2 zoning, it's not commercial zoning.
Then that's something that he needs to work out with Alex.
Yeah.
Well, Alex and
Alex,
Board of Appeals and
get up again, please. All right, so Kyle's saying, hey, this lot I'm not going to do anything with. I tore all the loam off of it, you know. I'm not going to do anything with it. What's the violation?
I mean, I think to the average person pulling into that parking lot, they are not going to be able to tell the difference between the parking lot for the restaurant and that dirt 10,000 square foot area. So will it be used as parking? Probably. So it's going to be off-site parking for this business. I mean, whether or not he wants to use it at that, then, you know, that's great. But I think that ultimately it's going to get used as parking. You know, there is an appeal period for a notice of violation. That appeal period passed probably 2 years ago at this point. You know, this was issued, I think, in 2021. So we're talking a couple of years. Yeah, he's changed his plans, you know, but I think ultimately there needs to be some fix to it so that it's not just off-site parking or an expansion of that.
So if there's a fence across, so you know a car will not go park there?
No parking sign, something,
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah. I think it would be great to be able to use that as parking area, and that's what we were trying to help him go through that process to get that approved. But it is expensive. I mean, it totally is, and I get that. It's unfortunate. But
Well, some of that is state regs, so on
Yeah.
runoff and all that.
that's out of our hands, unfortunately, yeah. Because I do think the parking would be nice, but it just doesn't sound like that's what he wants to do right now.
But we need some barrier there to make sure, or signs that say no parking.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, just driving by, looking back there, you can't really tell that. It looks like you can just loop around the building.
Right.
So, I mean, if it,
And I'm sure that's probably been done.
yeah, probably.
Okay, thanks, Alex.
So Kyle, the other question is,
Sure.
I know that the tie-dye place that you bought or leased or whatever,
yep.
You said that was for overflow parking, but now it's going to be for trailer parking or whatever. Who's to say that you're not going to say, well, I told my employees they could park back there, or I told a friend they could park back there?
I mean, I would be well within my rights. I mean, I leased that land. So, I mean, what I choose to do with it, as long as it's not in violation with the town, even if I was to park my vehicle and 5 other personal vehicles on that land, I'm not violating any condition with the town. I leased that land. I have the right to.
Right, but you're using it, you just said I asked you about the employees, and maybe I'm not saying it right.
Are we talking about 2 different things?
You're using it for commercial purposes.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking
Whether
about
you and your
my
employees
lease.
park there, that's a commercial use of that land.
No, I'm talking about are we talking about my
Maybe he's
lease
talking
space,
about
the office, or are we talking about?
tattoo place.
No.
I thought he.
Okay.
I think he's talking tattoo, and I think you were asking,
Okay.
and he's on tattoo.
Let me clarify. Yeah, because I know you got, all right, so the tie-dye place.
Yes.
You used it for overflow parking for employees or whatever.
No, it's
the other place.
is an option, and that was
Okay.
one of the things that we talked
Right,
about.
and
is-
now you say you can put your trailer there, that's right, you leased it, but the same thing goes out back of the restaurant too. Because all of a sudden, if you want to have access to it, and you know you've got a busy night, hey, employees, come on back here, you guys can park back here. Yes, it is your land, you can do with it what you want. But when you're saying, hey, my employees can park back here because it's overflow parking, that's technically the business parking is what it is. So that is the commercial.
Sure, but when I said overflow parking, that's going to be over at the tie-dye shop. So I'm not. speaking about the land, you asked me about the tie-dye shop and said that's where my overflow parking would happen.
Well, I was making the reference before you were going to do the overflow, but then now you're mentioning possibly having your trailer there. Or
No, I was just saying, for instance, if I wanted to park my trailer there, if I wanted to park personally
park
owned
it out
vehicles,
back.
you know, I could park it out back. But that doesn't mean that I'm inviting anybody. You know, I mean, we can put up no parking signs if that would, you know, help. But my biggest thing tonight is, you know, hinging this violation on the approval. I just think it's unwarranted. I think that if we want to look at this issue, then I'm more than happy to work something. But it's no longer connected to East Shore Tavern. It's no longer an issue on my license side. And we could revisit that and put signage up. I'm willing to work with you, but I don't want this violation to be, you know, holding me up tonight and moving forward.
So if we were to prove it conditioned upon the no parking signs being installed.
Sure.
You're on
yeah.
board with that?
Yeah, no, I'm willing to work with you. We could put signs all across that back fence, and you know, we'll put, I don't know about when you first come in, but the way that it's set up, it goes like this, and we could set up some no parking signs in the rear just to let people know. I mean, it doesn't. Even right now, as it sits, we don't get a lot of parking. We have a 48-seat facility, I mean, and we're not busy all the time. So our turnover in our parking lot with the tattoo shop that allows us to park out in front or on the side of there, we're pretty much in good shape most of the time. So no parking sign would not be an issue with a condition. I'd be happy to put that up if it meant moving forward and getting it done.
Your place can't hold 48 cars for parking.
No, we're 48 people.
48 people.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what my license allows.
I was going to say, there's no way.
All right, so a couple of conditions then. The grease, vent, you know, that needs to be cleaned every 6 months. Re-inspection by the fire department. No parking signs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Move to approve the liquor license application for East Shore Tavern, subject to the conditions.
I have a second. Second. Yes.
I guess I want the condition on there too, that those signs are put up right away within a certain time period.
Yep.
So whatever that time period is, that's going to be
14 days, 2 weeks.
We cut it down to 7 days. I mean, I'll get on it tomorrow.
Okay, 7 days?
7 days.
All
It'll
right.
be done by tomorrow, so.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Now I need a motion on the amusement license.
Move the approval of the special amusement license application for East Shore Tavern, subject to the same conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? All right, Kyle.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You guys made a big mistake giving the license to him.
He does use the parking in the back, just so you guys know. I mean, if I can get up and speak publicly.
Well, it's a little late.
It's late.
It's late for what? I was never offered to get up and speak public comment.
All you have to do is raise your hand.
Raise your hand,
yeah. Well, it's,
I'm not
we've
used to
already
meetings like
approved
this,
it,
but
yeah.
that man right there absolutely uses his back parking lot to park vehicles, or people use it to park there. I was a former employee there.
Come on up.
How many drunk people leave there driving and get pulled over? It's absolutely insane. He
So-
overfeeds alcohol like it's no other.
So I am a previous employee from East Shore Tavern, where I have experienced many violations that Kyle does on a daily basis there. No payroll offered. Liquor is being poured from bigger bottles into smaller bottles.
What do you
He
mean,
purchases.
no payroll?
No payroll.
He doesn't pay his employees, and I have a daughter that served at underage.
Hang on,
Just
hang
stop,
on.
please.
That's why I'm here.
All right, you'll have your chance. Okay.
No payroll offered. I used his establishment to basically serve his patrons and make tip money, and that's what I walked out with every day I worked. I have text messages that I can forward to you guys that I have gone back and forth with Kyle asking him to start a payroll so I can have myself on document. So if I ever want to buy something, I can prove that I have the income. As to which he would say, I'll think about it.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about a year and a half.
Without getting paid?
I did not get an hourly wage there, no.
How did they pay you?
He didn't.
The tips, he said.
I strictly
was given tips by my patrons, and that's it. And if we can just go back to the parking, because I know you guys are really stressing on that. The back lot is absolutely used for parking. All the construction workers that live in the area don't want their wives to see them out of work early, so they park behind the building. You could probably go by there right now and see all the cars parked back there. Plus, the dumpsters are back there, so there needs to be access back there so they can get dumped, which I know is another issue.
Can you give us your name, please?
Yeah, my name's Carrie. I'm from Wyndham.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I actually have talked with the liquor enforcer because I was concerned about the renewal of the liquor license because of liquor being purchased across the street at Circle K when we run out. RSVP was one liquor vendor, I believe, that he used that would maybe deliver to us every couple months. But if you go back and you look at liquor sales and you match those with what he has purchased from RSVP, you're gonna find a huge, huge difference in what came from RSVP and what has been sold off that shelf.
Go ahead, George. Can I speak?
No.
Not yet.
No.
I'm running the meeting, all right? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, have brought many concerns to Kyle, only to get no answer from a text message, or I'll take care of it when I get back from vacation, where he's purchasing vehicles and probably selling those illegally too, I don't know.
Kidding. Awful lot. Three buildings down.
You're gonna come up. You're gonna come up.
Hang
in a
on.
second.
Have you,
Yeah, so.
you say,
What's that?
are you done? Or
Yeah,
We didn't want to cut you
yeah,
off.
Well,
no,
I
that's
don't wanna cut
okay.
you off.
I did email 2 of you here and didn't hear back from any of you, so I just wanted to come tonight and.
Who did you email?
I emailed you this afternoon and I emailed him last week.
I got one and I had no clue what that was about. Because I got the carry, I'm like,
It was
who is
just
this? And what? It was one sentence, and I was.
One sentence? No, it was a very long email.
Did you send it to my home one, or do I date that?
I believe it was your main.main.
I got one from there, and it was.
That's okay.
I didn't know what.
I'd also like to add that that one of the, or I'm sorry, the only cook that works there is drinking on the job, consistently drinking on the job, and I'm told I can't drink on the job, so why can another person drink on the job? These are all concerns that I have brought to Kyle, only to be told nothing half the time.
Have you filed a complaint with the state of Maine?
Yes.
Did you hear back from them?
I have not yet.
Because what you said are a couple of big violations.
Yep.
Not getting paid.
Yep.
You can't
On the liquor.
just get paid tips.
Right.
There's a minimum wage.
And I understand that that's my fault too for participating in a business that isn't paying somebody. I will recognize that.
Okay.
But
All right.
when we've had several staff meetings asking for a payroll, only to be told, sorry, I'm not doing one. I'd also like to add, I did ask numerous times. We have, or when I was there was a underage child that was being cared for by the head cook there, who is also very young herself, should probably not be taking care of a 15-year-old who was removed from a home because of whatever is happening in that home, is placed into the care of a 25-year-old who has an obvious addiction. She drinks on the job. And this 15-year-old is there for 9 hours a day this summer, every day, being exposed to drunk patrons, marijuana, the liquor cabinet, I mean, anything.
DHS
He had access to that. And that was another thing
Who did
I
you
asked.
file your complaint with? Was it Department of Labor?
Department of Labor, DHHS. Yes, I have not heard back from, I heard back from DHS right away. The Maine Labor Board, I can't remember. I may have received an email back. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I had asked several times for this to not happen because that's on me, being the bartender, the only person running the show there, to have a 15-year-old standing behind the bar.
Oh my God.
It was a nightmare. And I asked several times for it to not happen, only to get, well, I don't know, I'll have to touch base with her. I don't understand. I told this, I don't want it to happen. And then it kept happening. I kept asking, only to get no reply through text message. So
Alex,
that's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay,
I think I
thank
told
you.
you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, have you spoken to liquor enforcement?
I have not, no. Nor have I heard from anyone.
Have you heard this kind of stuff?
Yes, we've heard some of these complaints. You know, a lot of the stuff that she's bringing up, and I did get an email, I think from you as well. A lot of that stuff, or all of it, is not considered a land use complaint, so it really didn't end up on my plate. But there is some stuff that, you know, I think possibly the health officer, fire inspector might need to look into. But I haven't spoken with anyone at the state.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to speak?
Yes, the gentleman in the corner.
So it's better off if I don't, sir.
Anybody else?
We'd like to hear from you, sir.
Oh, hang on. Please state your name.
I'm Courtney Edwards from Wyndham. I had a friend of mine that was someone that used to go to the East Shore Tavern on a few different occasions. And one morning after I woke, I went next door to see if he was an elderly man, a little bit older. And his car wasn't there, and I was kind of concerned. I know he had gone out that night, and I knew he was at the East Shore Tavern. And I went upstairs to find him bloody in his bed, and I ended up speaking with him, and he told me, you know, that he was really drunk. He got really blacked out drunk at the tavern. So I drove down to the tavern because he was very lethargic. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I don't like to speak publicly. But so I ended up driving down there, and I wanted some answers on what had happened the night before. Well, it seems that he just was being served shot after shot, drink after drink, until he no longer could stand anymore. That he went down on his face, split open his head, and had Kyle's father had to bring him home, escort him home in his own vehicle that night, which I'm very grateful for. But I just can't imagine how many other people that enter that bar that I personally know of, that there's no like cut off of alcohol. They literally get so drunk that, I mean, you can look at the police reports too from just leaving the tavern, how many people get pulled over extremely intoxicated from his bar. So I ended up taking my friend to the hospital. He had a concussion. Luckily they found that he had blood clots too, but that was nothing to do with that. But regardless, I mean, this is just ridiculous. I've heard about needles in the back parking lot. I know of people that have used needles and shot up in the restaurant and outside of the restaurant. And unfortunately, you know, that's not on him either in terms of people using drugs. I know that that is a terrible thing, but just throwing it out there, I think that this is a little bit to the extent of crazy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to sign it.
Anybody else? Sir, you have your opportunity now.
You're better off I don't.
I would like to hear what you say. If you're walking out the door and saying we were in error granting this license.
Because this guy right here
Can you
serves,
state your name, please?
Joe Grant, Wyndham. This guy here serves underage kids in high school. I know two of them, and Mouth behind me needs to be quiet.
Hey.
Hey.
See?
Please.
Stop. You got
Don't pay attention
So
to that.
all I'm saying is your liquor license shouldn't depend on a parking lot. It should depend on people's health.
Well,
This guy-
this is the
guy
first we're hearing of it.
Yeah.
You guys keep giving him 90 days, a year. It took him 2 years to put loom on the ground that he never did. But you're giving him a liquor license like it's nothing.
But we haven't
We
heard
haven't
from you
heard
guys.
this
And you know
before.
what? I'm sorry I didn't
It's
read the
okay.
email.
So I'm under the impression.
So who does the inspections?
I'm under
But
the
the state-
impression
State
that
liquor
you're not
board.
allowed to speak out like I am right now during meetings.
Well,
That's why I
you-
was waiting for.
No,
public
you
comment.
can. You can during our deliberations.
Okay, all right, I did not know that.
Okay.
I mean, the biggest thing, you gotta look for safety reasons, not just because he runs a business with 48 seats. There's kids are gonna get killed by drunk drivers leaving there. And you guys just say, okay, let's give him a license, even though he didn't fix what he did, right? 2 years ago, you told him to fix it.
No, he did what
He
we
does
asked him
everything
to do.
under the radar.
Or once it's been brought up, then.
But when he kills a kid, it's gonna be on all of you guys. Because you issued a liquor license. You're a fucking thief. Thanks for
But
listening.
wait a second, come back a minute. Just come back a second. But we don't know this until people come tell us
But
this.
you guys have him on record for 2 years. He's on a temp license. What kind of inspections are done?
Not for that though, but we need eyewitness
Yes.
testimony like you guys are
Do
giving
you guys get
now.
police
to-
records?
This is
Wait,
the
what?
first time
We
we've
do
heard
not
this.
get police records.
No.
So you go on a
If I
license
get
without a
the
speak,
police
without a
records,
record?
I
that?
can forward them to you.
You have
You
police
can,
records?
well, you can FOA them.
I mean, the sheriff's office know him by name. I was pulled over 2 weeks
All right,
ago.
if you get
And they
talk
asked,
to these
the
guys.
sheriff pulled
Straight up.
her over 2 weeks ago and asked her if he's
They
still
recognized my truck.
selling cocaine out of his business.
Everything under the book here, right?
Who's on? Who's on?
Hang on.
Please shut your mouth, whoever's next to me.
Hey, hang on.
So what I'm
You
saying,
need to settle down.
yes,
a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
settle down. I'm
And you're
done.
accusing
we
us
back
of
off
something
for a
But
that.
give him a liquor license
Can we
to
change it?
But what if you kill somebody?
Oh,
You can-
look,
You've
that's
got
not on
three
us.
people.
If he meets all the qualifications for a liquor license.
He doesn't. He's been on.
Liquor board.
You've
has to
hold it
look
as.
into it.
Well, you have my information now.
Right. Now it's a different
It's
story.
a different story.
But what I'm saying though is like his 2 years on his violation, right? 2 years
To fix it.
to fix dirt.
Yeah, but
I mean, you think he's gonna fix his restaurant up?
Well, and we try to work with people
Right.
with stuff like that too, but that was, to us in our head, that is just the dirt issue. That's not all of
Dirt
this that we were
versus
just
killing
now.
kids. It's a
Yes.
little bit different than
So-
dirt.
so
Yes.
You don't look at police reports for.
We don't get
We
them.
don't
get
those,
them.
Joe.
We don't get them.
So why wouldn't they
can
give out the liquor
FOA
license
them.
and say that, Kyle, this is what goes on there, this is how many times we've been there?
there's liquor enforcement that's
There's,
supposed to go in
there's
there.
state, that's state law.
State
not
board
state.
should be
But sheriffs
looking
don't
into
tell
that.
you that.
No,
No,
I don't, no, sheriffs don't come up here and talk to us about what's going
Okay.
on.
All right, so that explains.
okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle, I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you a chance here.
Thank you. Let's get a little context to the situation. Carrie over here, for the last 3 weeks since I fired her for her performance, her attitude, and a lot of the drama that you're seeing here tonight, has decided to go on social media, Facebook, every time that she gets a
Not in
chance,
3 weeks.
Please.
every time that she gets a chance to try
Be
to.
transparent, Kyle.
Let him talk.
Please.
We let
Please.
him do things.
Just as long as he's gonna be transparent.
All right, let Kyle talk.
Okay.
She's been running around since I fired her, and this is simple. This is nothing but her being angry that I don't employ her anymore. Now, since then, she has called DHS. DHS has come down. They've found nothing. The liquor inspector just spent an hour and a half in my facility yesterday investigating every claim that she made. Left without violation, shook my hand for being transparent.
You fixed it.
The
A
department,
week before.
are we gonna?
Go ahead.
The health inspector was down 2 days before that, looking into all her claims, unfounded. So every inspecting agency that has anything to do with my license has looked into her claims, come to my facility, left without writing any kind of fine or citation, and apologized because clearly they knew that this was a retaliation. I spoke many times to her when I let her, I said, I have nothing against you. Thanks for your time here. You're not fitting in with my business, and I'm having a fallout. People are avoiding us. It's just we're a small business. This isn't good. Please don't get emotional, throw mud, do what you're going to do. And that's exactly what's happened here. She has called everybody, and everybody has come down, and not one person has issued me a citation.
Kyle, do you have those reports that show that they didn't find anything?
They don't. What they do is they come down, they issue the findings, they look at it, and then they say, "Yeah, we're out of here."
Well, like you said, they issued
issue
new findings. Do you have those?
I know, I don't. I don't have, but
They
it's
don't have
very-
any, they don't have anything, because I
No,
know
because there was
when
nothing-
something's going on with the daycare with a parent or something like that, and they come to daycare, I get a paperwork, because I have it for my
The
file.
liquor inspector was there yesterday for an hour and a half, looking into
Who was it?
everything. He's a new guy, I believe his name is Matt. He used to be
Nathan
Mar-
Lubier.
He's a new guy, he used to deal with Marlene Richards. He was there last night. If you guys would like to place a phone call to them, you can. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. This is nothing but retaliation. I walk out the door and this guy is threatening to strike me and said he's gonna find me, he's gonna be at my.
hold the door for you,
I know,
little sissy.
I know.
Heard you, but thank you.
Yeah, there's-
All right, please.
And this is what I'm saying, this is a hostile takeover of this meeting. Nothing that she or her has said bears any merit at all. And if they have any
Are you
proof.
serious?
Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Please.
If they have,
there.
is it?
Please.
As
This is
far as
not
the
a place
hostile
for an
takeover,
argument.
they didn't even know they could talk.
We let
So,
you
yeah.
speak. We're letting.
I also have my staff here. This is my assistant, my general manager of the truck. This is another employee of mine.
You
They'll
mean
s-
the guy that was fired from the
Sexual
dock
harassment?
with sexual harassment of minors?
Please.
Do you know what's happening?
Seriously?
If people cannot be
Yeah, we're gonna just move on.
civil here, then we're gonna stop public comment.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yep.
Can you keep your mouth shut and speak only when you're at the podium?
Everybody.
Kyle, what about this payroll accusation?
It's not true. And
Do you
that's
have a
it.
payroll service?
Oh, yeah, ADP, yep.
Okay,
When'd you stop that?
all right.
I'm gonna ask that. When did you start that?
I've had ADP for, since the beginning.
And who's on the payroll?
Shh, shh.
All right.
Thanks.
My employees are on the payroll.
How many employees do you have?
As of right now, minus her, 5.
So you paid her on the payroll?
She was paid part-time, yeah.
No, I was not, Kyle. Are you
If we're gonna- This is not an argument. This is not an argument for in here. This is, if you have a payroll argument, it goes to the state. It
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
come
going
to
to.
us.
Yep.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, I mean, if they have any evidence of anything that they've come up here and say, I would welcome them to present it. But anybody can walk in this building because they don't like me and make, I mean, we heard everything from, I'm selling cocaine to my people are using drugs to, I mean, anything that you can say about a person to try to, make them look bad has been said here tonight. And if that doesn't speak to something in itself, I don't know what will. And like I said, every inspecting agency that issues me a license has been in contact with me in the last 10 days because of this woman, and they've done nothing but say, hey, I apologize.
But Kyle, again, you're in a business that you're dealing with a lot of things.
Sure.
So you're not asking for records at all to say, I'm clear of this at all?
They come in, they didn't give me any documentation. He spent an hour and a half looking through every bottle on my shelf.
And they should have had a paper that said the complaint,
And
what
I'm
it
sure that
was.
they could, but you know what? That's something that you have to take up with them. That's not my responsibility. They didn't issue me
This is
anything.
getting nowhere. We need to
Any
look into
department
it.
that comes in for an inspection goes
We
through a
need to look into
checklist
it.
and leaves you
Yeah.
a copy.
Yeah.
Then you need to speak with the local liquor inspector. He'll confirm that he was there yesterday, and he'll tell you that I have no violations and that everything was on the up and up.
Then you should have brought all that stuff tonight.
I
You
didn't
really should have.
realize that I was gonna be bombarded here with a bunch of nonsense. If you guys
But if you're getting the complaints.
I'm
then-
not getting the complaints. These people are showing up, they're doing their job, and they're shaking my hand and not issuing me anything. They're not, if they issued me a violation, if there was something that they found, I'm sure they would.
But they should have an inspection report. That's
Then
how
we
it
could-
works.
Yeah.
And we could pull that up, but at the same time, none of these people have contacted.
So, can I have a motion to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider the application.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All in favor to reconsider?
Yeah.
Unanimous. I'm going to recommend we table this for another month until we speak to Mr. Lubier,
The liquor inspector?
the liquor inspector.
Sure. I'll have him call you first thing tomorrow.
Yep.
We're gonna have to wait another,
We can call him.
You-
Sam, please.
You made two motions.
One is-
One for liquor, one for special amusement.
A
Do you-
motion to
Do
consider.
you intend this to
For both.
recommend both?
For both.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Do we
Thank
need
you.
two votes on that, or?
No, I believe you can put them both together.
Yeah,
Can I ask what the conditions are going to be when we revisit this? What do you need from me, essentially? So
we're just going to look into some of these allegations.
They're pretty bad.
And they're pretty bad allegations.
Of course they are, because people are angry, clearly, by the way that you see that they're acting around me.
But if it's just like the health inspector and all these people are lying and we do a quick little whatever and we figure out they're lying, then it's not that hard. And
No, it's not that hard, but you know what? At the same time, I've told these people that I'm going to pursue legal action if they don't stop what they've done. I have documented evidence that I'm going to submit to you guys of just pages and pages of just nonsense. And it's becoming an issue here in my business. And why? Because I got rid of a bad employee. So now I have to deal with it.
What's so bad about me, Kyle?
So
Okay, all right, that's enough.
So DHS, they should have given you a card.
The DHS didn't come to speak with me. They spoke with the cook. Then the cook in the kitchen. There was nothing. I was there briefly that day when they were there. There was no issues.
They usually interview several people.
They did not interview me. So I don't know how that process worked. I'm in the bar business, not the child business. So.
All right. We heard enough on this,
Yeah.
so can I have a motion table?
Motion table.
Move.
Moves and seconded, all in favor? Table for 30 days, and then we're gonna need to make some calls to the
Yes.
state. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's all over now. We'll
Apologies to everybody that was in the
Yeah.
middle of this.
Yeah, I apologize for my outburst.
Mine
I
too.
didn't realize that I could speak. I could raise my hand. I attend school board meetings. They're a little bit more strict. They don't allow comment.
We're not strict.
without standing up.
I can get your emails, right? I'll send you all.
And
I'll stop.
I
Yeah,
just-
Wyndham's very strict on their, yeah.
Yes, very
All right.
strict.
All
I
right.
just want to correct one thing on the record, though. With the comment that the sheriff made about him selling the cocaine, it wasn't him exactly. The sheriff that spoke to me said, "I recognize your truck from that parking lot." And I said, "I do not work there anymore." And he said, "Why is that?" I said, "It's not a reputable business." And he said, "Does Kyle still allow people to sell coke out of there?" His exact words. I do not have the officer's name, but I'm sure I could find it if you would like.
That would be helpful.
Ma'am, you were not paid?
I was
you were
not
there?
paid hourly, and that was also another lie. That needs to go on the record.
Okay.
You will not see my name on
What-
any payroll system, so.
ADP, you said?
ADP.
Why did you work there?
We will be,
I worked there from February of 22
All right, Sam, we're
to
done.
We're done.
August of 23.
thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
I got 5
Thank you.
different departments.
Good luck, Leo, with your license.
All right.
Everybody breathe. Uh-oh.
There's no argument out there, is there?
Do we need the sheriff?
You need call sheriff?
It's all good?
All right.
All right.
Wow, who's gonna follow that one there?
We have consideration of business license application, Paul and Adeline Philippine Store.
I hope you guys
Oh,
are
well.
boring now.
You have any disgruntled employees yet?
No, it's just gonna be me and my wife.
Go stand up to the
Come on up.
podium. Yeah, she's like, I'm not going up there. There's no.
She won't go up.
Wow.
No, no.
No, she's gonna wait for you in the car.
All right. So why don't you tell us about this new business?
It's an Asian grocery store,
Okay.
and I opened it up because my wife is Filipino, and we have a lot different products. I have a booklet if you guys want to look through it. It's right here. Go bring that to them. So-
That's actually exciting. Something different in town. That's pretty cool.
And you're going in where?
The where the old gem jewelry store used to be.
okay, Yeah.
Oh.
Where's that?
Oh, over by Butts and that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And are you gonna have prepared food or?
We are going to have prepared food, but it's going to be cold because the state says we're not big enough for a commercial kitchen.
Okay.
That's okay if it's cold. Something different.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
How many square foot is this?
I think it's 1,000.
1,000 square feet. Yeah. Great.
Wow.
All right. All right. Anything you
exciting.
need to tell us about, like the last time?
Well, my wife knows more about it than I do. I only buy what she tells me to.
But you do pay her, right?
Yes.
On a payroll service, right?
She probably pays him.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
All right.
When do you plan to open?
We were planning on be open Friday, if possible.
This Friday.
This Friday.
We have to talk to Wayne too.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Well, and Wayne did send
Wayne
a
did-
copy of
Wayne
their.
He did send in a copy. Wayne, anything we need to put conditions on?
The only condition would be that they're planning on adding some additional either refrigeration or freezer units. And if we start having overloading of circuit problems, we would want that immediately addressed. Right now, there's not an issue, but the plan is to add more equipment and would have to be addressed if we start overloading circuits.
Have to upgrade the circuits.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, we wish you well.
Oh, yeah, welcome to town, too.
Yeah. We're very welcoming.
So do we,
Santino says, I'm not going to say anything.
move to approve the business license for
Second.
Paul and Aberdeen Philippine Store.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Good luck.
Great, congratulations.
All right, so are they going to be able to open Friday?
Yeah, the only thing that they have on my end is a sign permit,
Okay.
which they'll have tomorrow. So
Okay.
yeah, they should be all set.
All right.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Right, we're glad to have you here.
Bye.
Once
Camp.
tomorrow, I'll give you a call.
Bye.
Bye.
I'd have a copy of your license.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Consideration of business license application Camp Masters Santino Tarsetti.
This is going to be boring again, too, right?
My name's Tino Tarsetti, and I'd like to open a business storefront on 302. It's a shared location with Leah, Sebago Outfitters, for Camp Masters.
Okay. And what exactly is your business?
Camp maintenance business.
Okay.
Opening camps, closing camps, docks.
Oh, wow.
Construction, landscaping. So it will be office use, and it will be for display use for docks, construction, somewhere someone can go, get a price, and see items on display.
So you got to have a crew to do your docks or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a crew already in business, just don't have a storefront or location or anything.
Okay.
So this will help customers be able to go see a display, get a price, and get parts. We're going to sell parts, dock parts.
Wow.
Is it only for camps, or you got to do year-round people, or?
Just camps.
Can't have docks in year-round.
No, I know that.
That's why the business has been so well, is that it's just niche. I don't go into Portland. I don't do any drywall. I don't do any interior work. Just camps, exterior work, lakeside, where I'm DEP certified to do like construction near the lakes. But mainly landscaping, construction, and camps. Kayak racks.
So it's a seasonal business.
It's seasonal, but we stay busy year-round.
Okay.
We build docks over the winter. We prepare for the next year, each winter. And it's definitely slow, but yeah, I would say year-round. Just snow shoveling, snow
On roof.
Yep, removal.
What
So
space are you taking over there?
it's the old handgun
The
shop.
spot to the right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How's the display stuff going to affect your parking there?
On the lawn.
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Leah.
Back again.
Back again. So the kayak racks, for example, are going to be on the front lawn. So it won't affect any of the parking area because we have that big lawn area out front. So as far as that, it's not going to obstruct anything. I sell kayaks, so it goes hand in hand with my business. So I can put my kayaks on the racks, and then yeah.
That's cool.
So that goes hand in hand. That's why I actually waited for the right person, for the right tenant. That kind of marries my business, so it would make more sense.
How did you guys find each other to do this?
I just stopped in one day. I literally just stopped in, and I've been looking for a location for the last 6 months.
Wow.
And just saw her kayak and mentioned, hey, I build kayak racks. And then she mentioned that she had a location available, and we kind of talked, and it just happened out of the blue, really. So
That's great.
yeah,
Wow.
it's gonna
I
work out.
stopped
Because you're offering
one
more
time and
services.
that didn't happen to me. You know?
Yeah.
So I liquidated the gun shop side.
Yep.
So that's how that's coming to fruition. I do still sell firearms, but I realized I needed to do it by appointment only. So I still have my FFL license, but I'm very particular on who I sell it to. The paperwork is very stringent, and it's a liability. So I make sure I do it personally myself by appointment, and there's no guns for sale out on the racks anymore.
Oh,
so
right.
I order them, they go in a safe, people come and pick them up, they fill out the paperwork and so on. So
And is the food truck still there, or is that just
No.
seasonal?
that's seasonal, and I'm not sure if I'm going to move forward with that going forward next year or not. So I have other things. You're kind of navigating the way of a business, so I'm seeing what's working and what's not. So.
Oh, good.
So I guess I wasn't clear with my question.
Yeah.
When you do docks, anyone who has a dock on the lake, you're willing to help them?
Not anyone.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it.
We get people that call us with a dock that's 50 years old and it's falling apart. We don't want to touch those. They're a liability. They're dangerous. So the thing is selling new docks.
Okay.
We're going to be a vendor for some of the aluminum dock companies. We'll be able to sell new docks that are safe, lightweight, and then offer, we can put these in for you as well.
Okay.
We already do that.
Yep.
But we're trying to get out of the older docks, the heavier docks.
Like the old wooden ones like I have?
Yeah. So we can convert you. That's
There you go.
I was going to say, he's working an angle here. Yes, he's going to convert you.
We can take them away. We have a boat, we have a barge. We can work near the shore and come pick up your dock, take it to the dump, and then get you a new one. So
You can do that on the Tenny River also?
I live on Panther. Yeah, I live on Panther. We've done it on the Tenny River. We've done it on Fry Island, Panther Pond.
Right.
We do over 200 docks in the area. So
Oh, wow.
it's pretty
Oh, great.
big. Yeah, Long Lake, Naples, mainly Raymond.
Yep.
But yeah, they'll be able to sell parts, mainly office space and a display area.
Okay.
That's cool.
Great.
That is good.
All right.
Move to approve the business license for Camp Masters.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Welcome to Raymond. Well, living here, but still, yeah, working here now.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Kurt LaBelle, you ready? But it was amusing tonight, wasn't it?
Oh, my God.
Oh, good.
Bye, Alex.
Bye, Alex.
Bye, Bruce.
Good night.
All right. It's been an exciting meeting. So
Oh, you betcha.
this is where it goes downhill.
Yeah, this is where it gets boring now.
Yep.
Okay, so I think first we're doing revaluation vendor. So as you know, over the course of the summer, we put out a RFP for a townwide revaluation. We received 2 proposals for the project, and we formed a committee of principal staff and one select board member, Ray, and we reviewed the proposals and interviewed the companies and met a couple of times, and we're ready to make a recommendation that the proposal be awarded to KRT Appraisal from Massachusetts. The bids were very close. In terms of cost, KRT is slightly lower. But what ultimately drove our decision was we felt that we were going to get the highest quality product from KRT. The 3 principals of the company are all certified Maine assessors, which I think helps when dealing with Maine taxpayers. The competitive bid, they have 1 certified assessor high up in the staff, but those people aren't typically going to be here working this job. Kevin here, who I'll introduce in a moment, was actually the principal appraiser on our last revaluation. He
What was that, Vision?
with Vision.
Yeah.
Now works for KRT.
Okay.
So he has a high familiarity still with the town. He has data, I think, still from his
that
last
one? Yeah.
project. So that was a plus. Already has some familiarity. KRT also demonstrated much more stability on the data collection side. They have employees that are longer term. Sometimes that portion of the reevaluation project, especially in a tight labor market, you can have high rates of turnover. And that was a selling point for us too, because that's really the primary interface that the resident has with the company until the values come out, is the person who's there measuring the home. So they have a, it's helpful if they're professional and have been doing the work for a long time. So that's our recommendation, that we award the bid to KRT and move on to contracting. I'll just introduce Kevin, and if you want to say a few words.
You want to say a few words.
And then between the two of us, we will answer any questions, hopefully, that the board has.
You see how exciting things are in town of Raymond? Yeah.
Everybody's laughing.
Yeah. Taste of things to come.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah, we'd enjoy taking on the project once again. It was a very interesting community last time we did the revaluation, and look forward to doing it again with you folks.
A little bigger town now. A lot more houses.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
I guess the only question I have is in regards to when on the challenges or whatever you want to call it, you've got 5 days in there that you've got factored. When we did this the last time, about how many days did get used up there? Is it, because 5 days, when you look at the number of properties and whatnot, and if you've got people going, if you're scheduling those meetings, 5 days is not that much time.
Oh, I see what you mean. You mean the
appeals.
Hearings. And we spoke to Rob Tozier and Ken Rogers about that.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, the hearings will go on as long as necessary. So we were pretty clear that was our expectation. So if it takes 2, 3, or 4 weeks of hearings, we'll allot enough time for all those hearings to take place until we start to see a substantial drop off in appointments. So the proposal built in 5, but KRT's under the understanding that it will be longer than 5.
You may want to get that in writing.
Yeah, we will when it comes time for the contract. It'll be at the hearings will end at the discretion of the town.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, the people whose rates go down aren't going to complain too much, but that's not where you're going to have the time.
No. And in the last couple of revaluations that I did, it was 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Of pretty steady hearings, and
Right.
I think that's the You've had some recent appraisals.
Right. We just completed Oxford and Winslow. So in Winslow, they haven't done a revaluation in a long time. It's been same in Oxford, is like 13 years. So
well, I think it's 8.
Just over.
Yeah.
Right. So over time,
Yeah.
a town, for instance, in Oxford, it was went up 119% in value just because of time.
Right.
But what people don't understand is, they see the value and they say, my value is from how can it go up on 80% in 1 year? But it's not. It was from that value was established 13 years ago, in 2010, which was the case in Oxford. So, and Winslow, same thing. That was 2008. So, over time things change.
Right.
So.
Right. So can we get that in writing that you'll leave a month for hearings?
Yeah, I mean, we'll never turn in. Well, all we do is we simply just add on more schedules into the same time frame, and then right now we're in Cape Elizabeth, and we thought we'd do a week of hearings. I'm already booked into next week, so yeah, it's not a problem.
All right.
Yeah, we have the staff for that.
Okay.
I mean, I would much.
It says 5 days, but
Yeah, I would much prefer to have the hearings and get the things done there than having to do abatements later on.
Definitely, and we'll have those as well.
Yeah.
I had spoken to, when I spoke to Ken and Rob about that, I had told them that given that we're typically a September town, if we have preliminary values ready to go out in June or July, there's going to be plenty of time for us to get through informal hearings so that any resident who, you know, wants to be heard, they'll either be heard by KRT, they'll be heard by me, or
Yeah.
they'll get it in a chance with the select board.
Mm.
So, yeah, that's number one priority there. We will do that.
Okay. All right.
So you're looking for
A motion to award the contract.
Move to award the contract to KRT.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Kurt.
Yeah.
Our favorite part, setting the mill rate.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Okay, tax rate. So probably no big surprise. I think we're right in the ballpark from the projections that we had at budget time.
Yep.
Minimum tax rate this year is coming in at $15.80. Yields a $40,000 overlay, and that uses the full $200,000 of fund balance that's been approved by the town meeting for the select board to use.
Do we have, Sharice, are you there?
I'm here.
Do we have that 200,000 available?
I have estimated, you know, because we have that undesignated fund balance policy where we are striving to maintain a 15% of prior year tax commitment in the undesignated fund balance. And preliminary projections for FY23 gives us about 12.5%. So any use of, you know, if we use 100,000, you're going to be closer to, you know, maybe 12%. And I don't profess to be an auditor, so these are my numbers, and they're very rough. But that's kind of where I'm at. If you decide to use the full 200,000, you're going to be closer probably to 11%. We did last year bring in more revenues than budgeted by about 460,000, so that was good. But on the other hand, we expended 114,000 over budget. So I really can't predict what FY24 is going to bring at this point. So it's a little early on, but permits and codes have been really busy, I must say, the first couple of months of the fiscal year. But that's kind of where we're at right now. I know, not to get on to another segment of the meeting, but you're going to be hopefully adopting a post-issuance bond compliance policy. And part of that is going before a rating agency, probably S&P, and I'm presently at the conference for New England government finance officers in Rockport, and they had a segment, actually Zach Brandwine, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he was one of the presenters and had a piece of the conference, as well as a representative from S&P. And they're part of the rating process. It does look at liquidity and policies that we have in place and undesignated fund balance and that sort of thing. So the better we are in shape, you know, perhaps that might impact our rating. We were a AAA bond rating in 2013. There's no indication that it's going to be lower than that, but you know, I'm not the rating agency, so but it's been very informative for me to be down here. But that's kind of where we're at right now.
What were the over expenditures on? Mostly attorney's fees?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And well, because we had insurances were quite high. We ended up paying additional premium in workers' comp. So that was over budget by 34,000. Solid waste was over budget by 29. The provider agencies, because we gave that additional 25,000 to the Historical Society. So that was over, 23,000 there because we only budgeted 2 as a whole. And administration was over budget by 230,000. primarily because of legal.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're going to have to limit the use of fund balance.
I agree.
So I would say we're probably looking at the middle one.
1590.
Yep.
I agree with that. Okay. Want to make a motion?
Move to set the mill rate at 1590.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. 1590.
All right. So tomorrow I will complete the process in the budgetary system, the tax systems, get the warrants. I'll send an email out and everything is ready. The figures are the final figures, the tax figures look a little bit different than what I have on the sheet because I haven't calculated in the senior tax freeze.
So that happens for 1 year?
It's going to be a one year deal. What's going to happen is the individual taxpayers are it's going to populate with their frozen tax and it's going to calculate the grand total and it's going to move it into a receivable account in lump sum that we'll seek reimbursement on. So I don't know what that amount is yet because the system's going to do it, but I'm going to guess it's going to be $70,000 or $80,000. So the tax commitment to the collector will be $80,000 light, but we'll have that receivable sitting there, which we'll put in from the state, and then we'll do some outreach in the fall to the people that were in the program, let them know what
the state screwed you over.
Well, and what the fresh alternatives are, the new stuff. Probably not going to be too popular. The deferral's not going to be something too many people are going to go for, especially in a town like this. But they did beef up the income tax credit, so I suppose if some of the people that qualify for that may see some
It's
more.
great when you have $1 billion surplus and you wipe out a very popular program. Thank you very much.
And I guess the only other thing on the reval, just so I have my ducks in a row, my thought was we'll nail down the contract framework with KRT and have it reviewed by town legal, and then you folks want to review it prior to authorizing an execution. Do you want to review the contract to make sure it's suitable?
If the town attorney's happy with what we've seen there, we're set.
You're good.
Okay, very good. Sounds great. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Kurt. All right, Charisse, tell us about this policy. Is it a new policy? Is it?
No, it's not. It's an updated policy from, I believe, we had one when we issued the bond securities back for the other two. So 2012, 13, we had to have a policy at that point in time. So this was a proposed update to the policy that Bernstein Shore had presented back in 2021, but it never came forward to you folks.
So this has been reviewed by an attorney?
Yes, this is Bernstein Shore's language. I don't know, I believe Sue provided you with a red-lined copy as well as a...
Or a blue-lined copy, as the case may be.
And I'd like to see what the changes are, because...
What page is it?
Because the copy that I have has
Or
no...
did I not give you the lined copy?
No, there was no line out.
I apologize, I meant to put that in there. That's my
Can you
fault.
explain the changes to us?
It's extensive.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
In that
they
case-
went through and reworded basically the entire thing.
In that case, I'm going to move to table until we get that, so we can see what the changes are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Second.
I have a second on table.
I grabbed the wrong document.
All those in favor of tabling? All right. Sorry, Charisse.
I mean, I could review what those changes are, but I get it. You wouldn't want to, move forward
Yeah,
with
just
a
send
policy
us a
that
copy
has,
with the changes. That'll be good.
page and a half of changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can just move it to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have fun at your conference.
Thank you.
All right. Consideration of annual update. This is just the new state policies.
It is. It's
I have a
annual.
motion.
Move the updates to the general assistance ordinance.
I have a second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. All right. public comment. We've already had that. We had some.
We've run out of public.
Anybody on Zoom or anything?
No, just Sharice.
All right, selectmen comment. Any selectmen comment? Well, that was an exciting meeting tonight. All right, interim town manager report.
We have a new librarian. He couldn't be here tonight, but he will come to the October meeting. His
Good.
name is Richard Dowe, D-O-W-E. I hadn't seen that pronunciation of that. He is incredibly enthusiastic. He came over today and went to the library with me so that we could meet the staff and he could see the library and kind of do a icebreaker-ish kind of thing. And I think he's going to be fantastic.
Good.
And it was unanimous on the committee. Ralph was part of that. As
I think he definitely has the enthusiasm there, and I think it's really going to play well with it's going to play well both with the younger people as well as the seniors, because he's got the ability to work at it. He knows how to work with tough people because he worked in the prison for a while. So.
Those guys are in prison doesn't mean you're tough.
I wonder he's excited.
He's out of prison for the
and he
first
was also in New York City for 3 years.
He was in New York City Library.
Wow. So he has quite a wide variety of experience.
Good.
So
Looking forward to meeting
and
him.
he starts on the 22nd.
Good.
And the other piece is we began our planning today for a picnic, a town staff picnic that we'll be doing
What
on the
date is that?
28th.
The 28th.
We'll be closing the office at noon.
September.
And if it rains, we'll have it at Taft.
It never rains.
Oh, no, I don't know why I would even think about it. We'll move that to October 5th and that will be the end date because on October 5th, we can actually use the cabins. There won't be anyone there.
Oh, okay.
So we can't do that on the 28th.
Good. Good.
How many people?
Roughly 30. It'll be the fire department, administrative staff, all of Public Works, the town office, and the library.
Great. All right, upcoming dates, October 10th is the next meeting. Y'all have that one down, and November 14th. All right, can I have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405, 6A, to discussion of personnel issue.
Okay.
Somebody didn't second?
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? All right, so give us a few minutes.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second. All in favor? We're out of executive session. Have a motion to go forward with the recommendations discussed.
So moved. Second?
All in favor? Unanimous. Yeah, so Sue, tomorrow you need to talk Department of Labor and Liquor Enforcement.
We can get police reports too.
If you can get police reports, that would be great. Talk to the sheriff.
DHS.
Because I've never heard of an inspection that's done through any licensing bureau where they don't leave you a piece of paper.
Yeah.
DHS also leaves their card, and
they come into my pharmacy, they go through an entire list, and they leave it with you. So.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll need it for the next meeting, so. Okay. Have a motion to adjourn?
To adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you very much.
Good evening. Welcome to the Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. It is August 2nd of 2023. I'd just like to note that we do have a quorum present. First order of business would be to approve the previous meetings from our July 19th meeting. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Second. And all in favor?
I abstain. I wasn't here.
Okay. Did you catch that, Sue? Okay. Old business. So I'm going to turn things right over to North Star Planning to check in on our survey progress.
Yeah, so as of right now, we have had 129 responses to the survey, which is better than we had before. So we're slowly climbing, but yeah, I wanted to just check in with the committee about if people have had a chance to post this on different community Facebook groups, if people have used the flyers, business cards, kind of how that's been going and where we have been advertising it, so we can try and brainstorm about where else we can try.
I've put the flyers up at a few different places. Off the top of my head, right outside of the post office today. I've given it to the Beacon, the library, Good Life Market. I've handed out cards at Crescent Beach to whoever happens to be there. I've shared it on Facebook again. And I believe Joe Crocker with Rec shared it.
They shared it.
Anybody else have any?
I intended to tonight push out the survey link again to our membership of Drive with Joe Association. Failed to do that because I was reading the new chapters. I don't know if that's valid, but I still have it on my list.
I think with some continued outreach, we can improve upon that. I think I would also like to reach out maybe to the library and find out if they are willing to send the survey out on their listservs, unless that's something that's already.
I think they've already done that. I'm not sure. Or they said they would, but
Maybe
possibly
they have they also have like a monthly. They have a monthly reach out, monthly newsletter. Maybe I get those, but I haven't noticed that the survey's on there. So maybe we can. I'll look through my past ones maybe and ask that it be, if it's possible, that they could include that.
Yeah, I think if we could gently nudge them to post on their Facebook. I didn't see it, but maybe they did, and in the newsletter, that would be great. And I think my only other request would be, I know we had talked about some other community Facebook groups, like the Sebago people who own boats or whatever it's called. And like there's a few other groups we talked about last time, that, you know, they won't be exclusive to Raymond, but that's okay, and that might have some reach. So
I think, I mean, it hasn't been that long since we last met.
Yep.
And I think we can continue to outreach. I haven't checked any road runners. I don't know when the last one came out.
it would have been about 2 weeks ago.
I
I think it was already set when we had our last meeting. And I've asked Melissa to put it in the next one, but that won't come out for another 3 weeks.
Okay, so then in another 3 weeks,
Yeah.
we'll have another, you know, hopefully another push on that.
Yeah, and
so I
if
think some of it's just going to take time, but
Totally.
I will continue to, and I'm sure any other members will continue to try and push it.
Yeah, if anyone wants to kind of take on seeing if there's any regional Facebook community groups that you can post it in, that would be super helpful. I know some of those non-official Facebook pages get a lot of traction.
What about channels like Raymond Rec and the lake associations? Maybe we already talked about that. But
Yep, so Raymond Rec, I did see that it was on, that a Facebook post went out.
Okay.
But maybe, does he do a separate like email list?
He does, and he said he was going to send it out. Whether he's gotten to that or yet or not, I'm not sure, but I can ask.
Okay.
I think, go ahead.
No, so I was thinking maybe we just circle back with everybody and say, have you done this, and this? And if you haven't, do you think you could please, you know, get that out for us? Or what can we do to help you get that out? Something along those lines.
I think once school starts again as well, we'll have a different group of networks that we can poke, and we'll be seeing different people, and more folks will be gathering. So I think we can also tap into some of that at that point.
Yep. The PTO would be active again, so there'd be little events with that. Yeah. Sometimes the school even does a like a welcome day. I know they're doing like popsicles.
Popsicles with the principal.
Yeah. So I don't know if that. Sometimes in the past they've had. Sometime during the first couple of weeks of school where like the PTO has been allowed to like set up a little table and say this is who we are, maybe they would allow for something like that for us to do.
It's a good idea. That's at the end of August, so if we're going to do that, we need to
I know the popsicles with Miss Peavy is, but I think that's a little more informal.
Right.
I don't know if you've ever been, but the kids just run around the playground with popsicles.
Right.
That's about it.
I haven't been at the Raymond one, but is there a line where the parents can pick up their pickup cards, placards?
Those are sent in the mail.
Okay.
But I think, if we continue to brainstorm and reach out, we can hopefully improve upon this.
Sounds great.
I know sometimes collecting surveys is very difficult.
Yeah, and I get the feeling sometimes to do that in the summer. People are just less tuned into all this stuff. So,
yeah. Is there I think we have talked about this, but I guess you're going to have to tell me again. Timeline-wise, we would want to have a robust survey response before a public event. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the ideal. If we really have a hard time, we can start talking about maybe changing the things around a little bit, but what we had planned on was to try and get a couple hundred survey responses before that public meeting. So then we can start with that public meeting asking some more kind of targeted topic-based questions.
Okay.
What is the threshold for robust? How many responses are we looking for?
I usually like to ballpark like 10% of your population, so that would be 400 something. But a few hundred I would be good too.
We're a quarter of the way there. I think we can do this. Okay.
Well, I know the word is getting out somewhat. I had a gentleman come in the town office today that I'd never seen before, so I'm assuming he's from away. And he said, "Can anyone answer this survey that's going around?" Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. And off he went.
So it is happening. Okay.
So there, at least one person saw something. But generally, if you see one, there's 50 more out there like them. So.
Yeah, that's great. I think, it's also just it's good if we start feeling like people are like, oh, there's this comp plan going on. Huh, interesting. Just kind of having people see it around.
The tax bill's out. We weren't going to be able to do that with some simple stuff the envelope with a little piece of paper.
It's
a challenge.
It's possible. It's not optimal because
timing's not good. I mean, it would be the October bill, right?
It'll be going out in September.
Going out in September, and if we all came up and stuffed a little survey link,
tiny
little piece of paper.
If we did the business card possibly.
Business card.
And put that in, that might.
That would
be
increase
better.
your postage, right? It would be small enough to not increase your postage.
That shouldn't
We
affect
wouldn't
the
tip
postage.
the scales.
And one of the difficulties, though, is a lot of people don't open their tax bills.
Myself included.
Yeah.
They just pay them online.
Because their banks pay with escrow accounts. So a lot of folks fall into that category. There is another whole category that doesn't open their bills and doesn't bother with them until they get the 30-day notices by certified mail, which isn't my best way of getting reminded by things because there's fees at that point. But even having something small in there, they don't read the verbiage on the tax bill, so I'm not sure how much they would read that. So I'm not trying to discourage, but given the questions and things we get from tax bills, I'm not sure if that's the best vehicle.
Maybe we have another meeting before that would go out, right? No, September.
Yeah, the first week of October, you'll be meeting again.
Well, but first week in September, right? So you said they go out in September.
They should, the select board don't meet until, I think it's the 12th, and they'll be setting the mill rate.
So if
and
we're
then-
desperate?
If you're desperate, yes.
Okay,
Oh, by
if
all
we
means.
still do not have any response and we're desperate, could we maybe just leave that as a
Yeah, I
possibility?
think you could put that in, and maybe they would notice it if they open it and it falls out on them.
I like the idea of the card in there. I was going to ask if we could print it on the backside of a tax bill, but I think the card is better than that. I really like that idea because we have plenty of them.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, it's something small that's going to catch their attention because it is going to fall out
And
on
it's
them.
colorful. If they're gonna see anything out of the tax bill, I think that's what they'd see.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think we can maybe check that when we check back next month to see how we're doing.
Versus the mailer. I just have memories of stuffing envelopes for Raymond Waterways and having 10 people stuffing envelopes for 2 hours. You've got it. You get the town done. And this would be a postcard, though. I think maybe. I mean, it's kind of sidestepping the tax bill idea with your issues, with your good points. Separate postcard, which should probably also end up in the wood stove that time of year, or but it
And
would
postage for postcards has gone up to, I think it's 51 cents.
50 cents. 2,000 properties.
Well, there's
lot.
almost 4,000.
I was going to say
tax
there's
bills.
4,000 tax bills.
Okay, so we'll stay with the electronic version.
I think once it's in the Roadrunner, that
Yeah.
may help quite a bit,
Yes.
though. And we're going to put the QR code on there, right? So
Yes.
they are, while they're flipping through their paper, they can just, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think if we can just keep posting it on various community Facebook pages, it doesn't matter if everybody's a Raymond resident, any of those kind of Sebago Lake, other lake related pages, yeah, anything like that.
Okay. I think the next big thing that we need to discuss tonight is kind of the time frame for our public workshop and what are our thoughts around that. I personally still see a lot of pros and cons to either one. Timing-wise, either way, I think it's just, there's going to be inconveniences. You're going to find reasons for it to be inconvenient. Because if we do it early, 2024, yes, people may be more available, but we're going to be planning that during our busiest times. So I don't know. I think we should discuss that. If anybody has thoughts on the matter.
It seems like later is better to me. Crunch.
Well, if we're into the fall or even after the holidays, we're letting go of the summer folk to participate in that. And the thinking is we have maybe a second one. Is that right? Possibly next summer, 24.
Yeah, I don't have the schedule in front of me, but this is not the only public event.
But this would be the early one when the seeds would be sown, certainly.
But I think a lot of the summer people would be gone by November.
Yeah, or
anyways,
end of September.
We lose a big chunk right before school starts.
Yeah.
Then we lose even more once cold weather starts.
Once the leaves drop.
Yeah. So October-ish, then we've lost a lot. So even if we're talking about, either date, right, we will lose summer folk participation.
And a snowy night in January would probably be the thinnest crop that we'd be able to harvest of participants.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't know if Raymond has experience with having events or different things at different times of year, but it really depends. I remember we had that one event on a day in January this year that was between two snowstorms, and we got a decent turnout, 50 something people, which was more than I expected on a snowy day in January. Yeah. So yeah, I think if there's any sort of town events or anything to go on.
Well, I say I think doing it in early 2024 is just my opinion personally. I guess if I'm to really think about it, it gives us a little bit more time to prepare, to have more to offer, and I think we can also be brainstorming about other ways to do outreach. I saw that South Portland is redoing their plan, and they're having like a day. I think it's 3 sessions in one day. So 3 different times, and I think it's virtual or in person. I can't remember. I'd have to look back on the email. But I mean, there's other ways that we can try to provide the public outreach.
Yeah, I think you know, this is not something like that was part of our original scope, but thinking about going back to school and different ways to spread this. You know, we can also like kind of give you all some ideas for getting students involved, whether it's like some, you know, like activities for younger kids, or we've done like sort of a abbreviated version of a survey for like high school kids, and that really needs to be coordinated by someone who has local access to schools and everything you need to do to work with them, but that can also be a way to reach their parents. If you send kids home with a survey or something. So just something, if we're going to be waiting until January to do the event, maybe we have a little more flexibility to think about what we're doing over the fall. And if some of you are involved with the schools, we could kind of talk about that.
What about the idea of doing something on a Saturday in January and have 2 sessions? Have an early afternoon session and an evening session. So you can give people an opportunity to be there, instead of just one
shot.
time.
Yep.
Set up a couple of times on a Saturday and see if you get a better turnout.
This is a 2-hour meeting, not a 4-hour meeting.
Yeah, usually like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Usually what we do is we have a presentation in the beginning and then a bit of Q&A, and then kind of split people off into activities, which can either be kind of self-guided things or like table discussions. So maybe like 45 minutes of, you know, talking, Q&A, and then more independent.
If we're going to be doing all that, I definitely like the idea of early January. I don't want to rush the presentation and the activities and the opportunity that we have. I'd rather be more prepared, and I think that will be the exact right time, and we'll still probably get a solid turnout as well.
Maybe it'd also give us an opportunity to entice them with small treats or hot cocoa or
baked goods.
You know, I mean, something to offer. Like, come here, have a discussion with us. There'll be hot chocolate and
leftover Christmas cookies.
Definitely food.
Yeah.
We should always, at all these meetings, we always make sure
always there's food. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Saturday during the day, we can have like coffee, hot chocolate, you know.
Chili.
And I don't know who will be in charge of snacks, if it will be the town or the committee, but.
Okay. Well, we can, but that gives us time to hash it out.
We've lost Zooms.
Uh-oh.
Lost Zoom. So if it's a Saturday, it's 13 or 20 or 27. Not counting the 6th. I'm assuming we wouldn't do the first weekend after New Year's.
No, didn't we push it this past year too? We didn't have it right after New Year's. I can't quite remember now.
The 13th is the holiday weekend, so I'd suggest doing it the next weekend.
20th?
Yeah.
January 20th, 2024. Concept date for...
And something else to start thinking about is what venue you'd be having this in. Also looking at Sue there.
That is a wonderful question.
Since we've lost Sean, should we pause just for a second?
We may want to pause for a moment. Bill's calling Eric to try and get Zoom back established.
Yeah, we're working on it.
I have Zoom, the Zoom meeting still going, so I can go back and forth with Sean, but he can't hear us.
All right.
And he can't see anyone here.
Okay, well, maybe we just take a couple minute break here for a second. Are we still live on television?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
With ourselves.
Okay.
I'm just going to shut your audio off for a second.
Thank you.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you. All right, Sean, you can hear us.
Oh, it looks like Sean, oh, now he's moving.
Sean, can you hear us?
Yeah, it looks like you're moving again.
All right.
All right, Sean, I'll give you the open floor here.
Oh, I missed a big chunk of the past couple of minutes. So could you just fill me in real quick what you're looking for?
So we did pause for a few minutes, but I believe we were talking about possibly doing, I don't know what you call it, I guess you can stop me if this is repeating, but 2 sessions on a Saturday, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours is a possibility. We'd be talking about venue. We also were talking about how food is a must when you do these things. So we'd have to decide who's going to coordinate that, whether it's the town or the committee. I think that was about it.
I would also suggest if we're going to pick a January date, we should also have a snow day or backup date.
Oh, like an automatically built-in, like.
Yeah, just, if we pick it ahead of time, it definitely won't snow. And if we leave it to the last minute, it definitely will.
Okay. So have a cancel date lined up. Okay.
I wonder if 2 dates,
The 27th.
just having 2 dates instead of the same day, have like the 20th and the 27th. I mean, that's 2 weekends for us committee folk, but that would open up, that would get us around, maybe get us around a snowstorm, and it would still open it up to two different time slots, 2 different dates that might get more people.
Yeah, and if we're only talking, 1.5, 2 hours with people, and you're here for a few minutes before, and after, and that's really not too much time, I suppose, if you think about it. So I'm definitely open to something like that.
Even the possibility that we could do 2 back-to-back dates, Saturday, Sunday, as opposed to 2 consecutive weekends. Just an option as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe a Saturday morning, Sunday night kind of thing, or something like that. Might.
I was thinking 2 different weekends just in case folks had, we're going to be gone for a
right.
weekend.
That's true.
We could get another. So, a couple options we can soak on those, but
Yeah.
it sounds like having 2 was a good effort to get more participation. Whether they're the same day or this different days on a weekend or different weekends.
Does it make sense just to do it at the middle school?
It would, however, that's not the town's building. And we do struggle getting time there. We can ask, and that's something I could put in the schedule or put in a request for. They have a whole system of requesting their rooms. There's also a decent-sized room at the fire department that could be used. And there's this room.
Do you think the library would be willing to host something like that?
They probably would, but I'm not sure how
Big enough?
much space they have.
In the public safety building, we had some pretty good-sized forums there.
Yeah, that's.
But if it was more than 50, it might start getting.
Yeah, you wouldn't, the town doesn't have any very large meeting spaces without using the
Would
school.
Camp Hines have anything that would be heated at that time of year?
I don't think that's heated. I think that's the issue with that, but I could ask Joe.
That'd keep
He
it
would
a
know.
brief meeting.
Just another thing to think about is recording capability. We usually like to record these
That's
things.
called here.
So that's here, yeah. So, we can always set up a, record it.
Do it, yeah.
We can do it, but it won't be as good as if the town does it in this facility, so. you know, I think there's a couple different ways you could do it. Like, we've done events where we've had kind of a longer time slot and we've done the presentation twice, but then the rest of it is just kind of walk in, walk out, more casual. And then it's all made available online later, so if people miss it, they can.
Looking at this space, would it be appropriate? Would it have to be I mean, in your experience, would we have to do like a lot of rearranging or I mean, I don't know if we can even do that, but this isn't a very big space.
No.
You probably would have to, rearrange a little bit, but you know, depending on what kind of, you know, there's not a lot of like wall space in here to like put up big maps and put things on, but we can bring easels, kind of depending on how many people you might get at a time and what kind of like activities you want to have. But we can think about that as we go. Just kind of planting all the seeds. So
the fire station actually would be probably the bigger one of all of them. And they do have the wall space for putting things up.
Yeah. And Sean has his hand up too.
Sean, go ahead.
I like the idea of the fire station. Just kind of curious what happens if they have an actual emergency. Can you work around that, or?
Well, they leave and enter and whatnot through a whole different end of the building. So.
I don't believe we'd be in their way. We would just have to make sure that if there was parking, right? I mean, they've had other events there before, Sean. Like they have sometimes they do like a night where you go into the fire station and you can look at the trucks and they have a hose out. I've been to
I'm
one
not sure
before.
I'm not sure if they've done it in a while, but they have done it.
They have, I think pre-COVID, they did stuff like that.
And pre-COVID, they used to literally rent the room out, I believe.
Yes, I've been to a birthday party there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I like that idea. And then maybe if we can kind of one hand washes the other in a sense, if they could have an open area to drop their fire trucks, that might get the kids to come, and then you know we attract the parents, but also have something for the family. I think that'd be a good outing.
So I agree, but our challenge would just be the recording.
And the recording, yes, that's the other piece.
Okay. But it's something we can inquire into and say, okay, we're thinking we would like to do this here. Here are what we think are the challenges. What are our ways around that?
And I think they have recorded at least one meeting there recently.
Okay.
If we're thinking of 2 sessions, we could theoretically do one session here and record it and one session elsewhere with more space. Just to try to have an area where there is more space, but also make sure we're recording it with the best possible quality. Because I have a hard time seeing the number of people we want to reach in this space.
I do too.
Yeah, I think it would get cramped.
I think in 2004 we were in the gym at the elementary school for at least one of the meetings, and that was, it might have been the first meeting, and that was pretty full.
But to record there, we do that for town meetings when we have open town meeting. It takes Kevin about 6 hours to take all of the equipment from here and move it there, and then come afterwards, bring it back and set it all up here again.
But the school here, at the cafeteria or the gym here is plugged in and much easier.
It still takes
It's still,
6 hours.
that's a six-hour mob for him, yeah.
Well, I think this is, if we're going to be doing this in January 24, we don't need to decide on everything tonight. So I think this is really good information to collect, and we'll kind of think about it on our end. And maybe we can, and Sue, maybe you can give us a little, your thoughts on the venues after having some more time to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree. All right. So down to new business, which are the chapters. I admittedly am a little late with my homework. I've only gotten through 1.5 of the 3 chapters this time, but I will get through them. Personally, I find the way that this is happening so much better than I envisioned what it could be like. So I just want to say thank you, because the process isn't us just sitting here going, paragraph by paragraph and talking about our edits. I really find that being able to do it in the way that we are is so helpful.
Oh, good.
I really appreciate that, and I want to say thank you very much. I think it allows us to sort of also do it when we can, in a way, and it's less time consuming. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to say all your comments have been really helpful. Some really good information there. So we really appreciate everyone's work.
I do have a question though that I would like to ask here. At the top of all of these are the outstanding questions, and I'm just curious who is answering these, or are we supposed to be trying? Is the town? Is it just whoever knows?
Whoever knows.
Okay. All right.
If you know, write it down.
Okay. Or we can at least provide what we think, maybe?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I just was wondering about them. A lot of them, some of them sound more like a town question, but I guess if I had a thought regarding it, I could. All right. I just wanted to ask about that.
So I think those are questions that you could ask when you interview department heads.
Yes.
Some of them.
There will be, there should be some overlap there.
Okay.
If any of them look familiar. A lot of them are things that the state requires too, so.
Okay, so there'd be ones that we'd be finding when we're looking for additional questions we may want to be asking department heads.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And some other ones are just more things that like I think we had one about like how many farms are there in Raymond right now? That's a really hard thing for Sam and I to figure out, but people who live here might have a better idea of active farms.
Okay. Like commercially active?
Yeah, like, yeah.
Doesn't have to be just local as well. Even just farm stands too.
Yeah, like farm stands.
People selling eggs or
Okay. Does anybody have anything else to add? I know it makes this kind of short and sweet when we do the bulk of our editing and talking about things.
But go ahead, Frank. Were you going to say?
Or Greg.
I did respond, but I don't know if it went through, because I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
When I use my computer. But I did respond to some forestry and agricultural questions.
Oh, did you? I don't know if we got it. Go to agriculture.
I'll do it again.
Maybe after the meeting, Greg, one of us with all our various computers in here could open it up and maybe show you. Would that be helpful? The other thing that you can do is write them down, and then you can give them to Sue, I believe, who can also do that for you.
Enter them.
Yeah, I think Peter's taken advantage of that option before. So if you're finding the technology difficult, then feel free to.
No, I went through
submit
and
it.
I thought I submitted it, and then I went back and checked, and it wasn't there.
Wasn't there,
So I did something wrong. So.
Okay. Well, I think we can troubleshoot that after the meeting, and then you can still definitely write your thoughts down and give them to Sue at any time that's convenient for you.
And if any of the committee needs the chapters printed for them, I can print them, and you can do it the old-fashioned way if you prefer.
Yeah, that's totally fine too.
Okay. Yep.
So do you have a timeline for what, if chapters are going to be open for all of us to play in, a timeline for when our homework is due?
I think we'll need to check in with Sue about some of the town review that's happening of some other chapters, but I think once we figure out when we'll be done with them all, probably sometime this fall, we'll just pick a date.
Done date.
Maybe October or something for everybody to be done, and so we can start kind of talking about the connections and things like that we'll be bringing to a meeting. I think we'd like to continue kind of rolling these out, so we'll send another batch to you in August. Like I said, I think we need to coordinate with Sue a little bit on that. The other thing I would like to share with you in this format this month is that we got a draft set of maps from the person who's doing all the mapping for the comp plan. And they look really good, but I didn't get them until Monday, so I didn't have time to put them online for you. But those are also something where I'd like you all to take a look and comment on them, because sometimes there are things you know about that we don't. So.
Okay.
I don't know if Peter had commented on the transportation, the RTP that we were discussing. I think in there it says specifically that Town Raymond didn't give any money to that organization, but we actually gave $1,000 to them in the 2022 to 2023 and then the 2023 to 2024 budget. That was in the tip. So Peter had asked me, because I'm on the Budget Finance Committee, and I don't know if he had comment in there. I had comment early, so I wasn't able to see if he made a comment about that.
Yeah, we made that correction. It just isn't. I made the correction after that comment about RTP. So.
Okay, awesome. I didn't get a chance to double check on it, so.
Yeah, I put a note in the online version that says, that basically notes that. So.
Cool.
I know in Peter's absence, he had asked Sue and I to talk about land acknowledgement, and I just realized that, so I'm trying to open that up. I don't know, Sue, if you have that in a quicker fashion.
I have this email, I think.
That's what I'm aiming for that, but of course, to connect to the Wi-Fi here, I'm just having trouble getting that.
Probably I can.
In a quick fashion.
Let's see.
You can use JC Forrest's iPhone
This
if you
isn't
need
you
to.
should just see where on earth does it live.
Here we go.
Here you go, Sue, if you want. I have here.
Is that the one you said?
I think so. I think that's what agenda item.
I can go ahead and read that.
Okay, have it.
I guess, well, first, do we have any further discussion on inventory chapters? No. Greg will get you the help that you need, but other than that, like I said, I am just so pleased. I guess in my mind, where I was like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to go over this as a chapter by chapter as a committee.
Reading them in the meeting.
Right, I was like, this is gonna be long meetings and it's gonna be grueling. So I just think, I'm really impressed by that. I think technology can just be such a wonderful thing sometimes. So
Yeah,
really,
I mean,
thank
we'll
you.
see. You know, there might be some things we need to bring up in a meeting if we get like conflicting comments or something. But so far, you're all giving us great additional information, and it seems to be working well. So thank you.
So I hit hot links that you had sent, Kate, for these recent chapters last week, I think it was, in an email. That's how I got to them, and. Is that the best way to track down a recent email and where you've sent out the notice that here are 3 more chapters with links to them? That'll go to maybe the one and only online current draft. Is that right?
Yep, those links will be the same. Like for each of those chapters, the link will stay the same.
Good.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think I want to put it on the website or anything, because we're not inviting public comment at this point.
Good.
So.
That's good.
Yeah, because it stays, it's a working document.
Yep.
That's just remains open. Yep.
And
So that link is consistent, no matter who's, putting input into it, and it will stay open until
So
our
are you
until our
having
deadline.
problems?
No,
in
I
your
got right into it,
in
which
your
was-
email trying to figure out which email they're in?
I'm really, in the school of Greg with some of the stuff, and but
I'm glad of that.
so I'm thinking if either we do a better job of tracking keeping our emails well organized, or if your email, here's a new batch, comes out, you can have a link to all of them.
I was just gonna suggest that.
Oh,
So
like
that-
it's like a word, like saying here's 3 more, and then having the
Here are
list
the
of the
old
ones that were,
ones.
yes, so adding on to it each time. That's a great idea.
And that might improve participation.
Yes, because then we're not searching for that
Yeah.
first batch
Yep.
and the second batch and the third. Yep, I would agree. That's a great idea.
Yep, can do that.
Okay. Okay, so for land acknowledgement, Peter is out of town today, so I'm just going to read what he had asked Sue and I to talk about. So Peter says, while I mentioned during several comprehensive plan committee meetings my wish that a land acknowledgement be included in the comprehensive plan, my use of this term was not correct. What I actually wanted was that the history chapter start with the indigenous people of Raymond rather than the European settlers. And then he says, I was pleased to see that North Star Planning started the draft history chapter with the description of the first inhabitants of Raymond. That's what he wanted to just communicate. Yeah. All right, next thing is maps, which you sort of briefly.
Yes, I sent that agenda item in a sort of hoping that I would have them online ready for you for this meeting,
Okay.
but we don't. But they will go out to you soon in the same PDF online format.
Sean, have we lost you again? Or
He shrunk.
I don't know, maybe your dog's barking, I'm not sure.
I think that's his away face.
Yeah, away face. Okay. Okay. Well, moving right along. Our next meeting date is September 6th. I don't believe that I have any conflict with that. So I think if anybody largely does or we see as a collective group that may not work. Otherwise, I think we are fine to roll with that as our next meeting date.
We have Sean back.
Sean, did we lose you?
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm good with that meeting date.
Okay. All right.
I think I'll be remote, but I think I'll be available.
That's fine. Okay. All right. I see no public comment.
Nope.
So then next is the comprehensive plan committee comment, and I sorry, should have probably put this as something that we discussed, but department head interviews. So I would just like to remind. Instead, I will just give a friendly reminder for anybody to make sure that you're scheduling those. If you have any problem, let us know collectively as a group. Frank and I have the library on Friday. I'm going to reach out to, I believe finance was me, and I've talked with the assessor. We're going to plan like a walk or a lunch to go over things with him. So I know I'm working towards mine, but I have not yet to complete them. And I believe that our timeline was end of August.
Yep, and yeah, we've been getting some great responses from everyone, so thank you again for that. I hope you're learning a little bit too while you.
I think so.
We had a good one today with John and I with Alex.
Oh, good.
And yeah, that was really fruitful. So now I'm just typing up small scribbles that we made during our interview, and we'll get those compiled and over to North Star.
Okay.
I think I'm the only one that didn't volunteer.
I don't believe you were here.
I don't think so.
Yes, so that's not your fault.
Yeah.
You're clear, Greg.
Yeah, you're off.
I can either tag along with someone else or.
Is there one that you would wish to tag along with that maybe hasn't been done yet? That you can think
Which
of?
ones haven't been done?
Well, so I know on my end that I haven't done finance assessor or library. Do we know if Rec's been done?
Jackie met with Joe last night. I met with Sue this morning. I did get to speak with Sue and Jenny as well.
Okay. So, my list is here somewhere.
I know we still want to speak with Don once he gets back.
Yes, we were going to hold off on the speaking with Don, hopefully. Let's see, Nathan and Bruce were already done by Peter. So I think, to be honest with you, most of that's been done. I think Sean also mentioned speaking with the planning board. That was of interest to him. Do any of those that are left sound interesting to you?
I can do the planning board. He hasn't done it yet, you said?
Sean, have you done that one yet?
No, I have not. So if you would like to join me, we'll get together on that for sure.
You've heard of the planning board, Greg?
I have. Someone told me to come swear in again.
Yes, you need to be sworn at.
While you two talk to the planning board, also nudge those people to take the survey and to sign up for the emails, please, because they're a bit, when we sort of start to make this plan official, we'll want to make sure they.
Are there email addresses attached to the survey, like an identifier?
Only if people choose to.
I was just curious if all of us have filled out the survey. Just wondering.
Today.
Well, and that does make me think of another group. I have the emails of most committee members and town employees.
Well.
They may as well get an email from me.
Yes.
Yes, please, Sue.
Yes.
I hadn't thought of.
Well, when you told me the original numbers, and you told me then how many, when you did the blast, how many filled it out then, and I was like, well, I know like a couple have done that, and I was doing the math like in my head as I was sitting here, and I was like, that means that all of these members haven't done it yet. I was thinking that at our last meeting. I was like, okay, so we're not even doing it yet. So I get it.
No,
but like I said, it's going to take us time to kind of go, oh wait, this group of people needs a survey. So
Totally.
yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely boards and committees, because it's also kind of people we want to make sure they know that this is going on in there, so that we don't have people coming up to us at the end of 2024 like, what is this? Who wrote this?
Yeah.
What were they thinking? Yes. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
But it's better to get that kind of input now.
Exactly.
For sure.
Are there any other committee member comments?
I got one, I keep getting emails from the state of Maine relative to the Climate Action Network that they've rolled out of Augusta probably a year and a half ago, I think. And there's 140 plus communities that have enrolled in it. It's mostly related to funding opportunity, planning and funding opportunities for climate actions that range from fixing and sizing culverts to heavier duty infrastructure needs for community facilities, backup power systems, shoreline stabilization, depending on where you are, if you're on the coast or if you're inland. So it would need I just wonder how that fits in, how it could fit into our comp plan, which is kind of what we're focused on here, rightly so, and I don't want to add another layer that will be hard to keep up with, but don't know if anyone here would be interested in trying to at least explore. There's a sign-up piece, and I don't think there's any cost, but it's mostly informational, but there's a lot of resources there that would come to bear on what we're talking about here, is my sense.
Yeah, I think you're talking about, it's called the Community Resilience Partnership.
Correct.
If I highly recommend that all towns join, because they give out a ton of money, and the funding, they will fund a huge range of things. So I've worked on ones where they'll upgrade your street lights, they'll do culverts, they'll do basically anything that improves like energy efficiency or environmental quality, or also supports state climate goals. So it's a really good opportunity for funding. The way it works is that the town has to join the partnership and pass a resolution at the select board to do that. It's basically, they give you a pattern resolution, so it can be as sort of personalized or not, depending on your goals. And then you have to have a public meeting where people talk about what their priorities for funding would be from this very, very big list. So there's some work on it, but it is free for you to join. And I think the grants were, I think, around $40,000-$50,000 around, and you can apply multiple times a year. You can get, the one thing I'll say is you get much bigger grants if you apply with other towns as a partnership, which can often be interesting if you're talking about like lakes or other things like that. Or I could even see like in places like Raymond and Casco, some of these other things like street lights or whatever might be something that makes more sense to do regionally. So I didn't really relate that to the comprehensive plan, but yeah, it's a really good grant source that the state has been offering. So,
can you couple that public meeting with, say, another public meeting?
I think like people like.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If we found a way to sneak that into it, maybe it might not be such a hard ask of our board by saying, "Here, we've written up this resolution. Do you think you could read it at your next meeting?" We're going to add this to our already ongoing public efforts to fulfill the requirements. Or I guess at minimum, we'd be recommending as a comprehensive plan committee that we join.
I
Would
think
that be like
a great
that would be at a minimum we recommend it. But maybe there's a way we could do some hand holding a little bit to help to maybe do that in a sooner fashion.
Yeah, I'd be worried if were you thinking, Kayla, that it would be something we'd roll out at the comp plan info meeting?
I don't know.
I think the timeline would probably want to be in front of that.
Yeah.
I
with
think
the clock ticking into year 2 for this.
I would encourage you to do it sooner rather than later, so you can apply for money. I think you should have
Casco is a member.
Okay. Yeah, I think you should have a regional coordinator who can walk you through the process.
Right.
It might be GPCOG.
Yep. Right.
So I would
contact them.
I can double check on it, but I would reach out to GPCOG if you're interested.
Raymond isn't a member.
You're not a member.
We're not a member, so would they help us with that if we're not a member?
It's actually divided regionally, so even though you're not a member, you might still be in their region.
Possibly.
I can see who you would be under, but there is a person who can do this for you. And in terms of the public meeting, I will say, like, it doesn't have to be a huge, giant public meeting. You have to have some kind of meeting, but
isn't that process here just making a posting that there'll be a public hearing or public meeting, 45 days, whatever it is, 2 select board meetings out. That's it. And it, November, whatever, October. So that would be on a fast track if we were able to do that. So yes, send along any links or extra info you might have on that, Kate.
I will.
And I'll try to lever that along. It just seems like it's so much aligned with a good amount of what we'll be doing. To miss that train would be too bad.
Yeah, you can use it for planning funds, for tons of infrastructure stuff. I think it's a really great funding source.
So I'm sorry, you called that the Community Resilience
Partnership.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll try and see who your regional person is, but.
All right.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, August 9th, 2023 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call with you, Mike.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Kevin Woodbury. And Kevin from Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to